This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
here before I introduce the team on commentary. Okay, the waving is being waved. Top tier of the second. It's not Julian, who's spending his time supping limoncello around the pool in Sorrento. He may or may not be listening, I don't know. It looks like Tim over there who's waving. We are. Well done, Tim. Thank you very much. Having a natural way to some other supporters. So we're going out around the ground. We're going out on the BBC website. We're also going out on the live feed provided by Sussex County Cricket Club. So what can possibly go wrong? I'm Adrian Harms, delighted that Dave Fletcher is with me again today, and Ariana Dowse. Good morning to you, Fletch.
Good morning, Adrian. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong?
Who did you have a natter to last night?
I spoke to George Scrimshaw, his first class appearance for 12 months. He was... Well, he wasn't concerned, but he said it'd be interesting to see how he pulled up this morning. I've seen him bowling out there, so everything's fine. And he's already removed his cap by the look of it, so I think he's going to bowl the first over of the day, and it makes perfect sense to me. We didn't see him until 12:40 yesterday, by which time Sussex had probably scored 140 runs in the morning session. They wanted to get 150 without loss, didn't they, yesterday morning? Derbyshire sort of pulled it back. He said, we bowled poorly in the morning, we pulled it back, and then we bowled poorly again. And I think that's fair comment, absolutely fair comment, that they know that they didn't bowl as well as they should have done. He has removed his cap, but he's put it back on again. So he isn't going to bowl the first over because it's going to be Saranga Lakmal. George is already waving to the to the pavilion, which is concerning. Just walked onto the field and play, for goodness sake. George, you're not having a drink. What's he waving for? Come on.
He said, no, it's fine now. That he's decided to go to the Oval where the weather forecast looks a little better than Hove, and I don't know what it's going to do. I thought it was going to rain this morning, but it isn't. Not at the moment.
2 o'clock, I reckon. Yeah. We might have a little bit of trouble, but after that, we're home free.
In comes Lakmal down the hill, bowled to Hudson Prentice, who looked on the next side, and there is no run. So Sussex resuming 376 for 7. Fletcher's got to do a quick update to the listeners on BBC Radio Derby. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who batted beautifully last night, is on 52. Ari Carvelos is on 9. Ariana Dowse will be with us at just after 11:30, or just before 11:30 actually. So that's your 3 commentators for today. The sun is trying to break through and the clouds do look reasonably high, so maybe the weather forecast is wrong, and anyway, we're starting on time, and that's really all that matters as Lakmal runs down the hill in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice is forward very confidently, punches into the offside, and there is no run. As ever, the ways to get hold of us, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk via email. You can tweet us at Fletch Sport or at BBC Sussex Sport. We'd love to hear your correspondence throughout the day. I had a chat last night to Tom Clark, who made 96 yesterday, and fair play to Tom. It's often when players are out close to 100, they're not desperately keen to talk, but Tom was very willing, so thank you, Tom. In comes Lakmal bowls and runs here for Hudson Prentice, who glides that one down to fine leg, just erring in length, and Hudson Prentice just helped the ball around the corner for the first runs of the morning. He goes to 56 and Sussex to 380 for 7. So that interview is available on the BBC Sussex Sport Twitter feed. And really good to speak to Tom last night. Disappointed to get out on 96, but glad to be back in the runs in the county championship. And let's hope there are more to come. He's a fine player. Lakmal on his way again. The sun has gone in, bowls, and Hudson Prentice right in behind that, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Just looking at this innings of Finn Hudson-Prentice, because he batted absolutely beautifully last night. Came in when Sussex just lost a couple of wickets, and you began to think, are they going to throw away this good advantage? 291 for 5 when he came in, when Daniel Ibrahim was out. But he's batted beautifully. 10 fours in his 56. He'll show you the regularity in which he's found the boundary. Against his former county, of course. In comes Lakmal bowls. Hudson Prentice is forward, punches that to mid-on, and there is no run. Sarangalapbel in his 23rd over, 2 maidens, 2 for 95. Field, there is a slip. Always seems to be Wayne Madsen, who's always standing at a second slip position. Backward point, cover mid-off, there's a short extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. And there's also a deep square leg as well, who I'd missed out, who was... the background of the seats rather obscured him as Hudson Prentice plays the next delivery into the offside. It's a dot ball. So Sussex have added 4 runs this morning, 380 for 7. Fletcher's returned. Was there any talk about the toss and whether Derbyshire made the wrong decision, or what was the rationale behind Derbyshire bowling first yesterday?
It's always a difficult one, isn't it? But I did ask the question, was it a case of misreading the pitch? And George Grimshaw, who might have had an input, might not, having not played much red ball cricket, said, well, there was a bit of green on it, and I think that was what fooled them. But talking to one or two of the boys next door, apparently captains do get fooled by that, visiting captains. Bit of green in the pitch, well, it might be nice to bowl on, but it isn't. But having played at Derby for so long, in recent times rather, they should know that pitches don't necessarily play green. They certainly don't at the county ground anymore. They look green, but they're perfectly good. He said there was a little bit of variable bounce, Grimshaw. He's going to bowl this over from the sea end. But he said there was a decent pace to it. And he's in now and bowls, and that one has gone past the edge.
That was quick.
Of Harry Cabeas's bat and through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. So it's just important that they put it in the right areas. I think the phrase he used, and I understand the phrase, although people might say, well, why would you want to be boring? He said we have to be boring. Put it in the right place. Keep putting it in the right place. And if they do that, then they will get their rewards. He picked up a couple of wickets last night with a plan, a leg side plan, if you like. 2 for 42, his figures now. But they've gone more conventional, really, for the start of the day's play. Couple of slips, short leg, backward point, cover, wideish mid-on, man down at backward square leg, third man, this next delivery. Is it Carveas or Carvelas? Come on, help me out.
Well, I call him Ari Carveas.
Carveas, I'll go with that then. Carveas pushes it out.
I probably ought to ask him, really. I
ought to best you off air, really.
How are you, Ari? And he's a gentle giant, is Ari Carveas. He's and if he gets a chance to bowl today, he might enjoy these conditions. It's a little overcast. He just nip the ball around a little bit.
It feels like a bowling day, doesn't it?
It does.
A uniform cloud up above, but reasonably bright, as this next delivery is guided straight into the hands of Anuj Dal at backward point, and Ari Carveas, well, that's the last time I have to say. Dismissed for 9, the 8th wicket goes down. Sussex are 380 for 7. That was a little bit tame.
It was. But a 3rd wicket for George Grimshaw.
Yes, indeed. So I think George has done all right in his first appearance since last July. Again, I asked him about that, and apart from being stiff, and I did ask if there was an ice bath actually big enough for him to get into. He basically said, look, it's not something that I'm used to doing, but I've got to go back, recover, make sure that I'm right for the morning. And he's picked up a wicket with his 3rd delivery, so clearly he is right for the morning. It was short and wide outside the off stump, really. It wasn't necessarily what you would describe as a wicket-taking delivery, although it has taken a wicket.
I would agree.
But that won't be marked in the scorebook. Well, it'll walk back to the pavilion with 3 for 42 or more, possibly, and be very happy with his work here. He said, I'm here to do a job for the team.
The most important man in Hove has arrived. Who's Jamie Burnett, the Sussex press officer, has handed out the meal vouchers. I
think he's the most important man in Hove, despite being the man who hands out the meal vouchers, surely.
Jamie, I'm sure he won't mind telling us, letting our listeners know, recently got married, so congratulations to Jamie.
Congratulations.
He was telling us he went on a honeymoon to San Sebastian. And he came back absolutely full of it. So it was a lovely place, and apparently San Sebastian is well known for its food. There's an alternative to tapas, which I think he said was called pinchos.
Okay. It's Basque, isn't it?
Yes. So he said he went to pinchos.
Pinchos.
Right? He's just given us the nod.
Is San Sebastian the one that's called Donis something in Donostessa?
Oh. Now you're testing.
I'm going to look that up.
Are you?
I'm fairly sure it has a Basque name.
He was absolutely full of it, so it was a lovely place. That needs to go on the bucket list.
Carson, the new batsman, is beaten on the inside of his bat as he didn't move his feet to the next delivery from George Scrimshaw, waved his bat in the general direction of the ball. It didn't bounce, and it went in between the bat and his pad, but there was a large gap there, and through to Brooke Guest. So Jack Carson, not the most auspicious start to his innings, and he was protected by Harry Carvallas yesterday. Donostia, San Sebastian. I'd say it is. It's been caught by Wayne Madsen, who picks up another catch, and George Scrimshaw has 4 wickets now, and Carson lasts 2 deliveries. I should have concentrated more on that than what San Sebastian's called in Basque. My apologies for that. 380 for 9. They needed quick wickets, and they've got 2 of them. And they might be batting sooner than even Derbyshire expected, as Carson goes for a 2-ball duck.
Well, he can bat, can Jack Carson, and he will be desperately disappointed with that shot. I mean, I don't think he had to play it. From the angle at, it's slightly difficult to tell, but it looked to me like it was outside the off stump. That was probably one to leave, and he rather hung his back out to dry. And he's caught in the slips, and 2 rather tame dismissals from Sussex this morning. I did say yesterday, I spoke to Tom Clark after the close of play, and as I say, credit to Tom, he'd made 96, but he's a good lad, and he came out and he spoke last night, and I think the feeling in the Sussex dressing room was that there had been some soft dismissals, but at the end of the day, you'd probably settle for 376 for 7 when you've been put in. But from 150 without loss at the minute, Sussex are only looking at getting 3 batting points, and that will be disappointing. And they'll feel that if they don't get to 400 and pick up at least 4 batting bonus points, I think it is a missed opportunity.
Well, they've got plenty of time to do so, haven't they? Really? I mean, they've still got. So the final ball of George Scrimshaw's first over of the day, in which he's moved from 2 for 42 to 4 for 42, which looks a lot better.
It does. Might be after a 5. You might be intrigued again tonight, Fletch.
I don't mind that. Speaking of George, I want to talk about football. He's in to bowl to the new batsman who is Shipley, and it goes through to the keeper. And it's the end of a double wicket maiden. We saw 1 maiden yesterday morning. That was bowled by Suranga Lakmal in the carnage that was the 150 for none. We've just seen a double wicket maiden to begin with from the CN from George Scrimshaw. 2 wickets in 3 balls. Sussex 380 for 9. Henry Shipley yet to get off the mark. Finn Hudson-Prentice. Well, I think he might have a go here. Although, as you say, if Shipley can bat, does he trust him enough, or is he going to have a dart?
Well, me and my big mouth. I mean, Henry Shipley survived 21 overs at Cardiff.
Oh, excellent! Yes.
With Ollie Carter in the last game against Glamorgan. So he's a perfectly capable batsman. So I suspect he doesn't really need protecting. Derbyshire have got the field set out as if they're allowing Hudson-Prentice the strike. But Shipley is more than capable. But that could just be me getting it all wrong. In comes Lakmal, bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who plays to mid-on. There is no run. You mentioned football, Fletch. I always look forward to seeing you because we go back a long way to our non-league reporting days and days sitting up at the Shea. So it's always great to see him. We spent about 3/4 of an hour boring Ariana to death, who's sitting in the box with us here as we reminisced on days gone by. And we started talking about the Albion, and there's a lot of Sussex cricket supporters who are Albion fans, and you were reminiscing about games at Gillingham that you commentated on with
the Priestfield Stadium,
with Brighton against Halifax. In comes Lakmal, bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who plays that to backward point and takes the single. I think that probably tells us that he has complete faith in Henry Shipley. He
absolutely
goes to 57, does Hudson-Prentice. He's prepared to take a single off the first ball of the over. It is a little gloomy, and certainly over the downs to the north of the ground, there's some lowish cloud, sort of some breaks in it, but it just feels as if there may be...
Has that not disappeared, though? When it gets to the downs, is it gone?
Yeah, I think it is coming from the west, I think, or is it coming from the north? I'm not too sure, but it looks to me like it's coming off the sea, so I reckon it is coming from the west, so maybe that is gone, and what's coming from the west looks a little brighter, so fingers crossed. Now, 3 slips going in place. And it is going to be Blackwell who's going to come down the hill to bowl to the New Zealander Henry Shipley's in the bowls, and Shipley's going to get 4 runs, a rather fortunate 4 runs as well, looking to drive the ball through the covers, a big thick outside edge. The ball rattles through where Gully would have been, and Shipley is on his way with a boundary, and Sussex go to 385 for 9.
Take them where you can.
Absolutely, yeah.
When I saw them at the Withdean, Brighton, I'm fairly certain that Chris Wilder was the manager, because Chris had played at Brighton.
Chris had played at Brighton, yes, indeed.
Yeah, so I know he was looking forward to managing against Brighton back in the embryonic stage of his managerial career.
Comes Blackwell over the wicket bowls. Shipley covers up and plays defensively to mid-on, and there is no run. So when you went to, so we don't like to talk too much about football, but I'm interested. When you went to Gillingham to see Brighton play, that was Brighton against Halifax. And
yes.
I guess that wasn't a sellout.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't by any manner. I don't think I've seen a sellout at Gillingham, in fairness, even when Gillingham had been playing there. No, well, it was a fair old trek, wasn't it, for the Brighton supporters?
Oh, yeah.
Every Saturday and Tuesday nights and all the rest of it. Not great.
Yeah, and those fans did it for,
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely.
Amazing,
they deserve everything they have now.
In comes Blackwell, bowls, and Shipley drives very pleasantly to mid-off, and I think he showed with those last 2 shots that he's a capable lower order player is Henry Shipley. There is no run, 385 for 9.
Well, my last word on it is that both grounds are almost impossible to park near. The Withdean was hopeless.
Yes.
Because of where it's situated, and Gillingham's a nightmare.
Yeah, it's just street parking around there, isn't it, from memory?
Yeah.
Yep. 2 slips and a gully in place. There was 3 slips, but Ali has now gone to more of a gully position as Lackmal is racing in, bowls to Shipley, who defends to mid-off. They're allowing him the single, but he decides not to take it. Finn Hudson-Prentice will retain the strike. Surrender Lackmal's figures, 24 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 100. Sussex are 385 for 9. It means they've added 9 runs this morning. But 2 wickets have gone down. Ari Cavalos, without adding to his overnight score of 9, caught by Anus Dal, a backward point of the bowling of George Scrimshaw. And in the same over, Jack Carson, playing at a ball he didn't really need to play, and putting into the hands of Wayne Madsen, who took the ball in the slips. Carson out second ball for a duck. So good bowling so far for Derbyshire, and particularly for George Scrimshaw, who's got very impressive figures. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 42.
It's on the brink of a 5 for George. 4 for 42, his best bowling in first-class cricket. It is only his 6th first-class match, though. On his way in, bowls. That one is leading edge of Hudson-Prentice's bat, looks at the pitch, turns around and looks at the man at short leg, has a conversation with Harry Kane. They'll have played together a little bit. Harry Kane and Finn Hudson-Prentice probably came to Derbyshire. I think Harry Kane might have arrived just after Finn, but not too long after him, so they'll know each other well, because Finn obviously arrived and played a bit of second-team cricket before forcing his way into the first team. He waits now as Scrimshaw is on his way, and that one is pulled into the leg side for 4. It bounced, and a big puff of sand, it looked like. It might have been, they do reseed on a regular basis, don't they, if there are any little marks and blemishes on the pitch, but it just, a little puff of something came up as the ball bounced before it reached the boundary rope. But a good shot from Hudson-Prentice. It moves into the 60s. He's on 61. And Sussex at 389 for 9.
11 fours and a 6 for Hudson-Prentice. That's 44-50 of his 61 have come in boundaries.
Just lazy, isn't he?
He's batted really well. I was looking at the outfield here last night, Fletch, talking about the putt, and it is in immaculate
it's beautiful,
condition.
isn't it? Beautiful.
Ben Gibson and his team here do an amazing job. It looks absolutely fabulous.
And goes Scrimshaw again, and this one is also pulled around the corner, but they've dispensed with the short leg, and Harry Kame does the fielding out in the deep. So Hudson Prentice picks up a single, moves to 62, 390 for 9. Yes, it was almost the kind of outfield that you don't like walking on in case you spoil it.
Yeah, do you know exactly that? I walked across the outfield last night, and it was almost like walking across the 18th green.
Yes.
And someone calls out from the clubhouse and says, "Get off the green!"
Oi. And I have my high heels on as well, which want to please the ground staff.
Just looks, it looks, and it is. There's no excuses for a misfield here.
Scrimshaw in bowls to Shipley, who guides this out into the offside. Hudson Prentice keen on a single, Shipley not so much.
And I was thinking about Ben Gibson actually, because as with Derbyshire, there is a concert here, I believe next week, or certainly in the next couple of weeks, where the Who are playing here. And I always think about the groundsman, because they'd just be desperate they don't get any wet weather, because what you don't want is, I mean, I know they do their best to cover the outfield, but you can't do it completely. You don't want thousands of people tramping across your outfield if it's wet. I remember one year it was a very wet year for concerts.
Scrimshaw bowls, and that one is defended by Shipley up towards mid-on.
And the stage is always at this end of the ground.
Which makes sense with the slope, I suppose.
Yeah, but it was very wet. I remember Andy Mackay was the previous ground, and the ground looked fantastic before the concert, but they had some wet weather, and oh my lord, down there to reseed, and it's all the hard work. But it does bring in huge revenue for the club. I'm sure it's at Derby, because the Who are playing there as well.
They're essential. Friday night?
This Friday night.
So
the Who must be here next week then, I would imagine.
Supported by UB40.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Good lineup.
It's coming around the wicket now, George Scrimshaw to Henry Shipley.
I remember, Fletch, many, many years ago, going to see the Pretenders. Back in the day, and the support was this little known band, and generally with the support you go and stand in the bar, don't you? But the support was this band no one had heard of called UB40, and the bar began to empty, and people were saying, "Oh, these guys are pretty good."
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Ali Campbell's UB40 as around the wicket comes Scrimshaw, nicely played by Shipley, gets on top of the bounds, pushes it out into the offside, picks up a single to move on to 5 through 91 for 9 at the end of the over. Finn Hudson Prentice has 62. Well, I was trying to work out the last time I saw the Who. I have seen them before. Sadly, I never managed to see them while Keith Moon was alive. I did see them while John Entwistle was still with us. He isn't anymore. It's just Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey with Zach Starkey, who was with them last time I saw them. And it must have been in excess of 30 years ago since I last saw the Who at Manchester. So I'm really looking forward to Friday. Mr. Chief Executive, if you're listening.
In comes Lackmell over the wicket, bowls, and Shipley covers up, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. He plays very straight, Henry Shipley. He's certainly not your average county number 11 as he gets out next ball, but he's... As I say, Patrick, very well done at Cardiff a couple of weeks. A couple of emails, actually, from yesterday, which I didn't get a chance to read out, so I do apologise. One was from Ben Wood, who was listening to us yesterday over in a very foggy San Francisco. In comes Lackmell, 2 slips and a gully, he's in and bowls, and Shipley drives firmly, a little flat-footedly, but nonetheless straight to mid-wicket, there is no run. And he's a social player of Marin Cricket Club, who play at beautiful Larkspur in California.
Nice.
He says since 1932. I can't imagine, Ben, you've been playing since 1932, but I'd imagine there's been a cricket club there since 1932. So a foggy San Francisco. You're probably asleep at the minute, Ben, I would imagine, so apologies I didn't read that out yesterday. Clive also got in touch, talking about prices of tickets for various matches. In comes Lackmell, bowls. Shipley pulls away, and he's pulled that all the way for 6. Well, I said he could bat, and that demonstrates the ball lands on the roof of the Spenkarma Pavilion. It's a short boundary on that side, but nothing wrong with that. Lackmell testing him out with a short one, and Shipley says, "I'll take you on." He pulls it away for 6 runs. He goes to 11, and Sussex to 397 for 9.
Yeah, not a good delivery, really, at Lackmell's pace with that short boundary. Brenda's out.
Yeah, Brenda's out with some more balls. In fact, the ball, I think, bounced on the roof and went in the gardens behind.
It made quite a thud on the roof as well, didn't it? Yeah.
So Brenda's out.
People taking cover. But yeah, a disappointing delivery from Saranga Lakmal, in fairness. His pace, dropping it in short with a short boundary, is high-risk strategy.
But an interesting email from Clive yesterday, and I was talking to Ariana, and we were talking about the price of tickets going to some of the women's matches, because the women's Ashes on at the minute. The next game is tomorrow down in Bristol. And Clive was in touch, and he was saying, I'm a Sussex fan who lives in Birmingham. I'm also a Warwickshire season ticket holder. Warwickshire sold tickets for the women's Ashes T20 to members for £10. The same offer is being made for next year's international T20s. Cheapest test match tickets were £61 though, and most were in the £80 region. As in comes Latmel, there's some movement behind the bowler's arm. And Shipley, in fact, I'm not sure it was movement. I think actually they were still resetting the field.
Or a bit of chat.
Yeah, and
possibly.
Shipley, I mean, Latmal was about to deliver the ball, and Shipley stepped away, so that won't improve Latmal's mood any. He goes on to say, we were talking as well about the access to cricket facilities for people who just aren't able to afford the sport at the moment. More on that in a moment. In comes Latmal, bit of blue sky above the ground. Latmal bowls, and Shipley just steers that for 4 more. It's a surprise because there was a fine leg, but it was just steered by Henry Shipley through backward square for 4 runs. And Sussex get their 4th batting bonus point, 401 for 9, and that was almost in slow motion, Fletch, wasn't it? It was just clipped away, and I thought there was because there had been a fielder previously at deep backward square who'd come in a few paces, and Shipley just found the gap, and now there is a change in the field. In fact, there are 2 changes, because one of the slips is coming out to mid-wicket, and the square leg has now gone back to deep backward square, and there is a fine leg as well, so that's stopping that little shot. Shipley's taken 10 off the last 2 balls. In comes Latmal bowls, and Shipley is defensively forward, placed to mid-off, and there is no run. Clive goes on to say the lack of access to cricket facilities is a big problem. Warwickshire now accept videos of potential pathway players to avoid people having to make a long journey to Birmingham to attend a trial. Despite being a Warwickshire season ticket holder, I watch your coverage on YouTube, and Warwickshire aren't playing at Edgbaston. And Clive goes on to say, can we make Ariana a regular commentator subject to playing commitments? So there we are, Ariana. You got a fan. I didn't say that about me or you, Fletch.
I've never said it about me.
In comes Latmal bowl, Shipley solidly forward, placed to mid-off. And there is no run. End of the over. Sussex 401 for 9. The importance of which means that Sussex have Sussex have 4 batting bonus point. Derbyshire have the maximum at 3 bowling points. And I think probably what Derbyshire have learnt in the last couple of overs is that Henry Shipley is a decent number 11. As far as county championship is concerned. So thank you, Clive, for your email. And one from Ian yesterday, which I'll read again if you're listening, Ian. Apologies for not reading it yesterday, but I'll read that at the end of this over.
George Scrimshaw is going to continue. Unsurprisingly, picked up 2 wickets already this morning. I'm not sure I'll get through this over, actually. Although I haven't been summoned yet. His first delivery is turned into the leg side by Finn Hudson-Prentice for a single. He moves on to 63 from just 62 deliveries. 402 for 9.
It's brightening up, Fletch. From the west, if that's where the weather's coming from, there's certainly a bit of blue sky, so good news. Derbyshire obviously thinking that they've got more chance of getting Shipley out, which you would think is generally the right tactic.
Yeah, I'm afraid I've got to go, Adrian.
That's all right, Fletch. So we'll hear from Ariana, who will that will please Clive, who was pleased to have Ariana on our team. In comes Scrimshaw bowls, and he's caught is Henry Shipley at backward point, and that's 5 wickets for George Scrimshaw, caught at backward point. Shipley is on his way for 15, so well bowled George Scrimshaw, who's picked up 3 wickets this morning, and has got the very fine figures of 16.2 overs, 3 maidens, and has taken 5 for 49. And Sussex are dismissed for 402. Ariana, I'm sorry about that. It's coming into commentary and a wicket falls. A terrific morning as far as Derbyshire are concerned.
Yeah, what a start this is compared to yesterday's start for them. Double wicket made to start off the day and then another wicket falling, and that's the end of the Sussex innings. I think I'll be very happy to have finished off in a couple of overs this morning and see them walking back, getting ready to bat soon.
What do you think the psyche will be here from a Sussex point of view? Because from 150 without loss, they've then lost 10 wickets for 250, or 252 in reality.
Yeah, I think they would have been very happy with that start and pleased and hoping to push on from there and create a very big total to put pressure on Derbyshire visiting Sussex here today. But unfortunately they haven't done that. I think there will be some disappointment, some players feeling they got themselves out there a bit. There was a few loose shots this morning and a couple yesterday where it just wasn't needed, and Sussex could have really had a nice day, another day of batting really, but that's not to be the case. So now they need to pick themselves up and get ready to bowl out.
Yeah, and actually Paul Farbrace has spoken a lot about Sussex letting situations go. It's been a reoccurring theme this season. I felt last night at the close that Sussex would have probably settled for 7 down, being asked to bat. What did they go to the close at? 376 for 7. But I tend to agree with you. I think 402. It does just feel like a wasted opportunity, really. A chance to really bat Derbyshire out of the game.
Yep, that's what I have to say. Yeah, that's exactly the vibe that has happened. So,
Finn Hudson-Prentice, not for him though, coming in at number 7 and carrying on his good form this season, because he's got someone in the middle order. I know it was against his old county, but he batted very nicely this morning as well. Yeah,
there were definitely moments in there from the Sussex batters where we did look good, and we did have moments where it was going well for us, and it was nice to be a Sussex supporter at that point. But as cricket is, it ebbs and flows, and very much it goes in one way in favour of one team and then it swings the other just like that. So yeah.
Okay, so we're going to take a break just for a few moments as the ground staff are out in the middle with their paint pots and the roller is out there as well, their brushes as well, getting things sorted out for when Derbyshire will start their reply. The good news is here, the weather I think is brightening up. There was a bit of uncertainty around the weather forecast today. I was certainly expecting there to be rain this morning. Fletch said there was a few spots first thing this morning as he left his hotel and walked to the ground, but no more than that. And there are blue skies coming in from the west. So we'll take a little break here just for a few moments. Sussex bowled out for 402, losing 3 wickets this morning for the addition of 26 runs. Henry Shipley, the last man out, for 15. Jack Carlson out for a duck. Ari Cavalos for 9, without adding to his overnight score. Finn Hudson-Prentice finishing not out on 63. We'll leave the effects mic bubbling away and be back with you for more commentary in 5 minutes' time.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Durham, the leaders of Division 2 of the County Championship. Raining again in Cardiff. They didn't get underway yesterday at all. And it looks like it's raining there again today. When they do start, Glamorgan will be batting. But they are playing at New Road, where Yorkshire are 166 without loss against Worcestershire. Both batsmen, Alex Lythe and Finley Bean, are 77 not out. So the umpires make their way out to the middle. There's the customary huddle. Do you have a huddle when you are playing at the Sunrisers, Ariana? Do you all get together like the Sussex lads are there?
Yeah, I think it's a very common thing actually to have a huddle before you go out as a team.
Who generally, I mean, presumably it's a skipper who speaks, or does everyone sort of chip in? Or
yeah, so for us we usually have a team chat with the coach, but then when it's a team huddle like that, it's usually the captain and the more experienced girls or the vice captain that will say something. And usually maybe if you've got a joke on the team, they'll pop up with a joke before you go out. Yeah.
Is there a joker in the Sunrisers?
We always have jokers. In any team there's always a joker.
That's an unfair question, asking who the joker is, but just keeps things a little light-hearted. Anyway, we're about to get underway. The weather does look like it's clearing up a bit. There's not that it was raining before, but it was a bit overcast and to the north of the ground. And I think Fletch is right. That's where the weather is going to. So what we can see has been and gone, and behind us is what's important. And there are brighter skies. So good news. It just feels like a good morning to be bowling, though, Ariana. To me, it just feels a little bit. You know, it's cloudy. It's overcast. overcast. Henry Shipley is going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, and he's going to be bowling to Harry Kane, who's opening the batting with Lewis Rees. As you would expect, Sussex very much on the attack. 3 slips, Tom Alsop at first, Tom Clark at second, James Coles at third, Jack Carson in the gully. Backward point, Finn Hudson-Prentice in those very distinctive orange-heeled boots. Tom Haynes at mid-off with his hands in pockets. Ari Cabalas at mid-on. Daniel Ibrahim at mid-wicket. As in comes Shipley to bowl the first ball to Harry Kane, who punches the first ball away through the covers. Now, I don't think that's going to go all the way for 4. If they chase after that, I think they can stop that going for 4. He was a little late getting on his way, was Tom Haynes, and the ball's gone away for 4 runs. I don't think there was a degree of sloppiness about that from Sussex, because he didn't really time that, Harry Kane, and it never looked to me like it was going to reach the boundary, and I think everybody thought it was. Anyway, it's raced away for 4 runs, so a terrific start for Derby. Am I being harsh, Ariana?
It was a difficult one to try and stop there. He just put in the dive just as it went over the rope, and it was a good effort, but...
I just wondered whether they thought it was going for 4 and then eventually realised that it wasn't. Anyway, a good start for Harry Kane. He's 4 not out. In comes Shipley, bowls, and Kane is 4 to ball of good length. Shipley fields of his own bowling, and there is no run, and the... In fact, it isn't Ari Cavalos who's at mid-on at all. It's Nathan McAndrew who's at mid-on, and Ari Cavalos is down at fine leg. I think Cavalos might bowl quite well this morning. It's just the sort of conditions that might suit him. A little bit of cloud overhead, and he he bowls this very nagging line and length, Ari Cavalos, so we'll see how he goes. For the time being, it's the New Zealander Henry Shipley. He's on his way down the hill, bowls, and Kane flicks it one down a fine leg, and that's 4 more. And we did say about that total of 400 for 2 that it looks a good total, but there's this very short boundary, and Fletcher's going to make... Have I made a mistake, Fletcher?
No. All 4 innings at Worcester with the Kookaburra ball, 50 inside the first 10 overs.
Great stat. Great stat. So let's see if suddenly it looks as if that could carry on. But it is a very short boundary, and it just needed a little tickle there from Harry Kane to pick up a second boundary. And Derbyshire off to a nice start, 8 without loss. Shipley in again, bowls, pulled away by Kane, and that's going to be 6, I think. No, it's not. It's a boundary. Must have been 1 bounce. So short from Henry Shipley. So it's not too often you see 3 boundaries in the opening over. But 4 balls of the Derbyshire innings, and they're already 12 without loss. T20 stuff.
Yeah, I think the bowler, obviously, the first one was just pitched up a bit too much, and all batters are going to capitalise on that. But the short boundary, and I think short, it's just getting put away.
It is. Kane waits. Shipley in again, bowls. Kane is forward to a ball of good length, punches 2 mid-on, and there is no run. I think Ollie Carter thought that was the end of the over, but it wasn't. So I think that is something we have to take into account in this game, and we did yesterday when Sussex got off to a flyer and they were 150 without loss. You know, that I'm not saying Derbyshire didn't bowl well yesterday morning. They bowled far better in the rest of the innings, but it is a really, really short boundary, and at the moment, as you would expect, Sussex aren't defending that boundary. I'm sure they will if it carries on like this. In comes Shipley, bowls, came right in behind, that ball just drops at his feet. There is no run. So end of the opening over. Derbyshire are 12 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Ariana Dowse, Dave Fletcher, your commentary team. Just to reiterate, Sussex bowled out this morning for 402. George Scrimshaw picking up all 3 wickets this morning and finishing with the excellent figures of 16.2 overs, 3 maidens. He took 5 for 49.
Yeah, it was a very impressive spell this morning from him, wasn't it? We have...
It's going to be Carbalos, yes.
From the sea end.
And I just like the line and length that Harry Carbalos bowls, and just nips the ball around a little bit. So he could be quite useful here this morning. We'll see.
And he's bowling from the seaside in. He's in bowls, and it's just flicked off the legs there, but mid-on for no run. The first ball for Lewis Rees this morning.
I need to check, actually, because there was a game at Derby a few years ago, and I'm fairly certain that Lewis Rees made a big 100, or maybe even a double 100, in a game that Sussex lost. I'll check that out. I think it was the last year of Jason Gillespie's time here, so that may be 3 or 4 years ago. But Derbyshire won either way.
As Carvelos is in bowls and it's just defended off the legs there.
I think he had a terrific game from memory. He took wickets and made runs, and Sussex rather fell in a heap in the second innings from memory. And I think the game might have been all over in 3 days.
Well, I'm sure Dave will have a look and let us know the stats for that one.
Fletch is on the case.
Yep. And Ari Carvelos is in bowls to Rees, and he's just driving this time, but again, same result, no run. As Midon does the fielding for the 3rd time in this over for 3 dots in a row.
He's got a very upright stance, hasn't he, Lewis Rees? You know, when he strikes the ball, he's very cleanly strikes the ball from that position. Watch him again.
And it's the same field as the previous over as he's in bowls, and it's just tried to flip down the leg but to no avail, and into the keeper's gloves it goes. It gets passed around all those slips.
Yeah. Of which there are 3. It looks like 3 slips in a gully, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Harry Kane's bootlace has come undone by the looks of it, so he's having to do some... Just taking off his gloves at the non-strikers, and there could be a brief delay here, actually. I know he's ready now.
And Ari Carvelos is in bowls and defended nice this time into the offside for no run. This has been a lovely start here from Ari Carvelos. I think, as you said, his line and area has been very on it this morning.
He is, and he's not express pace. I think he knows what his limitations are in terms of the pace that he bowls. So he just generally tends to pitch the ball up and gives the ball a chance, which is what you want to see from your opening bowl. In fact, he's changing the angle of his attack now, coming around the wicket.
As he is in bowls, and again just defended solidly back to him there. And the end of a maiden over for Carvelos' first over.
Nice and tidy, wasn't it, from Ari Carvelos? Listening to Mark Wood, who was on the radio this morning on my drive down this morning, talking about his exploits in the Test match up at Headingley this week. And he was asked whether he thought he could bowl any faster than he is at the moment, and he said actually he thinks that's probably as fast as he can bowl, but he was talking about the strain that goes through your knees and your ankle when you're bowling at that speed.
I can imagine.
That was an interesting interview. In comes Henry Shipley over the wicket bowls, and Kane is right in behind that, plays it to backward point, fielded by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. I've been handed a piece of paper by our resident scorer Fletch in the corner. Very kind of him. 200 and here we are. So Derbyshire against Sussex 2019. Thank you, Fletch, very kind of you. Lewis Rees made 184 in the second innings. I thought he made runs. Does that say he made 0 in the first innings, Fletch? There we are. Shipley in again bowls. Kane pulls away, and is he caught? He is caught. And Shipley picks up a wicket. It was pulled away. He didn't time it, Harry Kane. I was expecting to see that one disappearing over the leg side boundary, but he's got Daniel Ibrahim clearly didn't time that at all, did Harry Kane. He'll be desperately disappointed having got off to such a good start, but he's on his way. Shipley picks up a wicket, and all of a sudden this morning we've had 4 wickets in the opening 3/4 of an hour. I was expecting that to be pulled away for 4 runs, and I have to say I think Harry Kane would be very disappointed to have got out to that.
Yeah, I think the first over just anything short, when you put your hands through it, goes for 4 in this field, so it's one shot that you back yourself to do that, but he didn't quite get all of that. He hit it straight to the fielder and slightly aerial. He needed to be a bit more disciplined with how hard he was hitting that and which way he was hitting it, in the ground or in the air, and unfortunately he's gone for 12 off 8.
I just wondered if you got that a bit high on the bat. I mean, clearly we only get one chance to have a look at it, but I was very surprised to see the catch being taken. I expected to see that disappearing away over that leg side boundary.
Yeah, especially after the previous over where he hit 2 of the one cracking shot which you thought went for 6, but was probably one bounce 4 there.
So first wicket goes down, and the new man coming in is Brooke Guest. Coming back to that game back in 2019, and again, thank you to Fletch. Lewis Rees made 184 in the second innings. He made a duck in the first innings. Derbyshire won the game by 181 runs on day 3, so I was right on several counts, really. And Rees also took 5 for 53 in the Sussex first innings, so he had a terrific game. Did Lewis Rees, who's at the non-striker's end. He's yet to score. Sussex have picked up a wicket. And Henry Shipley, having gone for 12 runs in his opening over, will be very pleased to have picked up a wicket. But Harry Kane will be disappointed. We'll get Fletcher's view on that when he's back on commentary. Which will be just after 12 o'clock. As in comes Shipley. Down the hill, bowls to Brooke Guest, who's forward, placed solidly to mid-off. And there is no run. Still the 3 slips in place. Allsop at first, Clark at second, James Coles at third. He's got the sun hat on. Jack Carson, fresh from signing a new 3-year deal here at Hove, is in the gully. Hudson Prentice at point. Tom Haynes at mid-off. Nathan McAndrew at mid-on. In comes Shipley, bowls. And Guest is struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal, which is turned down by the umpire. Guest rather caught on his crease. Difficult for us to tell from this angle. We're looking directly, or I'm looking directly over the shoulder of James Coles, who's fielding at third slip. So difficult to tell from here whether that was in line. I thought height-wise was probably okay, because Guest really didn't get forward. So maybe the umpire deciding that was sliding down the leg side. I'm not going to embarrass myself by deciding which umpire is at the far end. We couldn't tell them apart yesterday because they are dressed identically and they're a similar stature as well. Shipley in, bowls. Guest this time lets that go. Taken waist high by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. Good carry through to the keeper. And it was a point that Fletch made yesterday that in general terms there was good carry. 1 or 2 kept low, but I think if you put your back in here at Hove, there is a bit of bounce, and suddenly George Scrimshaw picking up those 5 wickets, showing that's the case. Ajmal Shazad and the Derbyshire backroom staff just making their way down below us here in the commentary box. As in comes Shipley, bowls, and right in behind that is Brooke Guest, plays into the gully, fielded by Jack Carson. It's the end of the over. A wicket maiden from Henry Shipley. It's a funny old game, isn't it? He goes for 12 in his first over and then picks up a wicket maiden. So 2 maidens on the bounce. One from Aric Harvelos, one from Henry Shipley, and Derbyshire are 12 with 1, with Harry Kane, the man out, caught a square leg by Daniel Ibrahim for 12.
Yeah, unfortunately with that added pressure of a maiden from this end and then a wicket in the last over, I think the pressure will be on Derbyshire now. Just get in, stick around and accumulate some runs finally. So we'll see how this over goes as Aric Harvelos goes in from the seaside end. And it's just defended nicely there by Rees, who said no to his partner, who was looking forward to a run there.
Sorry, Fletch. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Indebted to Fletch, he's got all the gear. Fletch, he's got his well, no, that's certainly not the case. So thank you very much for that. So Hassan Adnan is at the far end of the ground. There's another delay, and I think that's because there was some chatter in the slips as well. Lewis Rees quite within his right to say, hold on to Aric Harvelos. He sort of pulls up the sleeve of his shirt pretty much every ball, Aric Harvelos, as he prepares to bowl.
He's in bowls, and it's just flicked off his legs there, but fielded by, well, slight misfield, but stopped by the fielder at mid-wicket there.
That looks to me like Brad Curry who's on the field. Indeed, it is Brad Curry, so somebody's not on the field for Sussex. I didn't pick that up earlier on. They were certainly seemed to start with the original 11, but someone has gone off the field, so I'll see if I can work out who that is.
I'll let you try and spot that one, though.
I think it might be Tom Haynes.
As in goes Aric Harvelos into the Lewis Rees, and he just leaves that one alone outside his off stump. And a nice little cheer from the slip cordon, as you'd expect from an opening spell.
Yeah, Henry Shipley's down at fine leg. Mid wicket is definitely Brad Curry, and that looks like Nathan McAndrew a bit. So I think Tom Haynes is off the field, which is a little odd after just in the 4th over of the innings.
And Eric Calvados is in bowls, and that's
Shot.
driven nicely by Reese, and it's not going to go all the way. There is a pursuit here, but they should get a few. Picked up literally just inside that rope on that longer boundary here at Hove today, and they'll pick up 3 runs to add to the total.
Yeah, nice looking shot. You said it quite time it, but it was nicely placed through the offside. Please, James Kirtley, the Sussex bowling coach, is that Cavallos is pitching the ball up. He's making the batsman play here, which is what you want to see against a new ball in what you would say helpful-ish conditions. It is overcast, an occasional patch of blue sky, but there is heavier cloud around, and Sussex not helping their own downfall with a couple of poorish shots this morning, but maybe there's a little bit of movement out there for the seamers.
Yeah, and a little bit of wind as well, you can see with flags as Ivory Carvelos is in. That's left alone as it's slightly wider of a off stump there. No need for the batter to play at that one. But yeah, I think it's a bit windier as well today.
Yeah, a little bit of a breeze. I just wonder, actually, Ariana, with Tom Haynes being off the field, I wonder if he injured himself when he chased that ball back out to the boundary in the first over. The ball that I thought Harry Kane's first shot through the covers for 4, and Tom Haynes dived over the ropes. So I wonder whether I may be completely wrong. It may be nothing to do with it, but.
Well, let's hope you're wrong, because we don't want another injury.
No,
here.
we don't want another injury.
As Ari Calvelos is in, he bowls, and it's just defended nicely there by Guest. And that's the end of the over.
Yes, I don't know if you saw there was a T20 match here against Hampshire 2 or 3 weeks ago, and Brad Curry, it was a game that was on Sky actually, and Brad Curry took a fantastic catch. Fletcher's nodding. It was over in front of the scoreboard, and it was almost like a Superman catch. He dived full length and caught. Did you see it, Ariella? It was unbelievable.
So I didn't watch the game, but at cricket the next day, all the girls were showing me this video
were
on
they?
Instagram. Yeah, it was a spectacular catch, and
was,
all the girls were like, "Whoa, look at this one! Did you not see it?" I was like, "No." They just all showed me, and it was spectacular. That catch.
It was sort of the catch of the season. Really, it was a brilliant catch by Brad Curry. Who was very pleased. He hasn't played a lot of cricket. He's played in the T20s, did very well, but his mum and dad were here as well. It was on Sky, and it was excellent stuff. In comes Henry Shipley running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road. In bowls to Reese, who lets that one go. Good bounce again through to Ollie Carter, who took that round about the midriff. And there is no run. And actually, there was a photographer here that evening, and he came in, and I said, "Did you get the catch?" And all the photographs that he took, he didn't get that catch.
No, that's
he was just in the wrong part of the ground. I mean, he can't be everywhere, but
Yeah.
But it would have made a brilliant photograph. But actually, good job that Sky were here, because there are cameras here at Hove at either end. But to get that, on camera, I'm sure Brad's going to keep that forever. In comes Shipley, bowls, and Reese just shuffles across his crease and lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Carter. And there is no run.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for the photographers during a cricket match. Like, you have to get that key moment, that wicket, that catch, and it's a long old day of cricket to keep taking photos.
It is, and they take hundreds of photographs throughout the day.
Thousands.
Thousands. You just don't, what you don't want is a rival photographer to get that picture of that incident. So they've got to be on their game the whole time. Carvelos is in, bowls, and again let go by Reese, taken by Carter, and there is no run. And I would imagine that probably from that point of view, you're probably taking photographs of pretty much every delivery, because we don't know, neither you, Fletcher, or I know what's going to happen with the next delivery. We could see the best catch of all time. We could see a middle stump uprooted. We could see Lewis Reese play a classical off drive for 4 runs. We don't know. So if you're a photographer, he doesn't know either.
Exactly. That's the difficult bit about it as well. Can't predict, like in football, when they're at one end, you'll get ready kind of thing.
Shipley in bowls, and in the end, all that happens is a no ball. And Henry Shipley overstepping with his front foot, and 2 more runs to the total, 17 for 1. Fletch back with us in a few moments' time. He's got an update to do to the listeners in Derbyshire. Derbyshire 17 for 1. For those of you just tuning in this morning for the first time, Sussex bowled out for 402, which, considering they were 150 without loss, I think will be disappointing for Sussex. I felt last night it was about even Stevens, and Sussex would have been reasonably pleased. Shipley bowls, and Rees is dropped. I think he's dropped, or difficult to tell from here, but it went very fast to James Coles, who's in at third slip. Difficult to tell from this angle. We probably need someone up in the Spencarmer Pavilion, maybe Tim up there, to let us know whether that carried to James Coles. Our feeling here, it was a chance. The guys might know on the stream as well if they've got a chance to look at the replay. James Coles has got hands on hips. So we don't want to say it was a drop if it wasn't, but certainly it flew into the slip. So we're slightly reliant on others because we couldn't see that from our commentary position. Nonetheless, Rees is on, picks up a run. In comes Shipley, bowled, and that's a terrific delivery. Now that really was. That almost took off and squared up Brooke Guest, and it rattled through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. And Henry Shipley is bowling with a good deal of pace here down the hill and a bit of extra bounce as well.
I think all fast bowlers, he's done really well this morning there, especially when like a half chance like that goes. I think you're going to get a little bit of aggression out on that next delivery, a little bit of extra pace.
Well, I'm going to put next to Lewis Rees, drop question mark, because I'm not sure. But Shipley is bowling with good pace here, down the hill, bowls and tucked away by Guest. He's going to pick up a couple of, well stopped by Ari Carvelos running around from fine leg, does really well. But it's a couple of runs, in fact they're leg buys, so they won't go against the bowl. It's the end of Henry Shipley's over. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, and has taken 1 for 15, and Derbyshire are 20 for 1. Brooke Guest yet to score. Lewis Rees is on 4. I'll just leave you with Ariana for 2 seconds. I'm just going to inquire from the guys in the press box whether they thought that was a chance.
Always good to get other opinions on cricket matters. That's why we have more than one of us in the commentary box here today. And it's just, I'm just reflecting on the start yesterday compared to today. We had Tom Haynes and Clark in and just absolutely smacked it around yesterday morning compared to this start today, as that's left alone by Rees.
The general consensus in the press box is that it just was in short of James Coles, and Chris Philby has been in touch. Hello, Chris. He must be listening somewhere over there in the Spencarmer Pavilion, so thank you for getting in touch. And Chris has confirmed that it didn't carry to slip, so I can cross out dropped on 3 question mark, and we can erase that from the records, so not a chance. Thank you, everyone.
As Ari Carvelos is in bowls, and then again left alone there by Rees, and it hits the keeper's gloves quite nicely.
It does, and I think that's a feature actually, Ariana. You know, the bowlers here have bent their back. Henry Shipley bending his back. We saw George Scrimshaw do it as well. You know, there's good pace in this pitch and good carry through to the keepers, which is seen throughout the game, which is really good to see.
Definitely, and I'd say the start of this morning compared to yesterday is chalk and cheese, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I just wonder why that's the case, as Ari Carvelos is in bowls, and that's beautifully driven, but middle stump out the ground and no runs to the batter with such a straight and strong drive there.
Well, you're quite right. I mean, I said shot. It was a lovely shot, wasn't it? I mean, you drilled the ball back past the bowler, and you expect that to go for 4 runs, but as I say, it hit the middle stump at the non-striker's end, and probably a good job that Brooke Guest was in his ground. Not that Ari Carvelos seemed to get any sort of a hand on that, but good shot for no runs.
And Ari Carvelos changes his line and comes around the wicket, and it's defended there for no run into the covers.
Tom Haynes is back on the ground, so it can't have been anything too serious for Tom. And Brad Curry has gone off. Nathan McAndrew is now signalling for something to be brought out for him at mid. I wonder what all these signs mean. I don't know whether you have signs when you're playing, Ariana, what you want brought out, whether it's drinks or gloves or whatever, but he's making some sort of a signal to the balcony.
As Ari Carvelos is in bowls, and that's left alone again. I think one of the weirdest ones I've had is one of my teammates requesting lip balm to be brought out.
Really?
And the signal and the communication wasn't quite. I was like, what? I was rather confused at the signal she was trying to make there.
Yeah, I don't know what you would do with that.
Yeah.
I mean, people might think, what on earth? What's all that about?
I just had to run out a drink and be like, what do you want? I'm sorry, I do not understand this hand signal.
Oh, that's excellent.
And Ari Carvelos is running in again from the seaside end this morning here at home, and it's just defended there neatly by Reese for no run. That's the end of another maiden over there. Derbyshire still on 20-1.
I have to say, Ari Carvelos doesn't bowl with express pace, but neither does he try to bowl with express pace either. He just bowls a really good, accurate, nagging line and length. And I think from a skipper's point of view, it's exactly what you want. You've got the new ball, you want to make the batsman play every single delivery, and pretty much that's what you get from Ari Carvelos. He just nips the ball around a little bit. If we had a graph of where every ball's pitching, I reckon it's probably all pitching around middle and off. I think he's doing an excellent job for Sussex. Henry Shipley is going to carry on down the hill. He's coming into bowl to Brooke Guest. He's in and bowls, and Guest is right in behind this, plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. Still 3 slips and a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Derbyshire 20-1. Harry Kane, the man out, caught by Daniel Ibrahim at square leg, mistiming a hook. And he was on his way for 12, having hit 3 boundaries in Henry Shipley's opening over. Sussex bowled out this morning for 402. The final 3 wickets this morning going down for the addition of just 27 runs. In comes Shipley again, over the wicket bowls and played by Guest to mid-off, fielded there by Tom Haynes. And there is no run. Quickly rattle through the scores in the other games in a moment's time. Fletcher will be with us in a few moments, giving his update to the listeners elsewhere. So still raining in Cardiff. It's rained for about a day and a half in Cardiff, and they're still not on. That game against Leicestershire. Between innings up at... in fact, Durham now batting against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire making 316 yesterday. Durham 32-1 in reply. In comes Shipley, bowls, driven away, but straight to backward point. Good stop there by Finn Hudson-Prentice in his orange-heeled boots. And there is no run. Michael Jones, the man out for Durham for 4. So Durham 32-1. And down at New Road, Yorkshire continuing on their way, but they have lost a wicket. Adam Lythe, LBW to Ben Gibbon for 79. Finley being going on very nicely. He's 87 not out. Yorkshire 179-1. In comes Shipley, over the wicket bowls and tucked away by Guest, who gets his first run down to fine leg, fielded by Ari Carvelos. And a single to Guest. 21-1 are Derbyshire. Shipley in his 4th overs, having started off like a train at Derbyshire, getting 12 off the opening over. The run rate has rather dried up in the face of some good new ball bowling here by Sussex. Henry Shipley, the New Zealander who's here for the next championship game where Sussex go to Yorkshire, which is next week. Shipley in bowls. Reese looks to drive outside the off stump and surveys the bottom of his bat. The ball whistles through to Ollie Carter behind the stumps, and there is no run. Still the 3 slips in place for the left-hander and a gully. There's a deep backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Ari Carvelos literally down below us doing a bit of Pilates.
No, I don't think that counts as Pilates. Just
stretching out something or another down in front of us. Final ball of the over. Shipley is in bowls and Reese drives back to Shipley with a bit of football, stops the ball. End of the over. 21-1. Reese on 4. Guest on 1. High time to get Fletch back in the commentary box, and he's going to join Ariana as we switch the headphones around. So a brief delay.
We're getting there now, aren't we? We're getting there now. I knew we would at some point. Thank you, Adrian. A bit more on that game, the Lewis Reese game, as it's universally known, in 2019 at Derby. Finn Hudson-Prentice played for Derbyshire that day, made 14 and 17. But with the ball, 3 for 47 in the first innings and 3 for 36 in the second. Here is Ari Carvelos bowling to Brooke Guest, who leaves the ball alone to go through to Ollie Carter, who I hadn't spotted when he was batting. But he has got a magnificent mane of hair, hasn't he, Ollie Carter? Ooh. That is sensational.
Ooh.
All over his shoulders. He looks like a wicketkeeper. He's a little bit scruffy, and I like that in him.
It's definitely a look, isn't it?
Well, it would be a look that I would have if it was at all possible. 21 for 1, Carveas in his fourth over. 0 for 3 his figures at the moment, and they just become 0 for 4, possibly 5. No, just a single taken by Guest. He clipped it into the leg side. And Derbyshire move on to 22 for 1. So a steady start overall. A ridiculously fast start. He was basically targeting the short boundary. Harry came and clothed it to Dan Ibrahim at mid-wicket. From what I could tell, I had a quick look at the replay, because you don't see the catch being taken on the replays on the replay ECB website. As Carveas is into the left-handed Lewis Rees, 4 slips, and he lets that one go outside the off stump through to Carter. So there's the 4 slips, there's a point, there is a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, there's a man down at long leg. And Brad Curry's still out there as far as I can tell. I had to write him down. Yeah, there he is, he's the designated clapper, look. Getting involved at mid-on. Rees waits. Carveas is on his way in past the umpire and bowls to him. He goes onto the back foot, pushes it out into the offside. There's no run there. The fielder just struggles to pick it up. At the first attempt, as he bent down, he managed to kick it a few yards away from him there, Jack Carlson, but he picked it up eventually. And they were never going to go through for a single.
Yeah, it's been tidy from Sussex this morning.
He's need some wickets. Come on, the Blaze. They're our boys, girls, our boys. 22 for 1. Carveas bowls, driven nicely, but not timed completely by Lewis Rees. He's going to get a couple of runs here. They do get back for the second as the ball is picked up and thrown back in by Tom Haynes.
Yeah, the Blaze are playing Vipers this morning, so it's definitely us versus you and both.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Men's and women's at the moment.
The Blaze have got a bit of an issue for me with the fan base, in that they were Loughborough obviously last year, and they were relatively poor last year. They've been much, much better this season. Got to the T20 final. It's Carveas bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Rees. But because they're called the Blaze, they obviously don't want to say we are the Leicestershire Blaze, the Derbyshire Blaze, the Nottinghamshire Blaze, and as a result, they're sort of identityless, if you like. They represent the East Midlands. We covered a game at Derby when they played in a double header against the Vipers, I think.
Possibly, yeah.
T20 match, double header with Derbyshire against Northamptonshire, terrific game. And we were talking then about this because they played at Derby, they played at Grace Road. I think they've played at Trent Bridge. I assume they've played at Trent Bridge, seeing as Trent Bridge seems to have taken over the entire social media operation.
As Shipley is in bowls and just left alone there by Brooke Guest.
Last week they played a game at Chesterfield, which of course is one of Derbyshire's home grounds. When I was writing the preview to go on in the news bulletins and then the report afterwards, I had to call them the Blaze, who represent the East Midlands, because people don't really know, who aren't into cricket. They just won't know who the Blaze are. Yeah,
it's been a big rebrand for them, because previously they've been linked to Loughborough Lightning, so the Lightning, and that has been changed this year as Shipley is in. And that's off the hip there, but for no runners, square leg is in on that one for no run. And it's been this whole restructure around like their identity and like moving away from just the Loughborough and to be a region kind of thing. And as you say, they play all over the place in their region. So
I mean, it's good that they do take the game to a number of different counties, but it's just, I mean, in a few years, people will know who the Blaze are, I suppose, and it's just getting that message out there, isn't it, to say, look, these are your team, East Midlands, get behind them.
Exactly, as Shipley is in bowls, and it's just flicked off the legs there, but for no run, as it's fitted by mid-wicket, with the floppy hat almost coming off there in the wind, but not quite.
It'll happen.
But yeah, I assume once they start winning stuff, and as you said, they did really well in the T20s, and they got through to final. I thought, personally, they should have won finals, but because of the rain and all the circumstances and Vipers being a very strong team, they lost, but they didn't lose a game that whole competition until that.
so I was very much backing them.
Always the way, isn't it?
Yeah, Vipers just came through with the win for the Charlotte Edwards Cup there, as Shipley comes into a bowl from the Cromwell end, and it's past the edge to the keeper. Really bounced that one, took off with some extra pace there, and just took everyone a bit by surprise.
He's had 2 or 3 of those, hasn't he, so far, Shipley? He's managed to get it through at a decent lick. I don't think there's anybody as quick as George Scrimshaw necessarily in the current Sussex side, but Shipley is getting it through pretty quickly.
As he's in, and he is bowled, and it's just defended off the front foot there for no run.
The fact that the ball came off the middle of the bat for that defensive shot, you'd never know if you were just listening to the slip cordon. And they were convinced that was close to picking up a wicket. It wasn't.
No, there was far too much good bat involved in that one. Few solid shots though, very solid with the bat this morning. Unfortunately not picking up too many runs, as there's not been too many loose deliveries to put away, as Shipley comes in, bowls, and it's just flicked off legs, and just as I say that, it's flicked off legs for 4, straying with his line there, Shipley, and ending what would have been a maiden over with a 4. A lovely shot there by Reese, I believe, was on strike.
Guest.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's one of those, isn't it? If you can get it past the man who's in at mid-wicket, who's in a catching position, once it's gone either side of him, it's going to go to the boundary there, that short boundary, which we spoke about yesterday, and it's going to be the same for both sides. So ultimately, it doesn't matter whether you've got a short boundary at one side and a long boundary on the other, because both teams have to work out how to combat that.
Yeah, it is a competition of who can defend / attack that boundary most.
No question, yeah. If you can defend that short boundary, then you're going to save yourself a lot of heartache. Harry Carveas is in again from the sea end around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who just pushes that. They're very excitable, the slip cordon. Pushes that to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. Took the catch to dismiss Harry Kame at mid-wicket. He's also at mid-wicket for the left-handed Lewis Rees, but with the bowling from the sea end. Nathan McAndrew just doing some stretching. As Carveas is in and bowls to Rees. That's wide of the off stump and hammered away. Nice half stop from Finn Hudson-Prentice. And they only get a single for that. When it came off the bat, I think Lewis Rees might have thought he was going to get it all the way to the boundary, but a good piece of work from Hudson-Prentice, who is easy to spot for so many reasons, but he must be very, very close to breaking the amount of orange on his boots guidelines, because they are the most orange boots I've seen for a long time.
As long as we don't report him too much, I'm sure it won't get picked up on.
Deduction of points. Carveas bowls wide of the off stump, allowed to go through to wicket-keeper Ollie Carter. McAndrew's down on his back now, stretching out. I've just received a message. Let's see what it says. It's from Gary Hickenbottom. Plays for the Derbyshire disability team. They're top of the league and are playing Yorkshire on July the 23rd as Carveas goes in and bowls, played off the back foot by Brooke Guest, straight to the man at point, who is Hudson-Prentice. So they're playing Yorkshire on the 23rd of July, knowing that a win wins the division and a playoff place to get into the Premiership. Excellent. That's good news. So that's the Derbyshire disability team, top of the league and playing Yorkshire on the 23rd of July. Let us know where they're playing, Gary, whether they're playing at the county ground or grounds in Derbyshire. I'll give you a further shout out on that one as Carveas bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Brooke Guest. Goes through once again to the keeper. You see, if I was on the floor like McAndrew's on the floor now, just lifting one leg up at a time, and it's working on his core, I believe. Oh dear. I'd never get back up. Not without help, certainly. But, of course, he's an athlete. And I'm clearly not. 29 for 1. Final ball of the 10th over. Carvallas in and bowls wide of the off stump again, and allowed to go through to the keeper by Brooke Guest. He rather looked like he was running through treacle there, Harry Carvallas, on that in that final delivery. I wonder if his time has come at the end of 5 overs that he's now bowled. It's that kind of, it's quite warm out there, isn't he? He's bowled 5 overs at 2 maidens, 0 for 7, so he's been nice and economical. I think we're going to see McAndrew, aren't we, from the Cromwell Road end? Yeah, he's just scratching away at the footmarks and then wheeling his arm around furiously. So we're going to see him at Derbyshire, 29 for 1, 6 to Guest, 7 to Rees, the man out, Harry Kame, who was still the leading run scorer. He made 12 off 8 deliveries before chipping the ball to mid-wicket, where Dan Ibrahim took the catch off the bowling of Henry Shipley.
Yeah, and Shipley did a nice opening spell there. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. But we see a change of bowlers at the Cromwell Road end. Nathan McAndrew is going to bowl for the first time today at left-handed Lewis Rees. Similar field as he is coming in bowls. It's just flicked off the legs there. Well fielded there by Middlegate. Run out chance as he throws it from the floor, but with no power. The non-striker gets back in very easily. But that was a very good piece of fielding there. And Sussex had a couple of those today where I feel like the batters thought that would have gone for 4, but a couple of good pieces of fielding have prevented that for them, which just added a bit more pressure for Derbyshire here. 3 slips and a gully, almost a deep point cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg as Nathan McAndrew is in bowls, and it's just defended back to him and he does the fielding himself.
St Prentice, the latest of the bowlers to be warming up.
Not quite the yoga stretchy warm-up we've seen so far.
Because when he came back to Sussex, he suffered quite a bad back injury, didn't he? I don't think I've seen him playing since he returned in my time coming down to Sussex, or Sussex coming up to Derby, or indeed Chesterfield.
As McAndrew is in bowls and it's just defended there. No run decided as that just trickles into the cover for no run. I think I've seen him bowl since doing a little bit of commentary around the Sussex games here at Hove, so you might be seeing him bowl today then.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think we see him next over from the CN by the look of it. Again, one of the good guys of county cricket, Finn Hudson Prentice, always willing to speak, whether he's got anything to say or not.
As McAndrew is in bowls and it's just locked off the legs there for no run, has been fielded by mid-on. He talk about his time with Derbyshire as a batter. Did he ever bowl for you guys?
Yes, absolutely. On his debut, he made his debut against Middlesex at the county ground. He made 99. And then was caught at mid-wicket just flicking one, which was massively disappointing, not only to him but to everybody else. And then took a wicket with his first delivery. He took 6 wickets in that game in 2019 as well, so he was a proper all-rounder. Is a proper all-rounder.
As McAndrew is in bowls and is just left alone this time by the batter.
My issue is that when he's bowling, I know who the bowler is, clearly. Look, he's taking his hat off now to go through his bowling action. That when he's bowling, I won't be able to spot him easily in the field because I know he's bowling, but anyway, that's more my problem than anybody else's, clearly.
I think the lack of orange shoes in the field should help.
Discussion many years ago, I think it was Bob Hunt down at Kent, and they had a half-an-hour discussion on how much colour you could have on your shoes. It was absolutely remarkable.
As McAndrew's in bowls, and that's just lovely, flicked off the legs there, it's racing away. There is a pursuit and their batters are running, but that's gone for 4. Lovely shot there by Lewis Rees, and that will bring up some runs here for Derbyshire. They move to 33 for 1.
It was young Ben Watts. He's called young Ben Watts because, well, he's young. Certainly compared to the rest of us on the county circuit.
He is.
He's very young, Ben Watts, yeah. Extremely young Ben Watts, as we call him. Him and Bob Hunt discussing the amount of colour you could have on boots was just one of the greatest half hours of online commentary I've ever heard. That Derbyshire disability game, it's against Yorkshire. It's at Higham near Barnsley. Probably, it says Gary, the biggest game in their history. Any support for these excellent lads is appreciated. They've got a couple of players in the top 10 in the country as well, Derbyshire. So if you can get there, Higham near Barnsley on the 23rd of July, I'm sure they would appreciate your support. Thanks for getting in touch, Gary. And it is Finn Hudson-Prentice on to bowl from the sea end with his hair in a ponytail. Come on, Finn, sort yourself out, mate. He's got a bowl to Brooke Guest, and well, that's well wide of the off stump, taken low down to his right in front of first slip by Ollie Carter, the wicket keeper. Proper loose net, an old-fashioned loose net from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who just looks down at the footmarks as though they might have been to blame for that slightly wayward delivery. I'm not entirely sure they were.
So you like the Ollie Carter haircut, but you don't like the bun look?
No, I'd be happy with the bun, obviously. Clearly, I'd be happy with the bun. Just be happy with any hair. As Hudson-Prentice is in again and bowls to Guest, who gets the full face of the bat on that, fielded by the bowler at the end of his follow-through.
Much better line of length, that one.
Yeah, he's now found place to land the ball. 33 for 1. Derbyshire. Guest has 6. Rees has 11. The man out. Harry came for 12 off just 8 deliveries, 3 fours. Wasn't hanging around. Unfortunately, not hanging around cost him his wicket in the end. And Hudson-Prentice is in again, and it's defended once more by Brooke Guest. That was quite a sharp delivery. In fact, it's another one of those balls that dislodges the bails at the non-striker's end, not quite with the force that Lewis Rees's shot did earlier, which knocked middle stump out of the ground. It was a terrific drive, but 2 straight. When was a drive ever 2 straight? It was a beautiful shot, but he got nothing for it.
You know, it's one of those where you curse for playing it so perfectly straight.
It was a superb shot.
You couldn't get it even more straight because it hit the middle stump of all the stumps as well.
Hudson-Prentice in again, bowls to Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside. Just for a moment, couldn't see the batsman at all. Nathan McAndrew, the reasonably large torso of Nathan McAndrew, was in the way. He's got very broad shoulders, isn't he? Big man. Really big man, Nathan McAndrew. He's just stretching out all sorts of muscles. I could hazard a guess at what the muscles were, but again, not a specialist subject of mine. In goes Hudson-Prentice and bowls, defended by Brooke Guest. Back to the bowler. Good over so far. The runs, well, almost dried up completely. Just 12 of them in the last 5 overs.
It's one of those where I'm now wondering, they do a lot of stretches and yoga moves. Do you reckon they do yoga and Pilates as a team? Would that be a thing that cricketers do?
I wouldn't be at all
nowadays?
surprised. There'll be a yoga and Pilates coach. There's coaches for everything else. Hudson-Prentice is in. That one is pushed out into the offside by Guest. He begins with a maiden over. The first ball was wayward. The next 5 all had to be played at by Brooke Guest. And Derbyshire remain on 33 for 1. Guest has 6. Rees has 11. And they're still trailing by a considerable distance. 369 runs to be precise.
Yeah, there's coaches for everything nowadays. You're not wrong about that.
Potentially too many. Who knows? It's not my money and I don't employ them, but certainly not going to name names either. I'll be listening.
There's no change of field here as Nathan McAndrew is bowling, continuing from the Cromwell Road, and he bowls, and it's just soft hands there beating past gully along the floor, but well fielded by point fielder Finn Hudson-Prentice for 1 run. nice little jog by all the players and the umpire at our end as we switch for right-handed batter.
Yes, I'm just sorry, Shan McGum getting in his steps. Either the stumps to the other. They're all wearing these little, they're like GoPros.
Oh, really?
Yes, and they're wearing these GoPros. Partly, I think, because of the trial with the, from what I can gather, the trial with the Kookaburra ball, they're going to use the data from the umpires' cameras as part of their conclusion.
As he's in bowls and it's just defended there. A nice solid stride into the ball there, but as you hear on the effects mic, all the slips going ooh and nah at that ball.
Almost entirely pointlessly.
Yeah. But GoPros to track the use of these new balls that they're using. That's very interesting.
They're going to have a survey. They're going to survey the players, so the ones who do well with the, like, if they ask George Scrimshaw, what do you think of the Kookaburra? He'll say, well, I've got career best 5 for, so I think it's great. You ask Sam Connors, he might give you a different answer. After he went for a few yesterday.
As Nathan McAndrew is in bowls and is just defended off the back foot, but fielded by Gali for no run. A nice little dive, little roly-poly, and no run scored.
Then he shows us his underwear, Jack Carson. Anyway, sorry, I interrupted.
I would have thought they would just use the live stream footage to analyse them.
I think they'll use that as well. But I've definitely seen an email, and the GoPros that the umpires are wearing will definitely be part of the evidence.
Well, I guess it's quite useful having a little GoPro on the umpires because they can almost like review the footage and a bit more from their perspective, which is more relevant to them. As in comes Nathan McAndrew, and it beats the edge taken by the keeper, but no bat involved.
I think what they can also do is go back at night, download the footage from the GoPro and see how many mistakes they've made.
Yeah.
If indeed they make mistakes.
I don't think I'd want to know.
No, I'm sure they don't. I'm sure they don't. We're getting perilously close to 12:30 here.
Ooh.
Adrian's not panicking at all. The coolest man in the commentary box. 12:30. Yeah. Then what we'll do is, if you turn me off for a moment.
In comes McAndrew, and he hits the thigh pad of Brooke Guest. The ball makes its way into the slip corner. I'm impressed with the way Sussex are bowled here. This morning, 34 for 1. They've been there or thereabouts, and with this short leg side boundary, it's been a good effort. Derbyshire going along at a little less than 3 and over, and it's been a good stern test. Some good battings, but some excellent bowling here from Sussex, who are trying to make as much use of this new ball as they can. A glimmer of sunshine goes across the ground and it disappears again as some more heavy cloud drifts across Hove. In comes McAndrew, bowls and let go outside the stump by Guest, and there is no run. He's faced 35 deliveries for his 6 runs, says Brooke Guest. It's then never another over, 34 for 1. Rees on 12, Guest on 6, the man at Harry Kame, who was out for 12 when the score was on 12. Nathan McAndrew, 2 overs, no wicket for 5. I think so. They're giving themselves a chance with the new ball, which I think has been very good, Ariana. They pitched the ball up, and Derbyshire have had to really have their wits about them.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right there. They've bowled really well with this new ball this morning, and it shows from the scoreboard. Only 34 off the 13 overs they've bowled so far.
And it is going to be Hudson Prentice who's running in, and again there's chatter in the slips, and he's quite within his rights there, Lewis Rees, just to pull away. And Sussex is, that's twice that's happened. It's just not quite what you want really. You should be respectful of what's going on. I'm a big believer in that really, and it's probably irritating for Hudson Prentice as well, who's sort of halfway in, and if someone's moving behind the bowlers, I might get that, but I'm not sure it's right when you're chatting away in the slips. Hudson Prentice round the wicket bowls to Lewis Rees, who's solidly forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. I think he's an attractive player to watch, Lewis Rees, or is that just me? But maybe it's just something about left-handers, where he just looks very elegant in the way that he plays.
Yeah, not all left-handers look as elegant as he does.
He does look elegant, though, doesn't he?
He does, yes. He has a certain minimalistic movement, I'd say.
Do you know, that's a great description. It is minimalistic, and he strikes the ball cleanly. He'd probably play a dreadful shot now, but I've been impressed. Hudson Prentice again bowls, and Rees is looking to glide that one out towards fine leg. He got rather tucked up by Hudson Prentice. The ball thumped into the pads, but there is no run. Bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. It's never easy to pick up LBW decisions, and indeed there wasn't an appeal. Lewis Rees comes down, does a bit of gardening. There is no run. I want to familiarise myself with scores elsewhere, ready for the update, which will come in a few moments' time. Comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and Rees just covers up, plays back down the track. Hudson Prentice doesn't field the ball. He leaves that to Nathan McAndrew, who comes in from mid-on, and there is no run. Just the two slips in place and a gully. There's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Henry Shipley all the way down underneath the balcony where the Sussex coaching staff are sitting. Hudson Prentice wheels around. He's coming around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Rees. He's in and bowls, and Rees takes one hand off the back and plays that with a degree of uncertainty down to fine. He picked up a single. But just a little uncomfortable there, Rees. He goes to 13 and Derbyshire to 35 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Ariana Dowse, and Dave Fletcher, your commentary team this week, as the sun makes a brief reappearance. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email, or you can tweet us at Fletch Sport or at BBC Sussex Sport. And Hudson Prentice is on his way again, bowls and covering up his Brook guest, and plays the ball back down the track, and Hudson Prentice fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. Nathan McAndrew seems to spend his time, pretty much most of his time, in between deliveries, going through his, but now that is a Pilates exercise, isn't it? He's lying on his side and sort of lifting one bent knee up into the air. And he rolls onto his tummy, and that was very impressive, wasn't it? Sort of flicks himself up onto his feet. That was good. And he's getting ready to field. He's at mid-on. Comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and guess beaten. Is he caught behind? No, he's not. That was a good delivery by Hudson Prentice. And Brook Guest rather feeling for that outside the off-stump. Another fine over by Finn Hudson Prentice. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 1 to add to the 63 very good runs that he made last night and earlier on today. So Derbyshire 35 for 1. We've had 14 overs of this Derbyshire reply. And Harry Kane, who was caught by Daniel Ibrahim off a mistimed hook off the bowling of Henry Shipley. And it is going to be Nathan McAndrew, who's finished his exercises for the time being, and now he's going to come into bowl from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. The sun has again disappeared. He's coming into bowl to the left-handed Lewis Rees.
Right, let's bring in the latest.
Around the wicket. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sarah. Derbyshire batting here are 39 for 1 in their first innings. The man out, Harry Kane, who was caught by Daniel Ibrahim off the bowling of Henry Shipley for 12. But Sussex bowling really nicely here. There's a relatively short boundary on one side of the ground, and I think the Sussex coaching staff will be well pleased with the bowling efforts so far. Derbyshire 39 for 1. That in reply to the Sussex total of 402. Finn Hudson Prentice finishing 63 not out. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey bowled out earlier on today for 355 in reply. Nottinghamshire are 52 for 1. A wicket there for Sean Abbott. There's McAndrew back to his mark at the far end of the ground, and he's running in around the wicket. Bowls to Rees, who plays onto the onside. He says wait, but in fact there's a single there because it's the left of Daniel Ibrahim, and there is one more to Rees, who goes to 18, and Derbyshire to 40 for 1. Fletch is back from his update, so we'll have a little jiggering around in the commentary position. Thank you to Ariana, who makes her way off with, I have to say, some very comprehensive notes. More from Ariana after lunch. Fletch back with us, who's always got a notepad. Fletcher's got one of these notepads with sort of like a clip on the top. It looks like you're like a time and motion man.
That's
Fletch.
exactly what I'm like.
Yeah, keeping an eye on what's going on.
I don't keep any notes, really.
In comes McAndrew. Bowles it on the pad. That looks a good shout, even from here. Certainly wasn't done on height. He didn't really get forward there, Brooke Guest.
He didn't.
When I say it looks a good shout, in terms of height, it looks a good shout. We're looking over the shoulder of James Coles, who's a third slip. Fletch is probably looking more over gully, so possibly, but it just looked as if it was I wonder if he got a bit of an inside edge on that. Because
I thought I might have heard something, but my ears aren't what they used to be.
Are they not? No. It was just the way the appeal was slightly cut short.
My ears are going the same way as my eyes.
Yeah. We're all going that way, Dave, I'm afraid. But impressed with the way Sussex are bowled here this morning. 40 for 1, in comes McAndrew Bowles, and Guest up on his toes steers that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. You say you don't take notes, but you've got that nice clipboard, and I can see you've also got a yellow highlighter.
Oh, I like a highlighter.
Do you?
All the numbers I like to highlight, so if I'm doing an update, I can see them quite quickly without having to say, when was he out? What was happening? I think everybody has a different little method
of
the way they do it. Some people make no notes at all. I've no idea how they remember anything.
No, I sort of try to make notes of lunch scores and that sort of thing, but I did make a note here that Lewis Rees had been dropped, but he wasn't, so
I've crossed that out.
Yeah,
I've crossed it out.
Thank you to Chris, who got in touch to say it didn't carry. In comes McAndrew Bowles. Guest is forward, placed a backward point. There is no run. What's more impressive about where you're commentating from, Fletch, with your laptop open, you've got your binoculars there, is that the Mars bar that you got with your lunch yesterday still remains uneaten. I'm impressed by that.
There'll be another one there later on. Might eat them on the way home on Thursday, who knows? If we get to Thursday, of course. Yeah.
I'm impressed because I don't think I could sit there with an uneaten Mars bar. I mean, other chocolate bars are, of course, available, but...
When you woke up this morning, did you have a shower, get dressed and go down and have a full English breakfast?
No, I didn't. A Weetabix. In comes McAndrew Bowles, and guess it is on the pad. The ball ricochets to mid-wicket. There is no run, so another over passes by. Guest remains on 6. He's faced 41 deliveries as Brooke Guest. Derbyshire 40 for 1. Lewis Rees unbeaten on 18. Nathan McAndrew has bowled 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10. And without being in any way disrespectful to the Derbyshire bowlers, who I thought have bowled really well since lunch yesterday. I don't think they bowled particularly well in the morning when Sussex raced to 150. But I think the Sussex bowlers have done well here today, particularly with that short edge, Fletch.
I was just going to say that this morning we've had 66 runs for 4 wickets. Yesterday we had 150 for none. Hudson Prentice begins a new over, bowls wide of the off stump, half volley length, and they scamper through for a quick single. Rees moves on to 19, 41 for 1. But George Scrimshaw said himself in the chat that we had with him last night that they hadn't bowled well in the morning session. I mean, he didn't have to say it because we could see it with our own eyes, and it was doubly disappointing. Given the fact that Derbyshire had won the toss and decided to bowl first, you'd think that they would have been keyed up for that, because presumably Lewis Deploy had told his bowlers that they would be bowling if he won the toss. Hudson Prentice is into Guest, who defends it straight back to the bowler. And as most people in the ground yesterday thought whoever won the toss would bat, it means that Derbyshire's bowlers would have definitely known that they were going to be bowling, because they wanted to bowl, and you would expect that Sussex wanted to bat anyway. So there were no excuses, really. It was disappointing. It was slightly baffling that it was about this time yesterday that we saw George Scrimshaw bowl for the first time. He ended up with 5 for 49 with his 3 wickets this morning. Hudson Prentice is into Guest, who drives very pleasantly up to the man at mid-off, who goes tumbling, Tom Haynes.
Much as we're praising the Sussex bowling, which I think has been excellent here this morning, credit as well to Guest and Lewis Rees, because they lost Harry Kane in the 3rd over. But all the talk around the Kookaburra ball is it goes softer a little earlier. So, these two are probably thinking, right, let's get Derbyshire through to lunch. With the ball will probably be around 20 overs old then. And so it's just another little milestone they want to get through.
Yeah, Best waits as Hudson Prentice's next delivery is on the leg stump, whipped away quite wristily out towards square leg. They might get a couple here. They will get a couple here as it's filled out there by Henry Shipley. Coming around the boundary from long leg.
Chris Philby has very kindly sent through a screenshot of what we thought was a possible chance to Lewis Rees. Thank you very much, Chris. And I can see that it clearly bounces somewhere in front of James Coles. And I did also say to Chris, you must be watching the pavilion, which was a wrong assumption on my part, because he says, sadly, I'm not in the pavilion, I'm watching on the YouTube stream. So, working from home.
Working from home, yeah, we've all done that.
Yeah.
Hudson Prentice in and bowls to Guest, who pushes this quite straight up towards McAndrew. He comes around from mid-on.
So what do you think that means, working from home, Fletch? Because we can't do... Does that mean you're up about 9:30, wander around in your pyjamas till about 11, do you think?
Just in my pants normally if I'm doing it, but yes, absolutely. Sorry, listener. Cup of coffee, cup of tea, perhaps a biscuit.
Log on just so the boss can see you working.
Oh, yeah. Perhaps send an early email.
Yes, that's always a good one, isn't it?
Send an early email.
Yeah.
I think so. Have your messenger open, just in case. Hudson Prentice is in and bowls, and that's left alone by Guest to go through to the keeper. End of the over, 43 for 1. Guest has 8. Rees has 19. I suppose it depends what you do, of course. Because if your job is, you have to make 17 phone calls a day, then you can't really get around it. But if your job is... I'm trying to think of a job where you don't do any work. I don't want to offend anybody, so I'll probably leave that one alone. But
an early email, Fletch, is a good one, but probably an email to a colleague copying in the boss. So you're not that's always a good one. Or a late email the night before is always a good one. So I'm not saying, Chris, that's what you do.
No.
I'm sure Chris is working very hard working from home. But I suspect maybe the lawn might need a little mow at about 1 o'clock today.
Just on my lunch.
Yeah. I've got a delay here because I think Nathan McAndrew has had to tighten up his one of the studs on his boot. Do you remember, Fletch, and you and me are old enough to remember, I remember when, with football boots, and I was saying how I'm the middle of 3 brothers, so I always seem to get my older brother's football boots when he'd finished. And I remember when my brother got a pair of football boots with screw-in studs, and that was really something then.
I don't think I ever had a pair of screw-in stud boots.
In comes McAndrew bowls and plates him in off, and there is. I can remember that sort of the screwing stuff, and then the lads who were really cool in those days. Do you remember Alan Ball used to wear white boots? He was the first white-booted footballer, I think, and anyone had white boots. That was really
Alan Ball and Alan Whittle at Everton as well. He wore white boots.
That's a good one. I've got Alan Whittle.
Saw them. This is an age thing. I was taken to Goodison Park in 1969 as a 6-year-old and saw Everton play Burnley on a Friday night, and was just besotted by these white boots.
That would have been unusual for a game to be on a Friday night.
Yeah, I think it was Grand National weekend.
Right.
That's the only thing I can think of.
That's excellent. McAndrew running around the wicket, 3 slips and a gully go down, he's in and bowls, and Lewis Rees just tucks that through square leg very confidently, picks up his 20th run. Derbyshire to 45 for 1. I know some of our listeners don't like the football chat too much, but it is just to reminisce, because in those days, Burnley, that would have been the days of Ralph Coates and Martin Dobson, and they're a good side.
Dawes has just reminded me that the Derby winger Alan Hinton wore white boots, of course, famously.
Yes, of course. Didn't he get a cracking goal one season, Alan Hinton? Was it
over to you, Ed?
Might have been a goal of the season. He was number 11, wasn't he, Alan Hinton? Was he a winger?
Certainly a winger.
I've got a feeling he scored a brilliant goal at the old baseball ground. I'm probably completely wrong.
No, Ed will tell us.
In comes McAndrew bowls, and covering up his Brook Guest, placed solidly back down the track. McAndrew fields, and there is no run.
And if Ed doesn't tell us, well, he can't call himself a Derby County commentator, can he really?
No.
Oh, hang on. Now he's sent me a photograph. He's on the ball. There is Ed. There he is with his white boots on, Alan Hinton.
Right, there we are.
Beautiful. Against Arsenal, the goal.
Was it?
Yeah, I knew Ed'd know. I knew Ed.
So
they won 5-0.
Was it a goal of the season, or was it a right?
I'll have to wait for the delay to work through.
I'm showing my age, or maybe just that I'm sad, really remembering all these things.
No, not at all.
In comes McAndrew, racing in and bowls, and clipped away by Guest through mid-wicket. He picks up a single because Haynes needs to move smartly to his right at mid-on to field. So one more to Brook Guest, who's setting out his stall here. He moves on to 9, and Derbyshire to 45 for 1. They've recovered well after that early loss of Harry Kane. I mean, you lose a wicket early on, Fletch and these two have just batted very sensibly against some good line and length bowling from Sussex under cloudy skies, helpful conditions.
Ed's got unpleasant now. He said one of many goals. He cut inside. That'll do for Alan Hinton, said the commentator.
Really?
As for the goal of the season, he says, no idea, I wasn't born. Yeah, right. Cheers. Okay. Hugh Johns on Star Soccer.
Wow.
How about that? Here's McCann. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Sorry.
Pulled down to fine leg. He should be caught. Cavallis is in. No, he hasn't taken it. Well, it was pulled away. It was a short delivery from Nathan McAndrew. It was pulled away by Lewis Rees. He didn't time it. It flew down to Harry Cavallis down here at fine leg. My feeling was he was a little slow to move for the ball. But then you got the decision about do you stop the ball or do you go for the catch? Does that go down as a drop?
It goes down as a chance.
Yes.
Because I don't think he actually got there in the end.
I think there's a good... I mean, it was right below us.
I mean, he would have met it at best on the half volley, which is a sort of finger-breaking moment, isn't it, really, if you don't get that right. Well, it has to be a chance.
I think it does. It was pulled in the air. My feeling was it was just a little slow setting off. McAndrew in, bowls, gets his beat outside the off-side. This is a good spell of bowling by Nathan McAndrew, who's bending his back from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. 46 for 1, Guest on 9, Lewis Rees is on 21. And an escape for Lewis. I think that's well described by Fletch, because I'm not sure that Harry Cavallis actually got to the ball before it hit the deck. But my feeling was that it was in the air a long time. He was just maybe a little slow. Maybe he didn't pick the ball up. Nonetheless, Derbyshire just remain with them 1 wicket down.
Tim Chambers on Twitter is just asking me if he calls them the drunk Derbyshire fans. I think they were drunk by the time they left the ground last night. Are they here or not? Or they're not drunk enough yet to be audible. They're not here today. They came yesterday to honour their mate Sibbo. And they're now wherever they were. Hudson Prentice begins a new over from the CN. It's left alone, the first delivery.
Actually, we should say as well, Fletch, they had a few songs, but it was all in good fun, and they were good lads, weren't they?
They were.
And I was saying to them, what a wonderful thing to do to mark, the sad passing of a friend, to actually come up with an idea. That's what you're going to do, and they all turned up and did it. And I thought, their friend would be, very proud of what they'd done for him yesterday.
Everywhere we go, Sibbo on their shirts.
Wonderful.
Hudson Prentice to Rees again, leaves this one alone. It doesn't bounce at all, really. It goes through to the keeper. It's
one of those things, isn't it? Sorry, Fletch. It's one of those things, isn't it, where someone says, "Oh, well, what we'll do? We'll all do this," and everyone
Sounds
says,
like
and then it gets to sort of a few months before. Can't quite make
busy that weekend.
Yeah, it happens a lot, doesn't it?
It does.
It's a slightly depressing thing, actually, isn't it? I tend to find, and maybe it's the age we are, Fletch. Not that we're old.
Well, we're not far off. That's how I would describe myself, as Hudson Prentice around the wicket to Rees, left alone.
It's when you meet people, and increasingly, and it is a fact of life, isn't it? Increasingly, you seem to catch up with people you haven't seen for a long time. When sadly you do go to a funeral, you see somebody you haven't seen for 20 years, and they always say, "Lovely to see. We must catch up for a bit. We must have a coffee." And it's very rare that people actually follow it up with I'll tell you what. And I've started to sort of say, well, how about a week Monday or whatever, and just try to say, so let's do it then.
Yeah, have a proper chat.
Because otherwise it doesn't happen.
Rees waits, around the wicket goes Hudson Prentice, leaves alone.
Unless, of course, Fletch, that's just me, and people think, oh, God, there's that Adrian, and I don't really care if I don't see him for another 20 years.
Well, I'm glad you said it rather than making me say it, Adrian.
So I don't know, maybe it is.
Well, I'm currently in a WhatsApp group chats, and there's all sorts of things, isn't there? And I went to see somebody probably 2 years ago now, perhaps even longer, that I went to university with, him and his wife. Oh, well, we'll get together. We haven't met up since. It's ridiculous, really. Hudson Prentice bowls, and this time there is bat on ball from Lewis Rees, pushing it out into the offside. So another member of that group chat has now taken it upon himself to organise something, but since he said he was going to do it, we haven't heard a thing. And I'm fairly certain that they don't listen to the cricket commentary. They probably don't even know what I do. It's that long since I've met this one person who's organising things. But the other thing is, it's quite tricky, isn't it? Because we say, well, we'll meet up this particular weekend, or I'm in Exeter, or I'm in Barrow. Hudson Prentice bowls, or at Hove, pushed it back down the pitch and made over. From Finn Hudson Prentice, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 4. Really tidy from Finn Hudson Prentice. Derbyshire 46 for 1 with about 9 minutes to go until lunch. Guest has 9, Reese has 21.
I just wonder whether we're going to see a bit of Jack Carson before lunch, who's warming up in the gully. Maybe a little twirl from the off spinner.
We got to 18 overs. Sorry, Adrian. We got to 18 overs. Derbyshire 46 for 1 after 18 overs yesterday. I'm just fascinated by this because it was such a ridiculous morning session for Sussex. They were 99 without loss.
Wow, so virtually double the score, double in a little bit. I always think with things like that, Fletch, talking, catching up with people. He says to someone, "I'll meet you in the, whatever it is, the Carpenter's Arms. That's when we'll all meet. Monday the 2nd at 8 o'clock. In comes McAndrew bowls, and Guest very nearly plays on a loosest shot outside of the off stump. It all happened there actually because he got a thick inside edge. The ball ended up at square leg, and Brad Curry, who's back on the field as a 12th man, threw the ball at the stumps, and momentarily, look, they did take a single, but Reese was struggling slightly to make his ground. 47 for 1. Yeah, if you said to, not that we could afford it, of course, if you said to someone, "I'll see you there, and if you come along, there's £100 in it for everybody," or "I'll buy the drinks all night," you bet your life you'd have a full house, Fletch. Yeah. All these mates you hadn't seen for years and years, they'd all be there.
Alcohol-based mates.
Yeah. McAndrew's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who I think looks a very elegant player. He's 21 not out. He waits, and a short delivery that he seems to have plenty of time, Fletch. He just ducks underneath that delivery. The ball sails through into the gloves of Lee Carter, and there is no run.
Yeah, just a couple of half centuries this season for Lewis Rees. Hasn't got to a century yet. Healthy enough average at just under 40, 38.4. So decent enough average. He came into the side and was batting at 7. He likes to open. We know he likes to open. Haider Ali and Billy Godwin were the openers at the start of the season.
McAndrew on his way, bowls to Rees. Let's that one go outside the offside. That 178 that you were referring to, Fletch, earlier on in the game in 2009, he opened in that innings, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, he did. With Billy Godwin, I think.
184 he made in the second innings in that comprehensive victory against Sussex.
It is remarkable. It was only 2019, yeah.
Yeah,
and you look at the teams.
Well, that's a very good point. I imagine. Well, that's a great point.
Matty McKinnon made a rare appearance in red ball cricket, the leg spinner, along with Matt Critchley, so a couple of leg spinners in the Derbyshire team.
In comes McAndrew bowls, and Rees just helps this down to fine leg, where it's fielded by Covalis. So I'm going to have a guess, actually, Fletcher, at how many of the current Sussex side were playing in that game that was only 4 years ago. 48 for 1, Rees goes to 22. Obviously, Finn Hudson Prentice was playing for Derbyshire, as you've already said. But I would say, out of the Sussex side that played in that match,
I've just got
possibly Tom Haynes.
No.
Wow.
None.
Wow, that's amazing.
Not one.
Great stat, Fletch.
I'll go through the team in a moment.
In comes McAndrew, played into the offside, not timed by Brooke Guest, but he picks up a single fielded by Brad Curry. I'll have a little guess at one or two of them who might have been in that side. So Phil Salt would have been in the side.
Yeah. He opened with his fellow Lancashire teammate.
Luke Wells? Did they? Because they both have moved. Crumbs.
Yeah.
This is now having said I'll do this, I'm now thinking.
Well, we're back to alcohol for the number 3. It always goes back to alcohol eventually.
Will Beer?
Yes, Will Beer, yeah.
Who's no longer playing. McAndrew around the wicket, bowls. Forward comes Rees, plays very confidently to extra cover. There is no run. End of the over, 49 for 1. Guest is on 11. Lewis Rees is on 22. I'm giving out every score I can here because I'm struggling to think what the rest of the side was.
Come on, Adrian. Well, I've got it in front of me, which makes it a lot easier.
Okay.
Yeah. The next one, I can't give you a clue for the next one. He top scored in the first innings was 60, though.
David Visa, would he have played?
Yes, he did.
Ben Brown?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, the heroes of the game at Sussex a couple of years ago, I think it was.
I'm sure Luke Wright wouldn't have played in that. I'm sure Luke Wright, and I'm sure Chris Nash had moved on by then.
Van Sale was at number 4.
Stian Van Zyl, blimey, Crumbs, yeah. Crumbs,
And then Del Rey.
Oh, Del Rey, okay, who's back in Bermuda at the moment. Just waiting to hear any further news on Del Rey. He's been back home for a little while.
I don't think he's current T20 captain.
Oh, Chris Jordan played, did he?
Yeah.
Joffre wasn't playing, was he?
No, but there were 2 England bowlers at 10 and 11. I should have been concentrating more. Jack Carson's going to get a little spell before lunch in. The first ball is turned very fine up the hill to fine leg.
I reckon they're buys.
4 buys. He didn't turn them at all. So perhaps the ball turned, but they weren't. The ball wasn't turned by Brooke Guest. 50 up for Derbyshire, 53 for 1. George Garton played.
Right, okay.
And then the last 2, bringing up the rear, it was the Reece Topley experiment.
Right, crumbs almighty.
That went well. And so it was one of the championship matches that Don Topley would have been interested in. There have been very few of those over the last few years as this next delivery's turned into the leg side. As it's backward of square.
George Garton made a half century, I think, in the second innings. Someone made some runs. I think it was George. He made runs anyway.
He made 50 in the first innings. Certainly. The other bowler was Ollie Robinson.
Wow. Crumbs. They got beat by 181 runs.
They did. This one is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. They are going to get a single this time. They might even think about coming back for 2. They are thinking about coming back for 2 as the ball is fielded out there in the deep by James Coles. And Derbyshire move on to 55 for 1. Ollie Robinson in the first innings, I think. Let's have a look. Second innings. Took 5 for 88. Topley took 4 for 58. Next delivery from Carson. It's turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest for a single.
And Sussex were bundled out in the second innings from memory. I mean, they went into that day, with the chance of winning the game and got
163. They were bowled out for. Yeah.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? Just one player, none of that side are playing in this game.
It is bizarre. And of the Derbyshire players, just for completeness, Lewis Rees, Wayne Madsen, Leicester Ploy, and that's it. Wow. So just the 3. Next delivery is left alone by Lewis Rees. Carson continuing from the C end. Rees, Godleman, Madsen, Deploy, Harvey Hussain, Critchley, McKinnon, Finn, Hudson Prentice. Oh, no, beg your pardon, Anuj Dal's there. Tony Palladino and Dustin Melton. As Carson is in and bowls. That's left alone by Lewis Rees, taken by the keeper, and then running around to make sure they can get at least 1 more over in, and I think they're going to make it as well by the look of it. The umpires are just making their way to their positions. Will the clock tick around to 1 o'clock? Will we get another over? Well, I think we will, because the jumper has already been given by Tom Haynes to umpire Hassan Adnan.
So we're going to have a little bit of medium-paced Tom Haynes with Ollie Carter standing up to the stumps. So we're going to wait a little longer to go and get rid of our lunch voucher, which I've forgotten where mine is. Oh, it's in my pocket. It's in my pocket.
I put mine in my phone.
Did you? Yeah, well done, Fletch. We've all got our lunch vouchers. So, 2 slips in place. Tom Haynes is going to put his right arm, little medium paces from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Guest, who punches that down the ground, and there is no run. He's 14 off 56 deliveries. Solid reply from Derbyshire, who lost Harry Kame in the 3rd over. Pull the ball around the leg side, didn't time it at all, caught by Daniel Ibrahim. But since then, these 2 have batted very sensibly. It was 12 for 1 at that stage, now 56 for 1. In comes Haynes, bowls, and Guest covers up, plays back down the track. Haynes fields off his own bowling, and again, there is no run in the 21st over of this Derbyshire reply. Sussex making 402, using their final 3 wickets this morning for the addition just 27 runs. Haynes in bowls, Guest defends to mid-on. There's a howl, not entirely sure why, because Guest seemed to play it confidently enough down to mid-on, and there is no run. Finn Hudson Prentice remaining not out on 63, but the performance really coming from George Scrimshaw, who bowled excellently taking 5 for 49 and picked up all 3 wickets this morning. Bit of extra pounce and zip from George Scrimshaw. Sussex bowled out for 402. Haynes in bowls outside of the off stump, taken by Carter, who's standing up to the stumps, and there is no run. Apart from the 2 slips, there's a backward point, a cover a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Bit of blue sky drifting across Hove now, which is good news. There's been some heavy cloud cover at various points of the morning, but fingers crossed. I thought the main threat of rain was this morning, so let's hope we get through without any interruptions. In comes Haynes. Bowls a foolish delivery, which Guest is right forward to, and that was a shot that said very much, I've got lunch on the way. I've just been passed a book by Dave Griffin, who's the, do I call him the Derbyshire statistician? He knows everything there is about Derbyshire. I think Dave has missed a game for Derby for something like 14 years. It's extraordinary. In comes Haynes and bowls, and Guest covers up, plays to mid on. The book is called the 2023 Annual Friends of Queen's Park Cricket. So we'll have a little read of that. So thank you very much, Dave. And that's the end of Tom Haynes' over. Our maiden over just before. So Derbyshire 56 for 1. Brooke Guest on 14. Lewis Rees is on 20.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and the...
Well, very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove for the afternoon session here between Sussex and Derbyshire. I'm Adrian Harms. Ariana Dowse is with me. Dave Fletcher back with us after 2 o'clock. One thing about Fletcher is that he did say to me this morning that he thought there might be a spot or two of rain at around 2 o'clock. And I said, yeah, the rain's coming this morning, Fletcher, if it's coming. But actually, just looking around, it is cloudier and a little gloomier than it has been for most of the morning. Nonetheless, there is quite a brisk wind, so I think if we do get anything, hopefully it'll blow away and my worries will be for nothing. Derbyshire, 56 for 1. I thought Derbyshire did really well. Ariana, some good Sussex bowling, I felt, before lunch. Bowling good lines and lengths, but I thought Brooke Guest and Lewis Rees batted really well to see Derbyshire just through to lunch with one down, because it could easily, the way Sussex bowled, it could easily have been 2 or 3.
Yeah, definitely. It was good for them to stick in there and mean that at lunch they've come back with only 1 down, so it would be interesting to see how Sussex come back after lunch and if they keep bowling the way they have, and look at Derbyshire's approach from now on.
Now, I feel a little guilty, Ariana, because I don't see Fletch very often. When we do, we reminisce about matters non-league football, which is, very, very, very boring for anybody else who's listening to us rattling on about, days gone by and all the rest of it. So here comes Ari Carvelos running around the wicket, coming into bowl to Lewis Rees. First ball after lunch is driven to Tom Haynes at mid-off. There is no run. So what we said was that we would talk about something that you were interested in after during tea, and you came up with netball. So is that a passion sport of yours? Something you played at school, or you play outside of when you were at college or whatever?
Yeah, when I was at school, that was the other sport outside of cricket that I really, really enjoyed. And
Right.
just loved playing it because it was good fun.
So I'm going to guess that you were goal attack.
No, you've guessed wrong there.
Okay. In comes Carvelos around the wicket bowls and Reese. That one go taken by Cartelo down to his left, and there is no run.
No, I was a centre growing up, and then I moved to goal defence.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I was never a shooter. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I thought centres, the good thing about centres, you're always involved. So if you're goal
Yeah.
defence, that doesn't mean you're goalkeeper, does it?
No.
Because I always felt that you didn't see much of the ball if you were playing in that position.
Yeah, you didn't do a lot on goal.
Yeah, you're a bit like a sweeper in football if you're goal defence, aren't you?
Yeah.
You see quite a lot of the ball. In comes Carvelos around the wicket bowls, let go outside of the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. So then Fletcher and I were racking our brains for netball teams that we knew, but actually I've seen the Surrey Storm play on a few occasions, and Fletcher immediately came out and said Manchester Thunder, so we did know a bit about netball.
Yeah, I'm impressed by that.
Yeah, well there we are. You see, couple of old duffers, me and Fletch. We know what's going on. In comes Carvelos, running in around the wicket bowls, and forward comes Reese and gets a single down towards fine leg, a slightly edgy single. He's taken one, and that's all he takes. So he's underway after lunch. I didn't make a note of the lunchtime score, which I need to do now, which was 56 for one off of 21 overs. Lewis Reese is on, or was on, 22. And Brooke Guest on 14, who's now taking the strike. I was always quite surprised, Ariana, because two of my daughters played netball as well. I used to go and watch. I used to love watching it. As in comes Carvelos, bowls, and Guest punches that ball to mid-off, and there is no run. But actually, although it's a non-contact sport, it's quite an aggressive sport, netball, isn't it?
This is what me and my family always say. For being a non-contact sport, it's probably one of the sports with the most contact.
I couldn't agree more. I used to watch. I used to sort of wince.
Check the nails.
Yeah, my sister would come back with like nail scratches on her
Really?
hands and arms, and
It's disgraceful.
constantly be pushed down on the court kind of thing. It was very, very, for non-contact sport, it was a lot of it.
Carvelos in and bowls, and Guest plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Just one run after the first over after lunch. Derbyshire 57 for one. Guest is on 14, and Lewis Reese is on 23. So a game that was played at school predominantly, then at university or college, or did it kind of stop then?
School, I went to a very cricket college, so there wasn't really much other
Right.
sport that I did from then on, kind
Okay.
of thing. I specialised, as one would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the worst sports I think I did not enjoying was football, unfortunately.
Right.
One of the girls at my cricket was England cricket and England football, I think. She was picking between the two. So,
Right, so
she had to, she's just so good at both, she had to pick one. And I did not share that struggle.
And she chose cricket over football.
Football over cricket, as Shipley is in and bowls and just defended there by Reese.
And has she gone on to make it big in the game, or?
I know she's representing Southampton currently.
Wow, okay.
I'm not sure how far she's progressed. I think she's in and around the Lionesses squad. She's young though, so
Wow, good for her.
the age group stuff for her currently. Lucia Kendall was her name, and she was very good at cricket as well. But yeah, at that age, I guess she wouldn't go on to represent both for
It's a
county.
shame you have to make they have to make a decision, really, because in the past there have been footballers who have been cricketers and vice versa.
Shipley is in bowls and it's just defended there, back up the wicket for no run.
Because the chief exec here, Rob Andrew, who obviously went on to play with much distinction in rugby for England, he's made a first-class 100 for, I believe, I'm going to get this wrong, I believe Cambridge University.
Rob.
Yeah. So he, I don't know whether there was we ought to ask Rob Andrew actually at some stage whether there was whether he had to make a choice between the two. He did pretty well in his choice that he made.
Yeah, there's a few still athletes that have competed for more than one sport for their country, which is very impressive. Shipley is in bowls and it's just defended there, but not as solidly as previously, as it just goes to where point would be for no run.
I just kept a little low actually. I think in terms of football and cricket, there was always. Fletcher was saying 3 weeks. I think he said this weekend he'll be covering the first Burton Albion game in football up at Blackpool. But there was always a much clearer distinction, I think, between the two seasons. I'm sure football never used to start on August the 5th or whatever it was. It's just ludicrous.
Shipley is in bowls, and it's just defended there a bit more solidly and with more purpose there as it goes to cover.
I can remember back in the day, when we used to go on summer holidays, family holidays, and we'd be on the Isle of Wight or wherever we used to go on holiday, and you'd get the sort of the Sunday papers, and the football season was just sort of in the throes of starting, and there were things like, I don't know if you remember, Fletch, like the Watneys Cup, was the Watneys Barrel Cup or something like that, and that was always sort of starting mid-ish, but the season never seemed to start at that stage. But perhaps I'm wrong.
Shipley is in bowls, and it's just driven this time, but no run taken on this. It didn't quite get past the fielders in the ring.
I think Paul Farbrace will be very pleased with the way that Sussex have gone about their business with the ball here, because there is that short boundary isn't going anywhere, and Sussex have bowled really tidily before lunch. Conversely, I think maybe Brooke Guest and Lewis Rees are just setting out their stall here and saying, we're just going to see this new ball off, see the hardest out of the ball, and then you watch us go. So it could be a very good ploy here from Derbyshire, and these two have batted very nicely.
Yeah, the new ball's only 22 overs old, so as Shipley is in bowls, and that's driven nicely, but for no runners mid-off field it. That's the end of a maiden over there. And the score remains on 57 for 1. But yeah, they might be trying to. It's not quite the last innings where they smashed the ball around and got rid of that new ball shine pretty quickly. This is still probably doing a little bit out there today in these conditions.
And I'm pleased to see that the Sussex fielders are racing around. Brad Curry was on actually the field, and he's now going off. Finn Hudson-Prentice coming wandering back on, so I think maybe Finn not coming out straight after lunch, but I'm glad to see Sussex running around in the field. I've just got a thing about slow over eights, and I just think they should just get on with it, really, and they have got on with it now. So well done, Brad, for running around and getting up hats and getting everybody sorted out. In comes Carvelos, running in, bowls to Brooke Guest, who defends solidly into the offside. There is no run, fielded there by Jack Carson, who bowled an over before lunch, just to see if there's any spin in the pitch. The first ball, I'm not sure if it was a wicket-keeping error or whatever, it went for 4 byes. Whether that turned or not, difficult to say. I'd be surprised. 3 slips in place, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg all the way down to the distance. It looks like a school party down at the far end of the ground. It looks like they're all going home now. In comes Carvelos in bowls, and Guest again solidly forward, plays the ball to mid-off. And there is no run. Guest on 14 of 65 deliveries. Lewis Rees 23 of 68. Derbyshire certainly building the platform. They rather cleaned up the Sussex innings this morning. Excellent figures from George Scrimshaw, 5 for 49. Extra height and bounce. Picked up all 3 wickets as in comes Ari Carvelos. Right time over the wicket bowls. And he beats Guest outside the off-stump. Good delivery by Ari Carvelos. That was typical Carvelos. The ball, we can't see from here, but I would guess that probably pitched around middle and off and just moved away slightly from the right-hander. Super delivery. And Guest very fortunate not to get a little tickle on that.
Yeah, it did look a very good ball, that, and as you say, it's just bowling the right areas here to keep the batter playing, keep questioning that outside edge.
That's exactly just bowling in those right areas. Carvelos in again, bowls, and Guest is going to get 4 runs there. Rather fortunate 4 runs. He played it into the ground. It wasn't a chance, but it wasn't stopped by James Coles, who's perhaps in more of a gully position than a third slip, and it rolls away to third man for a boundary. So Guest goes to 18 and Derbyshire to 61 for 1. Weather update. Very breezy, I think, is probably the answer to that, and some brighter skies coming in from the west. So maybe the 2 o'clock prediction of some rain maybe won't happen. Let's hope it doesn't.
Yeah, a few more jumpers in the crowd today, and not
there
so
are
much sunscreen warning.
No,
as it was yesterday in bright sunshine.
Carvelos makes his way in again, bowls, and Guest plays into the offside. There is no run. The Sussex Museum opened today for those of you who are looking to have a little wander around at lunchtime. Hope you enjoyed it, and if you didn't get a chance, I'm fairly certain it'll be open at tea time as well for a little wander around. Look at some old Sussex memorabilia. Well, some of it old, some of it a lot more current. Items in there from the likes of Luke Wright. Now an England selector, of course, as Carvelos runs away from us in bowls and let go by Guest outside of the stump. Good leave by the Derbyshire wicket-keeper batsman, who was beaten by one in that over. Another tidy over from Carvelos, albeit he conceded 4 runs and edged down to third man. Impressive figures from Harry Carvelos. 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket, 4-12. Derbyshire are 61 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Ariana Dowse, Dave Fletcher, your commentary team. You may be watching on the live stream, in which case a very good afternoon to you. Well done to Jack and the guys in the media team who are providing that service today. If you want to get in touch, sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at Fletch Sport or at BBC Sussex Sport. Jack on the who's responsible for the stream. Just break off.
Shipley's in bowls. That's a half-cut drive as it goes through to the keeper, and there's an appeal for a caught behind, but no movement at all from the umpire.
I think Jack, who operates the screen, he's a big football fan, and I suspect he's got his little child. He's probably ticking off the days to the start of the new season.
Oh, he's got the pre-season stuff already to look at.
Well, Brighton are off to America. That's how far Brighton have come. No more sort of pre-season friendlies, off to the States.
Shipley is in bowls, and it's just left alone this time. A bit more sensible shot there. As it goes through to the keeper for another dot.
And that wouldn't have happened when Fletch was watching Brighton play Halifax at Priestfield Stadium. Talk of Brighton going to Philadelphia and places in the northeast of America to play in a pre-season. Just extraordinary, really. Yeah. So there we are. It can happen. Dreams do come true. In 20 years' time, Fletcher might be saying Halifax Town are out there playing Liverpool or Manchester United in a pre-season friendly. You never know. That's the great thing.
And Shipley is in bowls, and it's just dug out there as it was a good Yorker for no run.
Interesting this, isn't it? Because Fletcher made the point yesterday about how quickly runs came yesterday with the new Kookaburra ball, and it started off very much the same way here with Harry Kane hitting 3 fours in the first over. If you take those 3 fours out, Derbyshire have scored 49 in 24 overs, which is extraordinary, really. That's not to say they aren't batting very well and maybe building a good platform here. But, maybe it's a combination of some tight Sussex bowling.
Trial as Shipley is in bowls, and it's a caught at first slip. That is the end of Lewis Rees. He played a drive there, caught the outside edge, and that was caught by Tom Alsop at first slip. It was a good take, went straight to him, and that's just one shot of getting the 50 partnership between those two as well. So well bowled by Shipley there for another wicket.
Indeed, very good catch by Tom Alsop. He's got a very safe pair of hands there at first. I'm slightly concerned because, rather like the brothers Grimm, the ground staff are making their way around the outfield, just down towards us. Ben Gibson and his team. There's 3 of the guys, and here comes a 4th. So I don't know whether they've got a little bit of a warning of maybe a bit of rain around. It's very unusual to see the lads make their way down from their groundsman's hut at the far end of the ground. So I just wonder whether Fletcher's prediction of 2 o'clock rain maybe going to come true. They're not running, but they're walking with purpose, I think it's fair to say. But Sussex picking up a wicket and a good catch. And Lewis Rees' innings, and I thought it was a good innings as well. Just building little platform has come to an end. And Wayne Madsen, the new man, making his way out. Let's see if the lads move the advertising hoardings down below us.
I'm never wrong, Adrian.
You're not wrong, Fletch. I'm continually impressed by Mystic Fletch. So the lads they're sitting down below us. They're not sort of moving the advertising hoardings as if it's going to rain immediately, but it is always an ominous sign, and groundsmen tend to be pretty good at this sort of thing. There's all sorts of weather apps and goodness knows what. But Sussex picking up a wicket. I'll be very pleased about that. Derbyshire 61 for 2. As Ariana was saying, a partnership of 49 between Lewis Rees and Brooke Guest comes to an end.
The new batter is Wayne Madsen.
Yeah.
Two more balls left in this over for it to be, hopefully, a wicket maiden, but we'll soon find out.
I always think this is a key wicket whenever you're playing against Derbyshire. Wayne Madsen is the man you want out.
As Shipley comes in, bowls, and it's left alone by the new bat for no run as it hits the keeper's gloves.
Impressive figures from Henry Shipley. He's coming halfway through the season. Sussex needing to do strengthen their bowling resources. Steve Finn, I understand there was a members forum this morning. I spoke to somebody at lunchtime who was saying that the feeling was that Steve Finn might well be back for the 50 over campaign, so that'll be good news for Sussex. He's missed the whole of the season so far.
Shipley's in, bowls, and it's again left alone. And that will be a wicket maiden over for Shipley, as Derbyshire now 61 for 2.
They are indeed, and generous applause from the Hove crowd. Ollie Carter gives Henry Shipley a pat on the back, who wanders down to his fielder position at fine leg. Guest on 18, Wayne Madsen yet to score. As Ariana was saying, 61 for 2. Elsewhere around the country, I'll give you a quick update as to how things are faring in the second division mainly, is what we're looking for. Just to say as well that England have announced an unchanged squad for the test match starting at Old Trafford next week, next Wednesday. In comes Carvelos, running in over the wicket, bowls and up on his toes is Guest. Plays the ball to mid-on, fielded by McAndrew, and there is no run. So still no play down at Cardiff. They've had a day and a half washed out. That is miserable. The game between Glamorgan and Leicestershire are not doing either of those sides a favour, really, with points so precious in this race for promotion. Durham not having all things all their own way at home against Gloucestershire either. More of that in a moment, as in comes Carvelos, bowls, and Guest just covers up, plays that empty back down the track. Carvelos fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. Durham 109 for 4, and implied to the Gloucestershire total of 207. Alex Lees 64 not out. So Durham, who are sitting proud at the top of the table, they've won 4 of their matches so far, but maybe up against it this week against Gloucestershire. The only other game in Division 2 is at Worcester. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and defending again is Guest. Into the covers, fielded by Carson. There is no run where Yorkshire are all the twos, 222 for 2. A century there, 107 not out from Finley Bean. But that game affected by the weather yesterday. Elsewhere in the First Division, Warwickshire 295 for 5 in reply to Kent's 171. They're playing at Blackpool today, pretty much washed out yesterday, but Essex 109 for 4 against Lancashire. Carvelos bowls, Guest again defends, this time fielded again by Carson from the covers. There is no run. Middlesex 148 for 5 in reply to Northampton's total yesterday of 219. That game being played at Merchant Taylor's School. Somerset 331 for 6 against Hampshire at Taunton. James Rue 137 not out. Fine young player. The leaders of the county championship, Surrey, not having it all their own way at the Oval. It's Carvelos in and bowls and driven, and a very, very fine stop by Carson in the covers prevents single within 4 runs, but a good save by Jack Carson, and there is no run. Nottinghamshire 91 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 355. It's the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy today as well. The game between the Central Sparks and the Western Storm washed out, which is a shame. No play in that one.
Yes.
In other games, the Northern Diamonds bowled out for just 167 by the Thunder, who was 16 without loss in reply. Carvelos in bowls, let go outside the off stump by Brooke Guest. There is no run, but a maiden over from Harry Carvelos, who's bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, taken no wicket for 12. Derbyshire 61 for 2 with Guest on 18. Madsen yet to score. South East Stars in the runs against the Sunrisers. South East Stars making 290 for 9. A tremendous effort. Tasmin Brits making an undefeated century for the Stars. And the Southern Vipers also racking up a big score as well. Georgia Adams in good form, who was in the commentary box with us earlier on this season. She made 94 not out, as the Vipers made 259 for 7.
Shipley bowls and it's flicked off the hip there, and we'll get at least one, and it will be 1 run there.
And I suspect that Mystic Fletcher's 2 o'clock rain may not be coming because it's a little lighter away to the west, where I think the weather is coming from. And talking of Mystic Fletch, I'm going to leave you with Ariana and with Fletch, so we do a quick headphone swap.
I always feel slightly sorry for Ariana, because she has to wear our sets of headphones, and it must be very unpleasant. Very unpleasant.
The Shipley is in bold, and it's cut away there. Lovely shot, and just flying off to the boundary for 4 runs. I feel like quite a few shots that they played today have just been very well fielded and stopped when they could easily crashed away to the boundary.
There was one to the leg side, wasn't it, a little earlier, and it goes straight to a fielder, and you're thinking, and it builds the frustration, doesn't it, for the batsmen out there. They're thinking, well, if I'm not scoring off the balls that are hit as cleanly as I am, where am I going to score? But that will just relieve and release some of the pressure.
Definitely. That fall was nice and needed for Derbyshire here, as Shipley is running in from the Cromwell Road end. And that goes flying between third slip and gully for 4. It was split them quite evenly in the middle there. We have a good view of that one from this angle, and
it was definitely in the air and was definitely catchable.
Yeah, but
had there been a player there,
just straight between.
Got away with one there. Guest moves on to 26. Adrian was saying what a key man Wayne Madsen is. 700, 6 runs shy of 700 for the season. No, he isn't. He's he's got, that's the number of balls he's faced. 421 runs for the season, high score of 143, averaging 38. Brooke Guest hasn't had the season he had last season. He's averaging 21, 1/2 century. So beginnings for him.
Still lots of cricket to come this season, though.
Indeed.
Shipley comes in, bowls, and it's just flicked lovely off the legs there. Again, a lovely stop there by the Sussex fielding side. Diving stop at mid-on, stopped that ball going for 4 for sure, and prevented any run at all being taken.
I see Nathan McAndrew's got no right to stop that one, has he, really? But it was a really good effort, diving away to his right-hand side.
Yeah, it was a very good diving stop.
We've got to play the game here. Give Derbyshire a chance.
Shipley is running into bowl. He bowls, and it's a short delivery that's pulled away. There is a fielder out there, and they will get round in time and just keep it to a single.
I just get the feeling that Sussex is defending that shorter boundary slightly better than Derbyshire defended it, whether it's because the balls aren't there to hit into the places where there isn't a fielder, but they keep picking out the fielder on the boundary on the short side. Just in case anybody was wondering, those clouds look horrific away to the west, so Mystic Fletch wasn't that far out.
So yet to be proven right.
I'm not having Adrian dissing my ability to forecast the weather.
Shipley is in bowls, and it's just driven neatly there, but to no run as it hits the fielder for a dot. Ball, good over there for Derbyshire. They move on to 71 for 2 with Guest on 27 and Maidson on 1.
Or to be more correct, my ability to read a weather app. There is no... it's not me predicting these... this rain. In fact, it had disappeared from the latest forecast that I saw before the start of play. The rain around 2 and 3 o'clock had disappeared.
Yeah.
So that's good news. I'm just opening up the app now.
It's been a thing recently where the app just keeps changing its mind.
Yeah, and there is no rain at all in the forecast. Here's Caveas bowling to Brooke Guest, who's on 27. He defends the ball down the track. McAndrew does the fielding at mid-on. So they've got 3 slips and a point cover. It's a very standard field. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Wayne Madsen has only faced 4 deliveries so far. as Adrian said, often regarded as the key man. Lewis Deploy, the leading run scorer this season, just too shy of 800, and I am correct this time. As Carvalhais bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes that out into the offside. And again, there's no run. Anuj Dal averaging 50 still to come. Alex Thompson averaging 39 still to come. Haider Ali, who started the season opening the batting and has dropped down the order to protect him really as much as anything. He'd never played in this country before and was then asked to open the batting in April, and the ball was moving a little bit and it got to him as Carvalhais bowls, and it's a perfectly correct forward defensive by Brooke Guest. Good big stride in there, pushed it out into the offside, but Jack Carlson did the fielding. So Haider only averaging 28. It's not a fair comparison, of course, but Saranga Lakmal's averaging 30. I'm not sure I'd have him in my side for his batting now. Sam Connors is averaging 9, and of course George hasn't played, as this next one is defended straight back to Carvalhais by Brooke Guest. Again, another big stride put in by the Derbyshire wicketkeeper batsman. Only promoted to number 3 last season and had a terrific time of it. Thick end of 1,000 runs in the championship. Bats lower down in T20, but has this season produced some quite important contributions in that competition as well, as he defends this next one out into the offside, and the 3 players who are currently playing cricket out there: Carvalhais, Brooke Guest, and Jack Carlson, who does the fielding. Last 3 deliveries have all gone that way.
Yeah, they have, and I'd have to say it is very tricky coming to England for the first time and facing the swinging ball. So
absolutely.
A big ask to suddenly jump into that opening role.
It's sort of affected his white ball confidence as well, as this next one from Carvalhais is allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper, and that's a maiden over. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 12. Very decent figures for Ari Carvalhais. So far in this innings, Derbyshire 71 for 2. Brooke Guest is out there on 27. Wayne Madsen has 1, and they trail by the small matter of 331, which is plenty. And if they carry on at their current rate, they will get to 331 at about tea time tomorrow.
And Shipley will continue from the far end here at Hove today, as he's running in with some grey clouds behind him, and that's left alone very nicely by Maidson, and that's passed to the slips and no run scored.
I said yesterday, I think we were talking about Wayne Madsen, and 15th season for Derbyshire. Remarkable, really, and he's already contracted for next season. Age, carving out a decent white ball career for himself as well. Plays at Old Trafford in August.
And Shipley comes in, bowls, and it's just a shorter one flicked off the hip there to the boundary fielder for 1 run. It's nice to hear, because a lot of the time recently it's players moving around, doing a couple of seasons here, a couple of seasons there. It's nice to hear 15 years at one
15
club.
years, it's remarkable, really, isn't it? And when he arrived, I'm told, it was way before I started commentating on Derbyshire, he wasn't really regarded as somebody who could play white ball cricket. Mm-hmm. Well, he certainly is somebody who can play white ball cricket. Got his 2nd T20 century this season.
As Shipley is in, bowls, and that's driven nicely, but for no run, as it's sort of by mid-off. And his 2nd century in T20.
One against Leicestershire at Durham at the end of last season, and one at home to Leicestershire this season. Derbyshire had 2 centurions in 2023, first time that's happened. Tom Wood, who's 12th man in this match, got a magnificent 110 not out.
Shipley is in bowls, and it's just defended off the front foot and fielded by mid-on, who throws it into the keeper. Puts his hand up as it didn't quite carry nicely through to the keeper's gloves, but nice to see he's apologising for that.
Never apologise.
Always
Oh, do you?
apologise.
Oh, no, okay.
Well, I'm the one getting the rubbish throws in, so I go, and then this is sorry.
Your guilt. Never apologise.
And Shipley comes in from the Cornwall Road end, and that's flicked lovely off the legs, and that will race away for 4 more runs.
And as soon as it comes off the bat and towards mid-wicket, once it beats the man at mid-wicket, it's going to race to that boundary. There's no protection behind him. There's no point in having protection behind him, because the mid-wicket is probably halfway back to the boundary, and yet he's only just off the square.
Yeah, it is.
And he's going back. Look, there we go. So there's no point in having protection, but they've got protection now.
But I feel even when they're on that very short boundary, if it doesn't go straight to them, it
you've
is
got no
4
chance.
anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's really any need. And he's nowhere near where that ball was struck anyway. He wouldn't get round to where that ball hit the boundary if he set off now.
No, Shipley is in bowls, and it's flicked down to fine leg. I'm just waiting for the signal, and that is given 4 runs. So, double, what was that, 3 falls in a row at the end of that over?
Just 2, I think.
Just a 2.
Yeah, just 2.
But that was a good over for Derbyshire.
It certainly was. Brookcast has raced, sort of. On to 35 from 89 deliveries. 80 for 2. Wayne Madsen on 2. We'll be back on strike for the start of the next. Harry Caballas over from the sea end. It is still gloomy out there. No hint of the lights being put on. Debbie Griffin, who's the photographer, was telling me last night that when he had his... Because he's got a light meter on his camera, obviously they all have light meters on. He said it was darker last night with the lights on than it was at Worcester when they went off last week. Here's Caballas bowling to Wayne Madsen, who just guides this to Hudson Prentice at point. Of course, they have no lights at Worcester, which was part of the reason that last Sunday's game in the T20 was so exciting, because they tied with Durham on Duckworth Lewis because they were taken off a bad light to New Road a week last Friday. And was it last? Could it even have been last Friday? No, it couldn't have been. Week last Friday. Next delivery is turned by Madsen down towards long leg. They'll go through for a single. As in off the boundary comes Henry Shipley to do the fielding with that white wrist support or sweatband on his left arm.
I always find it weird how cricket can end in a tie. Just as you said, in the T20, there was a 50-over match between the Seven Vipers and Thunder, and it was a tie in every aspect. Runs were equal, wickets were equal, and so were overs.
Brilliant.
So it was a complete and utter tie there. And a full 50-over match was played for a tie.
Yeah, Derbyshire had a tie in the T20 that had no right not to win. Guest waits, Caballas bowls, and that's pushed out into the offside. Again, there's no run. 81 for 2 here. Guest 35, Madsen 3. Don't mind a tie. I'd like to see a tie in a first-class match. I've never seen that. I think Derbyshire have had one in their history. I mean, I didn't see it, obviously. I'm fairly sure that's true. It might not be. Who knows? Talking about, really. Caballas bowls, left alone by Guest. Allowed to go through to Carter. There's rain clouds still coming in, but still missing us. Remarkably. One of our touring party is back with us. He went AWOL yesterday, Paul, and I can see him away to the left now, standing with a couple of stewards. So he might be joining us tonight. Who knows? If we allow him, of course. Here's Caballas 2 balls of his over left. The first of those 2 is wide of the off stump and allowed to go through to the keeper by Brooke Guest. And there's no... Durham, who've had really good time of it in first innings of matches this season, are struggling a little bit at the Riverside. They're playing Gloucestershire. They're 121 for 4 in their first innings, still trailing Gloucestershire by 195. So some work to do for the Durham batsman there. Yorkshire still batting as Carvalhais comes in and bowls to Guest, who defends this one out into the offside up towards mid-off, where it's fielded very comfortably indeed by Tom Haynes, and it brings the over to an end. 81 for 2. Madsen has 3, Guest has 35. Yorkshire 247 for 3. They're only in the 58th over of their innings there because there was rain around yesterday, and they started at Cardiff. Have you seen that one, Adrian? Did you see that?
They started and got off again.
Started at Cardiff. Glamorgan 0 for 0 after 5 deliveries, and it's raining. So they've managed 5 deliveries, and it's 20 past 2 on day 2. That's not... Derbyshire played a game, that pink ball game down there, and it pretty much rained the entire time. It was very, very miserable. We were having to go to the pub at 10:30 and 11 o'clock at night. Oof. Although, in fairness, we didn't get back to the hotels until about 4 in the morning.
As it was in a change of bowler, McAndrew is in, and that's cut slightly aerial, but that will race away for 4. Nathan McAndrew to come on from the far end now, and this first ball flying away for the boundary. As he has Maidson played a lovely cut shot, slightly aerial, but to no fielder, which was positive, and instead to a boundary.
Yeah, it was a little aerial, wasn't it? But it looked pretty safe from Madsen. Just a little bit thick, edgish, but he'll be fine. They haven't put those runs onto him yet because he's still on 3. He's clearly moved on to 7, I imagine.
McAndrew is in bowls, and it's a slightly straighter one there, just defended and works into the onside for no run. A bit more.
There we go. Look, Madsen's got his 7 now. That's better. 5 for 2. No, they can't take any runs off of Derbyshire. Blimey, they would be in trouble.
That is for sure. But the scorers here are doing their job and keeping that scoreboard up to date. They'll try and keep it up as fast as you want it to be, but they're doing their best. A few stretches in the field today from Sussex as McAndrew is in. He bowls, and it's just shorter, flicked off the hip there. That will be racing away to 4 to the vacant square leg region on the boundary, hitting a nice advertisement board there.
That was a nice shot, wasn't it, from Madsen? Just flicked it away. He's starting to get into his stride now. 11 runs at a runner ball. As I said, plenty of batting to come with Haider Ali and Leas Deploy, frontline batsman. Anuj Dal, who's more than capable. Already got a century this season. Alex Thompson. And then the 3 number 11s.
As McAndrew in bowls and just left alone as it goes through to the keeper.
I'm going to make a guess now. We might not see them. Who knows? Derbyshire might get 600 for 4 and declare, but I would imagine it will be Connors. Oh, this is going to be tricky. I'm going to go Scrimshaw and then Lackmal. Well, I've only just noticed his name and Haider Ali's name both spelled with N's instead of R's. Lackmal's second should be an L, shouldn't it? So what's going on?
Andrew in bold and just defended there off the back foot. A bit more bounce, which took the batter by surprise, but was able to keep the ball down there. A quick single was asked, but sent back before any danger could happen as the fielder came in swiftly there.
He looked a bit surprised, didn't he?
Yeah. It's just, that's been the theme, I think. Bowlers coming down the hill here at Sussex have just gotten that extra bit of purchase when they've put in a bit more effort and speed into their ball. They've just suddenly got a bit more bounce coming through.
I'm just looking at the Derbyshire balcony. Mickey Arthur's on the phone, I think. Seems to be covering his mouth. He didn't want me to lip read. I can't lip read anyway.
McAndrew in bowl, and that's flicked off the legs. Will that be 4 more? Will that fielder get round? He does get round, but they're comfortably taking 2. That's Ari Carvelos did the fielding there. That's the end of the over. A good over again for Derbyshire, as Sussex are straying from their lines here as a bowling side.
I was getting a message that the sound quality on the stream just dipped a little bit. It keeps cutting out, so I don't think it's anything to do with us. I'll be fairly sure. That's from an avid viewer who shall remain nameless. Finn Hudson-Prentice back into the attack. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 4 in the first spell that he bowled before lunch. His hair licked back, tied in a ponytail. It's not really, I don't know what you call them. Forgive me, I'm not a hair expert, Ariana, as you well know. Not really a ponytail, because that says to me it should go down his back. It's sort of scrunched into. Is that a scrunch?
It's a bun.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You sure?
A little bit of a man bun going on, but it's quite low down.
It is quite low down. Here he is, Finn Hudson-Prentice, bowls to Guest, who pushes this out. Backward a square on the offside. There's a chase on here for Jack Carson. They've come back for a second as Carson puts the slide in turns as he picks up the ball and throws in a very decent throw to Ollie Carter, but they do get through for a couple. Guest moves to 37, Derbyshire 93 for 2. Wayne Madsen, strikers end on 13. The constant stretcher, Nathan McAndrew, is stretching, unsurprisingly, at mid-on. Just like a stretch. Yeah, I don't think he's stopped stretching since Sussex went into the field. Here's Hudson-Prentice again. This one is driven up towards McAndrew, who has to stop stretching to do the fielding. And there's just a couple of slips for Hudson-Prentice. 2 slips in a gully, really. Long leg, mid-wicket and mid-on, and then in the offside he's got a point who's quite some distance back, as well as a cover and a mid-off.
They haven't really changed the field much during their
No, just
30-odd overs.
whether it's 2 or 3 slips, and that's about it, really, isn't it? Here's Hudson-Prentice again, racing in past the umpire now, and Brooke Guest defends this one into the onside. Ball is fielded by Dan Ibrahim, coming in from mid-wicket. And again, there's Haynes, gloomy. I'm looking at the top of the dugouts here, and Adrian will back me up on this. They've got raindrops on them, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. It's raining.
It has been raining, or is raining, one or the other. The umpire's unmoved at the moment, but there is rain around, so Mystic Fletch was absolutely right. As in comes this next delivery from Hudson-Prentice. It keeps a little bit low, actually, and forces a hurried shot from Brooke Guest out into the offside. Arms held aloft by Hudson-Prentice. Walks back, looks to as though he might be trying to engage Wayne Madsen momentarily in a conversation, but decides against it. I don't think it is actually raining at the moment. I'm just looking through the binoculars at the moment. I'm looking into the dark spaces, and I can't see any rain at the moment, but
Definitely has been. You found the evidence to support you there.
Yes, absolutely. Turned into the leg side by Guest, and fielded by Ibrahim, no run, which might just dampen the ball a little bit. It'll make it a little bit trickier for the bowlers to hold on to it. I'd just spice the pitch up a bit. And all the imponderables have a bit of moisture in the air. Derbyshire 93 for 2. And in comes Hudson-Prentice for the final ball of his 5th over. It's defended by Brooke Guest, and Derbyshire 93 for 2 after 32 overs, so going along at about 3 and over, with Brooke Guest on 37 and Wayne Madsen on 13. And we're going to have to do the old microphone shuffle here, so Adrian will take turn us all down.
There we are, just like magic. A few spits and spots of rain, as Fletch was saying. I think it's.
I told you.
See if we can see see what the lads are doing down below us. They're sitting in the dry in the T20 dugout. It's got quite gloomy, Ariana, in the last. I can see a couple away to our right-hand side. Ladies putting on a cardigan and a.
I think the lights are coming on.
I think they are. Good spot. Well done.
It's gotten that dark, you were right.
Yeah, it's gloomy, very gloomy. There's an umbrella up in the southwest corner as well, which is a shame. Anyway, Nathan McAndrew is coming running in from the Cromwell Road in. Bowles cut away by Madsen. More runs here. Tom Haynes in hot pursuit. There's probably 3 here for Wayne Madsen. Haynes got to chase it all the way out to the deep extra cover boundary, and they do come back for a 3rd run. So Madsen goes to 16, and Derbyshire move to 96 for 2. Update coming to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex as well. Such a fine player, Wayne Madsen. 16 off just 15 deliveries. Brooke Guest far more circumspect, 37 in 99, but no less an important innings. The Derbyshire wicketkeeper batting at number 3. Nathan McAndrew just waits at the end of his run. 3 slips in place. And he's on his way. Bowls and Guest covers up. Plays back to McAndrew, who collects the ball and then makes it to shy at the stumps in sort of quite aggressive manner. And in the end holds onto the ball, and there is no runs. It's happened in the ladies' game very much.
A couple of times it happens. You just
if you're batting and that happens, what do you do? I mean, do you just sort of stand there and look at them and say, well, go on then, or...
Yeah, it just is a bit funny because they're trying to intimidate you, and it's not very intimidating.
Yeah.
I find anyway. It might be different when someone a bit bigger is trying to lump a ball at your head. But
a few more umbrellas going up around the ground, unfortunately, as McAndrew is in. Bowls and Guest up on his toes, plays that to extra cover, fielded by Carson. There's no run. The umpires are just looking a little twitchy. Wayne Madsen having a word to umpire Adnam at the far end of the ground. But several umbrellas up in the southwest corner. Funnily enough, away to the west, where I think this weather is coming from, it does look a little brighter, but over the downs to the north, I think that's gone. And it looks pretty nasty what's going up there. But as I say, I think that's already passed by. And now, I think we are going to go off, actually. Yes, indeed, we are.
Becoming sunnier and drier later.
Fletch predicted rain at 2 o'clock, but it's actually coming at 2:30. So
on Saturday as well.
we go off for rain.
Cricket. With Adrian Harms at the county ground in Hove. Hi, Adrian.
Hello, Danny. Yes, well, it was dry and sunny here, but would you believe it's now raining and the players are just going.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Hour here. We're going to put 2:30, so an hour's delay. It didn't rain very hard, not hard enough for tarpaulins and all the paraphernalia to be dragged back on as the bell rings in the pavilion, but the covers were over the pitch. It was no more than nuisance value, really. Ariana Dowse is with me. Sure, a few umbrellas go up, Ariana, but it was more sort of spits and spots, to be honest. A little bit irritating.
Yeah, it's the kind where it's enough to prevent you playing cricket, but you get annoyed that you have to stop for such a little amount of rain, to be honest.
Yeah. And when you're playing and you get interruptions in games, I mean, what do you do? I mean, particularly after feeling the situation for the batsmen who've gone off, and I guess you've got to a certain extent keep yourself in the zone. You probably sort of can't take your pads off because at any minute you're back out there again.
Yeah, I think it's the most frustrating thing as a batter. Having a rain delay and knowing rain's about is always a mentally challenging one. You just have to stay on it and be ready to go out at any point if the rain did stop, or then you get called off. And Yeah, it's just a tricky one for the batters. It's a mental game at this point with all the rain.
Well, we went off with the score 96 for 2 after 32.3 overs. And that was just before 2:30, well, just about 2:30. I was just giving an update, actually, to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Nathan McAndrew is halfway through his over, so he's got 3 balls to bowl of this over. Brooke Guest on 37. He's faced 101 balls. Wayne Madsen is on 16. I think Fletcher's got a 3:30 update to do, and then we'll have a change around, and Fletcher will come in for Ariana, who has resisted the lure of the lemon cake. The press lads haven't. They've tucked straight in. In comes McAndrew, bowls and clipped away by Madsen to mid-wicket, and there is no, by Brooke Guest, I'm sorry, to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Are you not a cake person?
Yeah, I do like my cake, but I don't particularly like lemon cake.
Right.
Lemon and carrot cake. I don't fancy.
I'm not a big fan of carrot cake, I have to say. The lemon cake here is... Are you more of a savoury person? Are you crisps and that sort of thing?
Oh, if it was a chocolate cake, I'd be right there.
Oh, right.
So, probably not. A good
Okay.
Victoria sponge, maybe.
Do you know, it's raining. It's raining quite hard, actually. I'm quite surprised we've started. Umbrellas are up. McAndrew in bowls, and Guest is 4 plays onto the onside. There is no run. I can see 2 umbrellas up. And I thought I could see, yeah, it is raining. You can see through the side window against the backdrop of the trees. Tom Clark is just looking up. It is definitely raining. But we're back underway, so fair play to the umpires. Ben Gibson and his team are walking back around the boundary. I think there are slightly lighter skies to the southwest, so hopefully that's where the weather's coming from. But it's more nuisance value than everything. So well done the umpires for keeping the players out there. But it's definitely still spitting with rain. McAndrew in bowls. McAndrew tumbles over. Oh, that could have been nasty. Rolled over on the pitch, does Nathan McAndrew. Looks at the bottom of his boots. So 3 dot balls to finish the over. No addition to the overnight score. 96 for 2. Gasti is on 37. Madsen is on 16. Listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms and Ariana Dowse. So when you look through this side window here, Ariana, just to get to the background of the trees, it is definitely raining, isn't it? Or my eyes letting me
The
down?
tiniest bit, yeah. Your eyes are doing good there.
Yeah, they are doing
for
well.
That rain.
They haven't, no, not normally this good. And I haven't changed my glasses either. But we're staying on, which is good news. And it is going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's going to come into the attack from the sea end of the ground. The floodlights are on. Hopefully, the light is improving slightly. In fact, there's a glimmer of sunshine, I think, going to come across the ground in a minute. So fingers crossed that's the end of the delay.
So just gets rid of his gum there. And he's running into ball from the seaside end here after a bit of a rain delay in ball, and that's flicked lovely through
Nice shot.
the leg side, flicked off legs. There is a pursuit. It's not going to go for 4. They're going to pick up 2. Will they take 3? Yes, that's good running.
Very good
intent.
running.
3 on the arm.
Here comes the sun, as they said in a famous song.
Let's go doo-doo-doo-doo.
Yeah, we'll test Fletch, actually. When he comes back in, we'll test Fletch as to who wrote Here Comes the Sun. He'll probably know because he's a bit of a music buff, I think.
Yeah, we've been talking all things music.
We
during
have.
that rain
We've been
break.
discussing concerts we went to and the things that happened at those concerts. Most of it was printable, I think. I don't think there was anything that wasn't.
I think most things could be said on the radio.
Yeah, we're just reliving our youth and the concert. Probably the thing that came most in our discussion during the rain delay was about concerts and how you get tickets and how the great days you could just queue up. And first in the queue, if you want to queue up, camp out all night and get a ticket, you've got a ticket. Which I still think is the fairest way to do it. But then...
There's Finn Hudson-Prentice in bowls, and it's just defended there off the front foot quite solidly.
But if you really wanted to go and see, I don't know who your favourite band would be, Aaron. If there's somebody you really wanted to go and see, I don't know, don't want to do disservice. I don't know, Harry Styles or someone. I don't, that's not Harry. But it's luck, isn't it? I mean, would you have ways of? Would you have sort of multiple appliances, and you're just trying to get online and get a ticket?
Well, this is the thing. There's a new Taylor Swift is coming to the UK next year.
Okay, yeah.
And I missed the deadline to get onto this special list to get a ticket even, and it's just ridiculous. As Finn Hudson-Prentice is in bowls, it's just driven nicely, but to the foot of no run. I'll hand over to you.
Right, we'll hear more more about Taylor Swift in a minute, because I'm interested in your story.
Rain becoming sunnier and drier later on, and then for Saturday, part cloudy, chance of a shower at first, then turning drier and brighter in the afternoon. Very windy day on Saturday.
Hudson Prentice wanders back to his mark.
Cricket update.
Down in Hove, and Adrian Harms watching. Or not? Has it stopped raining?
It has just stopped raining, Danny. It's sort of spitting in the wind a little bit. And our favourite cricketer from the radio station, Finn Hudson-Prentice, is bowling from the sea end. But Derbyshire, 99 for 2 in their first innings. We had a delay about of an hour. It was more nuisance value than anything else in terms of the weather. Brooke Guest is on 37. Wayne Madsen is on 19. Both wickets taken by Henry Shipley. And all of that, Danny, in reply to the Sussex total earlier on today of 402, in which Finn Hudson-Prentice was 63 not out. The leaders, Surrey, not having it all their own way at the Oval, bowled out today for 355. In reply, Nottinghamshire going along very nicely. They're 139 for 1, although it's now raining at the Oval.
All right, and how do you rate those two scores in the first innings for Sussex and Surrey? 402 for Sussex, 355 for Surrey.
Well, in terms of Sussex, Danny, I think they'll be a bit disappointed, because yesterday at lunch they were 150 without loss. So then they lost their final 10 wickets for just 250, and they could have almost batted Derbyshire out the game. So they've let Derbyshire in with a little sniff here at Hove, despite good innings by Tom Haynes and Tom Clark. Up at the Oval, I think Surrey will be quite pleased, because at one stage yesterday they were 131 for 5. So to score 355 is a good effort, but looks like a good track with Nottinghamshire going along nicely, 139 for 1.
Half from these pesky little rain breaks. OK, back with you later on. Thanks, Adrian.
Thanks, Danny.
Meantime, you can listen to the full comment.
There we go. We are still on air, which is good. End of the over. 101 for 2. Guest on 39. Madsen is on 19. I wouldn't rule out any more interruptions. You know, it's still just got the feel that there might be sort of right. So tell me more about Taylor Swift. So now what's the umpire doing? He's signalling. You know, I think he's signalling to the ground staff. Sawdust.
Well, we did see McAndrew take a tumble on his last ball, so maybe they need some sawdust out there for the bowlers.
Look, Ben's the boss, and he's got around. I thought he might have sent one of the lads round, but look at the well done Ben, leading the team. That's going to keep him fit, running up the hill.
As McAndrew is in bowls, and it's just defended there off the back foot for no run.
So I'm at the risk of boring our listeners, but we are talking about how to get hold of concert tickets and that sort of thing. So for you to get tickets to Taylor Swift, you had to pre-register, is that right?
Yeah, there was a register thing that you had to sign up for, and I missed the registration period, and I now have to wait and see if all the tickets get sold.
Which they probably would, is that?
They probably are. They've had to add more dates for England because the demand was so high.
Yeah, that often happens, you know. They see what, and then is that at Wembley?
There's a few. They're all over the country, and there are a couple at Wembley. As McAndrew is in bowls and has just defended there for no run. Yeah, there's some in Edinburgh, Cardiff, everywhere, all over the UK kind of thing. Right. And now I'm having to wait for getting tickets after someone else has bought them, and hopefully they're going to make a profit. So
that is, it's
gutting.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's all done online, and unless you're an avid follower of social media, you don't necessarily see these things.
Yeah, I was surprised I even saw the first announcement that she was coming, and then I completely just forgot about it. As McAndrew is in bowls, and it's just defended and does a bit of football there. Ouch!
That hit him on the ankle.
That was not. Yeah, that looked awkward on his ankle. It must have hurt.
Ouch.
And kicked it back to where mid-wicket was. And then I missed it and didn't realise there was this whole registration thing. And that will be it. I might not be able to see her.
Are you not a big watcher of social media?
No. I wouldn't say
good
I was.
For you.
No.
Well, good for you. And I have to say, I think, you know, people must just sit on it for hours.
Yeah, it's this generation we're in is very much on that social media, as it's a half drive beating the outside edge for no wicket or no run. Just seemed a loose shot there from Madsen.
Well, it was a loose shot, wasn't it? It was outside the off stump. And that doesn't happen too often from Wayne Madsen, who just sort of holds his hand up to his partner Brooke Guest there. That was a very un-Madsen type shot. He's following with good pace here, Nathan McAndrew down the hill. Ben Gibson is now poised at the far end of the ground with a white bucket, which I would imagine is full of sawdust that he's going to bring out in a couple of moments' time.
As Nathan McAndrew continues, he bowls and he's cut
Shot.
sweetly there away for 4, and the fielder has to just turn around and jog to go fetch the ball. As the little lad throws it back in for Finn, so he doesn't have to do so much effort.
Yeah, lovely shot, wasn't it? Too much width there from Nathan McAndrew, and it was just... He didn't have to hammer it, it was just timed beautifully by Madsen. And having been rather roughed up by the previous delivery, it always feels good to get one right off the middle of the bat. 23 off 21 for Wayne Madsen, who's not hanging around here. Nice looking shot. Floodlight's still on, so it is still gloomy-ish here at Hove.
But hopefully no more rain.
Fingers crossed.
McAndrew is in, bowls, and it's just defended there off the legs onto for no run. The end of a okay over for everyone, 4 off it.
Yeah. Sorry, I was going to say 8 overs for 33. Fletch back with us shortly if you're wondering where he is. He's doing his update to BBC Radio Derby. So we'll ask him whether he's registered for Taylor Swift tickets. I somehow doubt that he is, Ariana.
I reckon he might be a Swiftie, you know.
Do you? Is that what you call a Taylor Swift fan, a Swiftie?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll ask Fletch, and we'll ask him those 2 questions when he comes out. Ben Gibson is now running onto the field. Well done, Ben. The lads who work with Ben, I don't know whether they have a direct reporting line into Ben Gibson, the groundsman, but he's certainly leading from the front, is Ben, and he's tipped out 2 big piles of sawdust at either end of the ground. Now he's running off and he's going to join the lads who are sitting in the T20 dugout, which is just down below us. Well, he's laughing, isn't he? Well done, Ben. So we've got sawdust at both ends, and now we've got Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's racing up the hill, comes in and bowls, and defending his Brook Guest, his 110th delivery, which he punches to mid-off. And there is no run. 105 for 2, Guest 39, Madsen 25. Live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex and Derby. You may be watching via the live stream, being operated by Jack. Hope he's not too full up with cake in the room next door to us. We had a nice cake bought at tea time, which we've thoroughly enjoyed. Thank you, Sussex. Hudson-Prentice in, bowls. Forward comes Guest again, plays into the covers, fielded by Haynes, and there is no run. And wherever you're watching or listening from, thank you for joining us. As an update on the day, Sussex losing their final 3 wickets this morning for just 27. All 3 wickets taken by George Scrimshaw, who finished with the excellent figures of 5 for 49. Fletcher's just come back in. I can only imagine that he's going to make out he's been delayed, but he could have been applying for Taylor Swift tickets, Ariana. I'm not sure. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, clipped away by Guest through mid-wicket. He's going to get at least 1. James Cole's in hot pursuit. They will come back for a second. A good sliding stop by James Cole's, but not before Guest comes back for a couple of runs. He goes to 41. And Derbyshire to 107 for 2. So we'll bring Fletch in at the end of the over. We'll do our headphone handover. Yeah, Ariana's been telling me all about applying for Taylor Swift tickets. And have you done that, Fletch?
No.
No. Okay. And what would you call a Taylor Swift fan?
Of course, Swifties.
Yeah, well
he knows.
Very impressed. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, and forward comes Guest.
Huh?
Is that what they call it?
Yeah,
Yes.
Swifties.
Yeah, well done. Well, he's making out that he doesn't know. I reckon he's a secret Swiftie. Ariana reckoned that you might be. 41 to Brook Guest, 23 Wayne Madsen, 107 for 2. He is knowledgeable, is Fletch. The floodlights are still on, but it is getting brighter by the minute here. The clouds are just getting a little higher, so with any luck, that's the end of the rain interruptions. We've still got another 46 overs to be bowled tonight, so we could well be here at about midnight. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, but more lift there from Hudson-Prentice, easily played by Guest mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 46 overs to be bowled tonight, and it's already 20 to 4. We're not getting tea until I think it said 10 past 4, so it could be a really, really long...
We lost 6 overs.
Thank you, Fletch, who was on the ball.
I went through that.
So 6 overs in an hour.
It's an extra half hour, isn't it?
Oh dear! The scorers and the people who interpret the cricket rules. I mean, you probably need a degree to do it. I should think. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, defended by a guest onto the onside, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. There is no run. 107 for 2. We're going to have a quick change around in the commentary box. Ariana is going to go and see if she fancies a bit of that lemon cake, which she assures us that she doesn't. Fletch, who did enjoy the lemon cake, is going to come back and join us and explain that he is not really a Taylor Swift fan and he didn't get on the pre-ticket registration list.
I genuinely couldn't tell you a song that I know of Taylor Swift. I mean, blimey, you'd have to be the pinball wizard, wouldn't you, deaf, dumb and blind, not to have heard of Taylor Swift. But just somewhere in the back of my mind, Swifties. One of the questions.
Is that one of her songs in the back of my mind?
I don't know, but it could be, couldn't it? Yeah. It's McAndrew from the Cromwell Road end, bowling to Wayne Madsen, who drives really nicely stopped at mid-off. Excellent piece of work there by Tom Haynes, diving away to his right-hand side and making sure the ball didn't get past him. Wayne Madsen must have thought he'd possibly got another run there. He's on 23 at a run a ball now. Brooke Guest 41 of 115, and they've put on 46 in 11 overs and 2 balls, these two.
He's been very positive here, Wayne Madsen.
Yeah. Yes. He's played nicely so far. 107 for 2. McAndrew in and bowls to Madsen. Almost gets through his defences there as he pushes it into the leg side. Not far from sneaking past the edge of his bat. Jack Carson picks up at mid-wicket. Have we mentioned the quiz last night yet? In the pub
you mentioned that you went to a pub and it was rammed in Brighton.
Oh, it was, absolutely.
And there was a quiz.
It was the Robin Hood. I think it's in Hove still, just about. I'm not sure. Either way, it was
what made you stop there? Were you recommended or?
No, we went into one pub and the bloke, we walked up to the bar and he said, "Oh, it's good to see you. We haven't had anybody in for 3 hours." so it's not a very popular pub. No, it's very good. McAndrew in and bowls to Madsen, turning to the leg side. It might sneak it between the two fielders out there now. There's a good diving stop. That's excellent. Bit of work there by Henry Shipley, diving to his left and keeps the ball from going over the boundary rope. Helped out by his mate Dan Ibrahim there, who throws the ball back in, and they go through for single. Guest moves to 4109. And they picked up 2 and it was Madsen that goes on to 25, beg your pardon, 109 for 2. Yeah, there was a quiz on it. It already started before we arrived, so we just sort of helped out a few people. One of the questions, after QWERTY, what are the next 4 letters on the top line of a typewriter? I was all over it.
You'd know that, would you?
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah, we got it right. Well, I got it right. McAndrew bowls, Madsen drives, mistimes it. Don't look at your keyboard. That's just cheating.
I would have no idea.
Yeah, QWERTY UEOP is how I obviously it's the QWERTY keyboards, aren't they? From the QWERTY on the top line, but UEOP follows QWERTY. I knew that.
And how did you know that? Through use of a laptop or something?
I don't know.
Or a fact you'd remembered, or
probably the fact that I'd spent hours working for a newspaper, gazing at a typewriter, thinking I've got nothing to write.
Right.
I'll just learn the top line of the typewriter.
Okay.
McAndrew bowls, defended by Madsen up to mid-off. There's no run. But no, it was really good. They had a taste round, which was slightly disturbing.
A taste round?
Yeah, they brought out steaming hot cups which had clearly some flavoured water in. They had to guess what it was. And then they handed biscuits out, and you had to guess what was in the biscuits. We didn't partake in that.
Sounds like a very organised quiz.
Yeah, no, it was good.
Right.
The only thing that wasn't organised, bless him, was the man who was reading the questions out. I assume was the landlord, but he didn't use a PA. He basically ran round the pub shouting the questions at individual tables as McAndrew bowls. Oh, Madsen plays that one a little bit uppishly out into the offside. He was surprised by that. He was expecting it to go back into him. It might have held its line or just slightly moved away, and he's got a leading edge up towards mid-off. No damage done, though, because the ball hit the ground before reaching a fielder, and he remains on 25. Guest has 41, and Derbyshire are 109 for 2. So we're always looking for little diversions. You know what it's like when you go and you went up to watch Derby County take on Fulham last time. Was it last year or the year before?
It was last Easter because Derby actually won. I shouldn't say that with an element of surprise, but they weren't expected to win, but they did win. Yeah, it was the end of this season before last.
Yeah, so you were trying to find
to do. You're right.
To do and away trips.
Hudson Prentice running away from us comes in and bowls to Matt. Get it right. Brooke Guest plays into the offside. There is no run. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid off. On mid wicket. He's fairly close and straight. A square leg and a long leg. This looks a good pitch to bat on, Dave. It's not giving a huge amount of help to the seamers. It's been very much the case at Hove this year, but we're only in the second day and much can happen, much cricket to be played. I think the forecast is generally pretty good for the next couple of days. But Derbyshire setting out their stall. Some Prentice races in, bowls, and forward comes Guest. Is playing very patiently here. 41 of 118 deliveries. 117 deliveries, I should say. We were talking as well, we were musing not just about rock concerts and Taylor Swift, but about Fletch and stories of Halifax town. And Phil Pennicott has been in touch. Hello, Phil. He says, hearing your comments with Fletch about Halifax, every time I call you Fletch, I can't help but think about... I can't remember the name of the programme now. Porridge, yeah, what a great programme that was. Hudson Prentice in bowls. Wraps Guest around the thigh pad that bounces into the gully and there is no run.
You are an habitual criminal.
He says, hearing your comments with Fletch about Halifax, can I share a little Sussex parallel? Growing up in Crawley and being the son of an Albion supporter, I actively supported both these sides. I first saw a top-tier team as a 13-year-old when I saw the Albion lose 3-2 at home to Wolves in the League Cup. This was Wolves' first team, as was the norm then. At the time, Crawley were in the Southern League Division 1.
Wow.
Never in my wildest dreams would I reckon that 45 years later, in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls and clipped nicely down the leg side by Brooke Guest. They're going to look for 2 here. Might not be a good idea. Well, it's gone to Henry Shipley who gets in the throw. So a good bit of fielding. I was going to say James Coles is very quick across the ground there, who was chasing back from square leg, but just a single to Guest. He goes to 42. And Derbyshire to 110 for 2. He says, never in my wildest dreams would I reckon that 45 years later Crawley would play at home to Wolves in a league match and beat them. Keep on dreaming, says Phil. So there we are, Halifax fans.
Who was that, sorry?
He was a Crawley fan. It was Phil.
Phil. I hope it wasn't Phil that I cut up the time I went to Crawley with Bradford City. I came out of a petrol station and got dog's abuse off...
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Was a chap called Phil?
No, I don't know what he was called, but it could have been Phil.
I bet he called you. I bet he called you something.
Yes, yeah, was.
In comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket, bowls down the leg side, taken by Carter. There is no run.
Well, I've gone in a Radio Leeds car.
Oh, right.
And by the time you drive from Leeds all the way to Crawley, you're oblivious to what the outside of your car looks like, aren't you? So I came down this slip road and cut this guy up, and I'm thinking,
Fab, yeah.
Yeah, and of course the passenger has said, you do realise that it says Radio Leeds all over this van, don't you? Oh dear. Yeah. So I was concerned for a short while, but the fair people of Crawley didn't report me.
That's good. In comes Hudson Prentice running in over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Madsen, plays that into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 110 for 2. We've still got 44 overs to be bowled tonight. We might need that lemon cake, Guest on 42, Madsen is on 25. Hudson Prentice, 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 14. I have to confess, Fletch, that the van I get to drive around in the summer is the van that the engineer normally uses.
Nice van, that. I saw it last night.
So it's not in any way got the livery on it, so I can... and it's slightly pathetic. I was coming to the game this morning. I got stuck in a queue of traffic, and it's where 2 lanes go to 1. There's always cars who come down the inside, then they cut in at the last minute.
Don't like that.
Don't like it. So I'm keeping really close to the car in front, which is pathetic. Really,
no, I do that.
But it is pathetic. So yeah. I was right on this bumper.
McAndrew begins a new over. He's driven by Brooke Guest, but straight to the man in the covers, who is Jack Carson.
Yeah, ridiculous. And then the car behind very obligingly let this guy in. I thought, why do I get myself all stressed? I mean,
motorways at night.
Oh, well, you do a lot of that.
All the time, all the time. And I don't let anybody in. Kevin Pennick, who looks like he's new, judging by his Twitter profile, is new to Twitter, but if you want to get in touch, Kevin, that's perfectly fine, but just putting @FlexSport in a tweet and then tweeting it isn't going to do anybody any good. 110 for 2 as McAndrew bowls, and it's pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest, up to mid-off, in fact.
I don't want to mention this. John Conway has been in touch. Hello, John. He's listening to the cricket by the pool in Malaga.
I think you were right the first time.
With a cold beer.
By the bar, yeah.
Sounds rather nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, yes.
In southern Spain. We spoke about Spain earlier on, didn't we? We spoke about San Sebastian. Have we got any listeners in San Sebastian? Or maybe Bilbao?
We should try and do a bit of Catalan or Basque commentary. That'll be interesting. To master English first. This next delivery is left alone by Brooke Guest to go through to the wicket-keeper.
Is it hugely different? Sorry, Fletcher. Is it hugely different Catalan from Spanish?
In my experience, I mean, I'm no expert. Thank you, Griff.
Yeah, but yeah, the snort from the back of the book there was Dave Griffin, who's trying to sort of hide his laughter.
Catalan certainly is close to French, whereas Spanish isn't.
Okay.
But Catalan is quite close to French. If you read the Barcelona-based sports papers, you can, if you know French, you can get by. As McAndrew bowls, that's clipped down the leg side, is it? No, he falls over again. That's not the first time, absolutely, that he's fallen over, and this time he gingerly gets back and flexes his left leg. Nathan McAndrew, so we'll keep an eye on him. He didn't get a touch on it, Brooke Guest, and it was nicely taken by Ollie Carter down the left-hand side. Very much a non-Johnny Bairstow moment for the wicket-keeper there. 110 for 2 it remains.
Actually, Mark Wood was saying this morning, they asked how tired he was. He said, well, he was fed up with the grazes on his knees where he kept falling over he was bowling.
Yeah, he does that a lot, doesn't he?
Just the pure momentum, I would imagine.
Mr. Griff stat landmark here by not looking at Twitter. It's a Wayne. Oh, it's the good one. It's the big one. It's the big one. We'll come to that in a moment. The David Griffin statistic, of which there are many, as McAndrew bowls to Brooke Guest. And
put him down.
Yeah, he got his hands to it. I'll give him. Put it down might be a bit harsh.
Yes, it probably was harsh.
He got down an awful long way to a return shot that was in the air about 8 inches off the ground.
Chance, though. Would it go down as a chance?
Should have caught it, says David Griffin from the... It is a chance. It is a chance, but it would have been sensational had he taken that. Wayne Madsen has moved into second place on the list of Derbyshire all-format leading run scorers, ahead of the legendary Dennis Smith, who of course didn't play List A or T20 cricket because they didn't play it then. 20,520 runs. Well, he's got more now. Wayne Madsen is on 25 at the non-striker's end. 110 for 2. McAndrew bowls to Guest, who defends this out into the offside. And there is no run. It's a maiden over from McAndrew. 10 overs. Oh, it's disappeared. One maiden, 0 for 35. It always does that. I tell you what the scoreboard did to me before, 110 for 2, incidentally, is that I went next door to do an update. It started to rain. I looked down, looked up to give the score, and it said rain delay. Well, we knew what was happening because the covers were on and it was raining. Just leave the score on the scoreboard.
I agree. That's not
goodness sake.
So can we inquire who is the all-time leading Derbyshire run scorer?
Well, Kim Barnett. Kim Barnett. If there's a batting record, if you don't guess Kim Barnett, you're going to be wrong. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, okay.
Apart from he won't have the fastest century, will he? No.
Finn Hudson-Prentice running away from us in on bowls and clipped away straight to square leg. A bit of fielding by Ibrahim, and there is no run. 110 for 2.
And the good news for Wayne Madsen is, having got to 20,520 and power to add, he's only, at the age of 39, 16,000 runs behind Kim Barnett. So he's not going to be toppled, Kim.
Oh, that's extraordinary. Yeah. I had no idea that Kim Barnett had made that amount of run.
In world cricket,
it's remarkable.
Hudson-Prentice bowls, covering up his Madsen plays down the offside. So just to repeat that, Fletcher, Dave was saying Kim Barnett in the history of world cricket.
25th, I beg your pardon.
In all-time runs?
Yes. Anybody.
In the history of the game?
In top-class cricket, yeah.
That's
and there'll be somebody in the back garden.
Did he only play for...
No, he went to Gloucestershire after Derbyshire.
Right.
And 8,000 of his runs came there, but 36,000 runs for Derbyshire, all format.
Opened in most of his career?
Yes.
Some Prentice in bowls, driven stylishly through the offside. This is going to go for 4 runs. Enrico Velas is in hot pursuit. Looks as if he's struggling a little
Hot
bit.
pursuit.
Well, he did look like he was struggling there, Enrico Velas. It was drilled away by Madsen, who goes to 29.
The last ball he bowled, I said earlier on, it looks like he's running through treacle, and he looked exactly the same. I don't think he's 100% fit.
Well, he was really struggling there. He was chasing the ball towards the boundary, but he was definitely struggling. Lovely shot, though, by Madsen, who goes to 29, 114 for 2. We're talking Kim Barnett. And I ought to know this, but I don't, so I'm not going to pretend that I do know. Did he play for... I feel like he did play for England.
Oh, yeah.
But not very much.
Not much, no. Tests, 4.
Right. Hudson Prentice in bowls. Forward comes... Madsen plays very straight to mid-off. There is now 4 test matches.
Yeah, only one international, scored 88, never played again.
Remarkable for a man who scored so many runs. People who don't know Kim Barnett will have seen footage of Kim getting squarer and squarer, more front on as his career went on. He was not quite Peter Willey, but that kind of style by the end of his career. But it worked for him, clearly.
I had no idea he was that prolific.
Yeah.
Wow. So a great stat. Madston...
But Wayne Madsen has got... Sorry.
Hudson Prentice in. Madsen clips this to mid-wicket. Well taken run, because Shipley needed to move to his right at mid-on to field, and Madsen goes to 30, the total to 115 for 2.
Wayne Madsen's got 20,500 runs, which puts him second. That's all formats, so including List A and T20. Kim Barnett scored 23,800 first-class runs.
Wow.
He got another 12,300 List A, and of course was playing before the invention of T20 cricket, so a phenomenal cricketer. Captain the side as well. Was head of cricket a few years ago.
Hudson Prentice in again, bowls. Forward comes Guest. There was a loud appeal. I didn't quite know what, because I clearly heard a sound, so it might have been inside edge on the pad. End of Hudson Prentice is over. He has bowled 9 overs, 2 mates, no hit for 19. Derbyshire 115 for 2. Madsen on 30. Guest is on 42. Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, chewing the fat about Kim Barnett and his heroics for Derby.
Well, we had one of Kim Barnett's biggest fans in the back of the box, which always helps when you're talking about one of the Derbyshire legends, undoubted legends. But his numbers are just ridiculous. I don't know. I don't have them all in my head as Griff would, but his numbers are just so ridiculously bigger than anybody else's at the club in the club's history. It is almost ridiculous. Ethan McAndrew begins a new over. He's 11th from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls to Wayne Madsen, who tries to flick it away. McAndrew's gone down again, and rather gingerly picks himself back up. I wonder if it's the footmarks he's slipping in. He slipped. Did he fall over before the rain delay? I can't remember. I think he might have done once.
Yes.
Well, he's certainly fallen down in successive overs here, and now he's scratching away at the footmarks on the crease in a desperate attempt to stay on his feet. That one went down the leg side. Madsen tried to flick it away, but it went straight through to Ollie Carter, and it remains 115 for 2. Very conscious of the fact that I missed my 3 o'clock. Being heavily on the mind, and I'm determined not to miss my 4 o'clock, which will be coming up fairly shortly. And McAndrew scratching away at his footmarks isn't helping. He's happy now, and the umpire isn't happy with the front foot line. So Hassan Adan removes a bail and scratches in the front foot line again. I was told which crease that was the other week by Darren Smith, but I've forgotten, Darren, I'm sorry. 115 for 2. Madsen on 30. Guest on 42. They put on 54, these two, 93 deliveries. And McAndrew is in again and bowls to Madsen, who drives handsomely for 4.
Yeah.
That's definitely going to go all the way. I don't care how slow the outfielders got by that drizzle earlier on. That was always going to get to the boundary. It was a forlorn chase from Tom Haynes. In fact, I think he'd resigned himself to the fact he was merely fetching the ball, and Madsen moves on to 34, 119 for 2.
Yeah, it was wide, wasn't it? And just helping himself, Wayne Madsen. Fletcher Smith. We've got tea coming up in 10 minutes. I say tea, but I think nearly all the cake's gone, which was eaten during the rain delay. So Harry Anna's going to come back in for 10 minutes as we lead up towards the tea break. 119 for twos. Comes McAndrew, bowls, and forward comes Madsen, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. So this partnership, Ariana, is now worth 48. It was 49 for the previous wicket between Lewis Rees and Brooke Guest. So slowish progress from Derbyshire. They're going along here a little shy of 3 and over. These are conditions that you would have thought would favour the bowling side. Griff has come back in to look for something. Not sure what he's looking for, but he's gone. Floodlights on. Griff is Dave Griffin, who's pretty much everything about Derbyshire there is to know. In comes McAndrew. That's a beautiful shot by Wayne Madsen. Just caressed away through the covers. Jack Carson is chasing the ball hard towards the boundary. He won't cut that off, and that's a beautiful shot. Beautifully played, Ariana, just timed to perfection. Madsen goes to 38 off 39 deliveries, and Derbyshire going along very nicely here. 50 partnership between these two, 123 for two.
Yeah, I definitely say that with Madsen in now, they're just ticking along a little bit more than what they were before. And I think they just took that time to just get in and tire the Sussex fielders and the bowlers. And now they're just putting away the bad balls which is really good to see. It's very good cricket.
Tom Clark is asking for a helmet to be brought out. I don't know if we're going to get some spin and whether we're expecting, whether in the slips are going to go a little closer. I'm not too sure. In comes McAndrew bowls, let go by Madsen outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So the end of the over. Derbyshire 123 for two. Guest is on 42. Madsen is on 38. These two coming together when Lewis Rees was out when the score was on 61. I thought it was the end of the over. In fact, I'm completely wrong. There's one more to go. I do apologise. 8 off the over so far. The light is not great. The floodlights are on. There's a lot of heavy cloud around. We hoped that little shower we were off for an hour, would be the end of the interruptions, but I just fear there may be a little more on the way. In comes McAndrew bowls, let go by Madsen outside of the off stump. That is the end of the over. He looks in a bit of discomfort up there to me, Nathan McAndrew. He followed through then, and he just sort of looked at his left foot, which would be his front foot when he's bowling. He takes his hat and sunglasses from umpire Adnam. End of the over, 123 for two. Just for the little lead up till tea, we're going to have a changeover of headphones, and I'll leave you with Fletch and Ariana.
Beautifully done. Well done, everybody. And it's not with us tomorrow or Thursday. There'll be no tomorrow or Thursday, isn't it? Wednesday or Thursday. There'll be no changing of headphones unless we get any special guests in. You never know. Finn Hudson Prentice's spell has come to an end. 5 overs for 15. He's going to be replaced by the spinner Jack Carson, who did bowl a little bit just before lunch. In fact, a very little bit. 1 over for 3. He's going to be bowling initially to Brooke Guest with a slip, a short leg, and almost a leg slip, but with the helmet on, of course. Just a leg gully, really. It's a little bit too square to be a leg slip. There's a man at an orthodox mid-wicket as well. That's Finn Hudson Prentice. Haynes at mid-on. Harry Carveas at mid-off, quite deep, as is normal for the spinner. There's also a man at the covers and a man at a deep square leg. As the first delivery is turned to that man, a deep square leg by Brooke Guest. Picks up a single, moves to 43, 124 for 2. Just looking at the clock, they'll get another over in from the Cromwell Road end as well if Carson gets his skates on. 5 balls left of the over at the C end, bowling to Wayne Madsen. Don't be surprised if he gets the sweep out. There you go, reverse sweep. Doesn't quite get all of it. The man at slip gets a hand on it, Tom Alsop, and he only picks up a single for it. It's the easiest prediction in the world, Wayne Madsen getting the sweep out.
But did you pick the right sweep? Did you expect the reverse sweep?
I wouldn't be. Well, I'm not surprised with either, if I'm honest. He's a former hockey international. He's very wristy. Played for South Africa. Nationally, as Carson is in again and bowls to Guest, who defends. Guest not a reverse sweeper to any great note, but Madsen It did make me laugh when they were playing that nonsense in August 2 years ago. Nobody was playing in at Old Trafford, or for the team at Old Trafford. And they could not believe when Madsen was reverse sweeping like he was, but we'd seen it for years. In and bowls, and that one is defended again by Guest. Carson picks up himself in the offside, prevents McAndrew from having to bend down, which I think is probably wise given the number of times he's fallen over whilst bowling in recent times. He might need a rub down at tee, which isn't too far away. 4 minutes. Carson bowls with a big slog sweep from Brooke Guest, an appeal for leg before wicket that sort of died away. Probably hit him outside the line of the off stump.
It was a good appeal by the Sussex players.
That's a good appeal.
Straight away shook his head the umpire, didn't he?
Absolutely. I'd be fairly certain he hit outside the line. Carson in again, bowls to Guest, goes back into his crease, turns it into the leg side. Hudson Prentice does the fielding. And that's the end of the Carson over. Just 2 runs from it. 2 overs for 5 for Carson. 125 for 2. Madsen has 39. Guest has 43. And we will have 1 more over before tea. I think we'll only have 1. Although Tom Haynes looks like he's going to bowl. He is. He's removing his sweater, so we might try to sneak in a couple. Be quite nice if they did, really.
Yeah, it would help us get through the day.
Griff's written down the top 25 leading run scorers in the world, I believe.
We'll discuss that after tea.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with there being a Derbyshire player on it, which is, I'm going to keep
Actually, I'm just going to have a quick scan through. Perhaps we can ask our listeners after tea if they can, how many of the top 25 scorers of all time they can name, or we'll tick them off.
Send us the names of the top 25, apart from Kim Barnett. We'll give you that one. The top 25 run scorers in the history of cricket, all formats.
That'd be a great little quiz to keep us going.
As Tom Haynes comes in, bowls, and it's driven nicely there. It'll be a racing way to the boundary and serves the fielder, and they're giving up as that crosses the line, and that's 4 off the first delivery of Tom Haynes is over.
Paula Maiden before lunch concedes 4 runs to Madsen off his first ball, or his second over of the day. This one coming on the stroke of tea. Madsen might even be thinking about, he's a run of ball 43, he might be thinking about a half century before the interval, who knows. If he gets any more deliveries like that, he'll fancy his chances.
Definitely. I think it's always one of those as well where if you could get it before a break, that would definitely help.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Settle some nerves. As Haynes is in, he bowls, and he's just half punched that down the track there for no run. Field, the keeper standing up to Tom Haynes. He's got 1 slit, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, slightly backish, mid-off, mid-on, catching mid-wicket, a wider mid-wicket, and fine leg as Tom Haynes is in, bowls, and it's hit as an appeal. It looked like it just wrapped him on the pad a bit high.
Almost seemed to cut him in half. It was a remarkable delivery from Tom Haynes. Remarkable. I've just been trying to work out the following. I think 253. But I'm only guessing, because I can never really work it out whether it's 100. It's 149, isn't it? They have to get to 100 within 149. So 253, the follow-on target.
As Haynes is in, bowls, and it's just driven there, but for no runners. It's fielded by mid-on. That was some good maths then.
Well, no, it was the calculator on the phone that did the maths. Last season here, Derbyshire, for the first time in their history, and they performed in 1870, declared their first innings, didn't enforce the follow-on, then declared their second innings and lost.
Oh wow, as Haynes is in, bowls, and that's just defended into the offside.
Horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. If they'd enforced the follow-on, they couldn't have lost the game. By not enforcing it, it allowed Sussex back in. And then when they declared, Sussex galloped to victory with Ali Orr to the fore with the best century that many of us saw last season, certainly.
As Haynes is in bowls, and again an appeal for LBW, but no reaction there from the umpire on the dot ball, and I think that's the end of the over.
It
Will
is.
they get one
They
more
might
in?
sneak another one in, you know. Here it's only 11. Well, it says 11 minutes past. I thought tea was at 10 past, and there it is. It is tea. Of course it's tea. So at tea, Derbyshire have reached 129 for 2. Wayne Madsen going along very nicely in
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove, where the Derbyshire batters, Brooke Guest and Wayne Madsen, are making their way out to the middle. 129 for 2. We've got a lot of overs to be bowled. 39 overs to be bowled in this session. So it's already 4:30. So if you think that, sides struggle to bowl 16 overs an hour, so that's going to 32 overs. That's going to take you to at least 6:30. So provided that the light holds, which it doesn't look like it's going to, I have to say it's quite gloomy here. We could be here till gone 7, which we won't complain about because we're here to commentate and that's what we're here to do. But it's pretty grey and overcast. Ariana Dowse is next to me. We rather hope this sort of grey cloud would go, Ariana, but this does look a bit foreboding, to be honest.
Yeah, the grey clouds are stuck around, but I think luckily there might not be raining. So we hope they just stay grey and miserable and go away, hopefully.
Well, fingers crossed. Jack Carson is going to get us underway after tea. He's bowled 2 overs, no maidens and no wicket for 5. Guest on 43, Madsen on 43. And we're going to give our update to listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a couple of moments' time. So, an attacking field, which I shall describe in a moment, as Jack Carson is in over the wicket bowls, and down the wicket comes Brooke Guest, immediately showing attacking intent. The mid-on and mid-off are up on the single. So the attacking field I'm referring to is a slip, a short leg and a leg slip, so 3 men clustered around the bat. As Sussex look for this breakthrough, partnership of 68 between these two. Carson in and bowled and clipped onto the leg side. Well fielded by the athletic Hudson Prentice, who moved very smartly to his right-hand side to field at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Sussex's over rate had kind of slipped below my radar, but it's -2. So that'll be something they'll be very keen to rectify if they can. In comes Carson again, plays onto the onside. And yet again, there is no run. So 3 dot balls to get us underway after tea. Carson shines the ball on his shirt. Harry Carvelos warming up at mid-off suggests that he's going to bowl next.
With Adrian Harms from the county ground in Hove, watching Sussex Derbyshire.
Yes, thanks very much, Danny. Back underway after tea here. I have to say, after a very nice lemon cake as well, which we all thoroughly enjoyed. However, onto the cricket. Derbyshire 130 for 2. We did lose an hour's play due to a combination of rain and bad light. So Derbyshire making good progress. 2 wickets to Henry Shipley earlier on. Sussex bowled out for 402. Finn Hudson Prentice remaining not out on 63. At the Oval, Nottinghamshire going along very nicely against the leaders of the county championship, Surrey. They're 140 for 1. That in reply to the Surrey total of 355.
I was saying after your last update, I wonder what the other topics of conversation are in between the action in the cricket, and it looks like cake might be it.
Yeah, it was cake. We also spoke about concerts as well. We've got Ariana Dowse with us this week, one of our third voices, and we were talking about Taylor Swift tickets, and Ariana was saying how she didn't get on the pre-register list for Taylor Swift tickets, so she's upset about that. Yeah, so we talk about all sorts of things really, Danny.
And you can hear all of that on the BBC Sport website, and as the commentary continues.
Carson, back to his mark. on 34 for 2. He's in and bowls and swept again, but Finn Hudson-Prentice is kind of halfway to the boundary, gets in the throw, and there is a single taken. End of the over, 135 for 2. Madsen on 48, Guest on 44. 38 overs remaining in the day, and Derbyshire continuing to make slow, well, not slow, but steady progress. I think Ariana is the fair way to put it.
Yeah, definitely. I think the -2 on the over rate has come as a shock. It's been level the whole time, I'm pretty sure. But no doubt that the rain delay must have had some effect on that. And now we've had the sub run out and I think bring on the couple of helmets as Tom Haynes has just given his jumper over and is getting ready and loose, and people are putting back on their jumpers after bowling and all this kind of stuff. So, yeah. A bit windy out there.
It is.
The flags fluttering away to our right, and even the trousers of some of the players rippling away in the wind as Tom Haynes comes in to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls and that's driven, flicked off the legs, but to the fielder for no run. Not many people in the crowd.
No, it's not as good a crowd as yesterday, is it? Well, maybe the slightly uncertain weather forecast may have just put 1 or 2 off.
Well, we did have a couple more before the rain came, so I'm sure that was the deterrent.
I'm not sure how cold it is outside either. People, not too many shorts around today.
As Ian bowls, and it's just defended there as it makes its way up to mid-on for no run, the ball. Yeah. Couple jumpers, couple short sleeves still out there.
Well, the Derbyshire objective here, as Fletcher was saying, is to try about once if they can. They'll feel that they'll looks a good track, and they've got a long way to go. I mean, there's still another 267 behind Sussex.
As he's in bowls and defends, but it doesn't go exactly where he wanted it, but it'll go there for a run.
No signs at the moment of too much spin for Carson. That being said, there was wickets taken by Alex Thompson. He picked up 3 wickets with his off spin in the Sussex innings. A couple of those, it has to be said, to rather inauspicious strokes. Rather than, that's not being unkind to Alex Thompson. It was good bowling, but it certainly wasn't turning. They were shots that perhaps players shouldn't have played. A bit of thought's gone into the field placing here after tea, I think, Ariana.
Yeah, a couple of changes. Plan in place as Tom Haynes is in bowls and just defended slowly towards that catcher that's just been put in there at mid-on.
Yeah, they've got someone in at straight mid-on. They've also got a fairly close straight. There's a mid-wicket there. I think that's Jack Carson with his hands on his knees in there. Is that Carson or is that Nathan McAndrew? I can't quite make out from this distance, but they've certainly got a leg side trap set and a short extra cover in place as well.
As Tom Haynes is in bowls and it's driven nicely there past all the fielders on the offside for 4 runs.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? By Brooke Guest. He's batted really nicely. I thought he kept wicket well, and he's batting nicely as well. 48 off 137 balls, closing in on his half century, and these two are laying down a bit of a marker. The last wicket went down on 61, so this partnership is now worth 79 between this pair. Lovely shot. There is a bit in the pitch still for the bowler. I don't think we should think this is a road. It's a pitch that's offering a little bit for the bowlers, but you've got to bowl well.
As Haynes bowls and just defended off the back foot there. That's the end of a good over for Derbyshire. And they moved to 140 for 2.
This is the time of day when our rota, which we always put in force at the beginning of the match, always looks like it always goes slightly downhill because Fletcher has lots of updates, so do I. So, and then we had a rain delay. So I think we'll just keep juggling things around here for a while. So we get Fletch back on commentary with Ariana. And then we'll have another change around before, just before 5. So all will go quiet for a moment.
But only a moment. Wayne Madsen will be on strike for the first ball of a new over from Jack Carson. Bowling from the C end. Madsen on 49. Short leg and a slip. The close catches, and there's a man at mid-wicket as well. Carson in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who defends this out into the offside. And there is no run. Brookest, 1 half-century to his name this season. That was a 92, so a decent half-century. But that's the only one he's got this season, so a big moment coming up for him potentially. And for Wayne Madsen, who turns this into the leg side for the single that brings him a half-century, another half-century. In fact, he's coming back for the second as well. He might have to hurry, and he gets back comfortably in the end. And he moves on to 51 and salutes the crowd who are applauding here at Hove. The 5th time he's got to 50 this season. He's gone on to make 100. It's the 116th time in his career he's got to 50, and on 36 occasions he's gone on to make 3 figures. 55 balls, Wayne Madsen's half-century. Really, really well played by him. It takes Derbyshire to 142 for 2. 8 fours in his 50 as well, and he sweeps and hits the man at short leg. Ball bounces up in the air after hitting the ground initially. I think the man at short leg, Dan Ibrahim. I wouldn't want to be fielding there if I'm entirely honest with you.
Yeah, they say keepers are crazy, but I think people at short square leg are.
No, he's got the helmet on and the pads and all the rest of it, but he's in the firing line. Carson bowls, and Madsen smashes it straight up in the air, and he's going to be caught here. Madsen has thrown away his wicket. He was comfortably caught out at mid-off. Was it Henry Shipley?
It was Caballos.
I beg your pardon. It was Harry Caballos. And Wayne Madsen goes, and that could be a crucial breakthrough. Moments after getting to his 50, he disappears. 142 for 3. Not entirely sure what he was trying to do there.
Yeah, it was a good 50. Then as soon as he's got the 50, he went for a shot that I think he almost went to try and was looking for a sweep, then decided to go straight and then hit it up in the air and all sorts of craziness.
Yes, that was disappointing. Jack Carson won't complain. Picks up his first wicket in his 4th over, and it brings out the leading scorer in the county championship going into this round of matches, Leas Deploy, for Derbyshire, who remain a long way behind in this game. They're still 260 runs adrift, so plenty of work for the batsman to do. Well, I'm not entirely sure what he was doing there, Wayne Madsen, but there we go. They're the ones bitterly disappointed, I'm sure, as will a lot of people listening in up in Derbyshire and East Staffordshire. The 5th time this season he's got to 50, and he gets out. His average is still pretty decent, but that's of no consequence as far as this game's concerned. Just gives the Sussex bowlers and fielders a little way in. That one's dragged down horribly by Carson. He knows it as well. He's allowed Deploy to get off the strike. First delivery he faces and pick up a single. 143 for 3. That's about the last thing that Jack Carson would have wanted to do there.
Yeah, just a freebie on the first ball, not ideal. I always find if the spinner drags it down on the first ball, it's pretty easy to get away and off strike and calms him out.
Absolute gift for Deploy. 143 for 3, Carson. Into bowl to Guest. It goes back into his crease. Says no straight away as the ball dribbles out into the offside. The end of a successful over for Jack Carson. 3 runs from it, and the wicket of Wayne Madsen. 4 overs, 1 for 14. His figures are. Brookest is still there. He's on 48. He's been joined by Leas Deploy, who's got 1 from the only delivery he's faced so far. Derbyshire 143 for 3, and only 36 overs left in the day. Which is certainly 2 1/4 hours, which takes us up to 7 o'clock. It does mean that I won't have to try to get an interview and send it back, because there'll be no time. Well, I will get an interview anyway, and you'll hear a clip in the morning on BBC Radio Derby, but there'll be no interview into Sports Scene at 6 with Ed Dawes this evening. I'm sure he'll be reflecting on a new signing for Derby County today. Well, it was last night. I'm desperately racking my brains to try and remember who he was. It came at about 10 o'clock last night, or even later than that, which was remarkable, really.
As Haynes is in, and that's worked. And that might be 4, but it's a diving stop from... I don't know who fielded that, but that was a very good diving stop. That definitely saved 4 runs there.
Whoever it was is limping. I can't see his number, so...
waiting for him to turn around.
Not knowing the Sussex players by sight, it makes it a little tricky, but it was a good stop, you're right. I think I'm going to guess that was Shipley, but it won't be. It isn't.
And
never guess.
Tom Haynes is coming into bowl here, and it's flicked off the legs, but to the fine leg fielder on the boundary just for 1 run there. Big shift. Lots of people moving in the field here as it's a left-right hand combo.
Is that noise? Helicopter? Quite a buffeting noise in the ears.
See anything from here?
Clouds are quite low, so it's a bit tricky to tell, but I'm guessing helicopter.
As Haynes is in bowls. Oh, drop catch. Just seemed to come off the edge of the pad and just went through the slips there. 2 runs to add to the total.
Tom Clark wearing a helmet quite close in at slip. Tom Clark puts down Leah's deploy when he's on 1. That noise gets even more irritating.
It's getting closer then. Tom Haynes running in again then from the Cromwell end, and it's more solidly defended, this time by Duploy.
Can be a slowish start at Leah's deploy. When he gets into his stride, he's a mighty fine cricketer. He's done especially well this season. Couple of centuries, 3 half centuries as well. High score of 238, not out against Worcestershire in the last championship match. Heading from Middlesex, apparently.
As he's in balls, and it's just defended off at legs this time for no run.
We'll find out soon enough.
All the announcements will be made.
Yeah, that one won't cause too many ripples when it's finally announced. Sadly.
But still lots of clouds around. I thought this was meant to be summer.
Well, this is summer, sadly.
This is very English summer, you're not wrong. As Tom Haynes is in bowls, driven this time, it goes to backward point on the boundary for 1 run. They have to be quick because it's that close. But they still need to run fast, and that's the end of the over. Good over for your Derbyshire, no wickets.
We now know that it's Jack Carson who pulled off that tumbling stop because he just removed his cap, excuse me, and his sweater, and he's going to bowl the next over from the sea end.
So it wasn't Shipley, you're right.
No, I didn't think it was. Jack Carson continue his spin after the successful over he had in his previous over, getting rid of Wayne Madsen for 51 moments after he got to his half century. Bowls to Deploy, who defends the first delivery. No run. But the noise levels have risen out in the middle, as you might expect, following the dismissal of Madsen. As Adrian said, always a key player for Derbyshire. This next one is driven very pleasantly by Deploy out into the cover region, hurled back in by James Coles. When they go through for a single, Deploy moves on to 6, 149 for 3. Just want a slight change to the field here with the right hand, bringing in the man off the point boundary into just slightly backward point, standing alongside Hassan Adnan, who hasn't swapped over to square leg. Carson bowls, and that is cracked away and straight to the man at backward point, who gets 2 hands to the ball but can't prevent the batsman from getting through for a single. And the 150 is up to almost derisory applause for Derbyshire, 150 for 3, and it's Brooke Guest's 50 as well. Very little emotion from Brooke Guest there, as he got to 50. Surprised by that. 141 balls, deploys back on strike, and he cracks this one to backward point, and there's no run. So it's taken him a little bit longer than it took Wayne Madsen. He's hit 7 fours as well. Brooke Guest for his 50. Carson's in again. Bowling from the CN, bowls to deploy, who defends it straight back to the bowler.
Definitely a bit more noise now from the Sussex boys.
Yeah, absolutely. The lights are shining brightly, and the reflection of the lights in the flats at the far end of the ground are very bright, which is never a particularly good sign, I don't think. As Carson is in again, final ball of the over, driven into the offside this time. Down to his right goes Tom Clark to do the fielding, and the over comes to an end. Just a couple of runs from it. Derbyshire moved to 150 for 3. Guest has 50 of those. Deploy is on 6.
Yeah, it's no surprise a lot of the followers that are emailing in are all on holiday, and I think that's because they're chasing the sunshine at this point.
It's the best place to be, isn't it?
Away by the pool with a drink, listening to the commentary.
That's the way to go.
There is lots of sports happening though, even with the weather like this. Wimbledon, I don't know if that's still going, but we just had all the tennis happening.
It's still going.
Still going.
Yeah, still going, Wimbledon. Full fortnight this year.
It's Tom Haynes is in bowls, and it's just defended off the back foot there by Brooke Guest.
Yeah, I just had a couple of photographs WhatsApped to me, if that's the verb, by my daughter who's in Portugal for a wedding. It looks a damn sight better there than it is here.
Lots of people in Europe right now, soaking in the sun.
Well, we're not in Europe anymore, as we all know.
Nope. As Tom Haynes is in bowls, and it's just defended there into the covers for no run. Yeah, no longer part of Europe, so no longer get the sunshine, it feels.
Well, it's just another consequence. Well, to get off that topic, to save my career.
Not as much stretching happening here as Sussex are just slowly getting through the overs now. There doesn't seem to be any urgency here as Tom Haynes is in bowls, and it's just defended again to the cover fielder there for no run. Rate of -2, so Sussex will do well to get a move on with a bit of spin from one end. Hopefully that will soon change.
We still haven't had any takers for the top 25 leading run scorers of all time, all formats, if anybody wants to get in touch with us.
As he's in bowls, and that's a single taken as it's just punched into the gap there in the covers for 1.
At Fletch Sport on Twitter, if you want to get in touch with me. What are you, Adrian? Sorry, mate, I should know. What are you on Twitter?
BBC Sussex Sport or Adrian Holmes, yeah.
And Adrian Holmes or BBC Sussex Sport. Just lobbing a few names. You can't have Kim Barnett because that's who we were talking about. That's why the discussion started earlier. He's number 25.
As Tom Haynes continues his over, he comes in bowls, and it's just defended there very well by Duploy for no run.
There's a lot of reasonably obvious players on there. 1 or 2 not so obvious, I think it's fair to say. People might be surprised at a little bit. A lot of people from my childhood on there. A lot of people from before my childhood on there as well.
Give us a few hints there. As Tom Haynes is in bowls, and it's down leg. A nice bit of keeping there by Ollie Carter, who takes it. And the stumps.
It's destroyed them.
It's the end of the over. The umpire can deal with it. It's Derbyshire now on 151 for 3, with Brooke Guest on 51 and Deploy the new batter on 6.
Just got not quite the running order, but Red Doors in the chair for Sports Scene at 6 tonight, between 6 and 7 on BBC Radio Derby, FM and AM frequencies, also on BBC Sounds, of course. They'll be having a look forward to the Alfred and Town Burton Albion pre-season friendly. Yeah, it's that time of the year again. An insight into the Reds ahead of another National North campaign. He's also going to hear from Burton Albion assistant manager John Dreyer. Tumble's coming on this evening, and I'm not being disrespectful. I have worked with him once. He's a former Bradford City player, and I did a game I'm fairly certain it was Wimbledon. He summarised for me. John Dreyer, he's the new Burton Albion assistant manager to Dino Marmeret. His nickname, rather magnificently, with his surname being Dreyer, was Tumble. There's also going to be cricket and tennis, he tells me, so I think that means me. It's a new over. It is Ari Carveas bowling, desperately trying to get his way up the hill. Looks a bit stiff to me. Ball bowled to Brooke Guest is pushed out into the offside. He's just trying to loosen himself up a bit. At the moment, just struggling to do so, it would appear. He's desperate to get every part of his body loose, but just looking at his run into the wicket, it just doesn't look quite as well. It's certainly not easy for him. And Carveas is in again. That's better. Bowls to Guest, who defends it straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. It's clearly unpleasant up in Derbyshire and East Staffordshire. Poor old Etwall CC had a girls' Dynamos festival due to be played tonight, but that's been cancelled. It's never a good thing, is it, when the weather starts to hit?
I know.
Game at Sandy Acre against Oakbrook and Borrowash has been postponed. Disappointing. Carveas is in again, and that one is pulled around the corner by Brooke Guest. There is a man down at long leg. It's McAndrew who does the fielding down there in the distance. So just the one run for Brooke Guest. He moves on to 52. 152 for 3. As we hurtle towards 5 o'clock with just 32 overs remaining. It will be a 7 o'clock finish tonight as a very minimum. If the light holds, I think I ought to put that caveat in at this stage. The lights are on. It's very gloomy. No rain at the moment, though. Carveas is on his way in again. Around the wicket to the left-handed Deploy, who drives him, and that might get all the way. It's going down the hill. It's being chased down. I think it will stop. It is, in fact, been chased down. And they go through for a couple of runs. Nicely done by Henry Shipley. 2 more to Deploy, though. He moves on to 8, 154 for 3. That magic number, if indeed it is a magic number, is now 99 runs away. 253 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. I'm not sure that teams are necessarily that thrilled about asking oppositions to follow on after 2 days of a game of cricket. Carveas around the wicket, bowls to Deploy, just fiddles this one out into the offside, straight to Dan Ibrahim, who's fielding extra cover. And there's no run. Doesn't get a very big leap in. Carveas, clearly a very willing worker, because I'm not sure he's 100%. Just a hint of a limp. He turns at the top of his mark, around about 30 yards from the stumps, and races it, bowls to Deploy, who drives him for 4 through extra cover. Glorious shot. It was over pitched outside off stump, and Lears Deploy, well, he looks glorious, as most left-handers do when they play that shot. He moves on to 12. Derbyshire 158 for 3 at the end of the over. 7 runs from it. Deploy 12, as I say, and Guest has 52. Might be time to shuffle. Sorry, Adrian. Shuffling going on.
Fletch, who's off to do his updates to the listeners on BBC Radio Derby. I have to say the light isn't great here at the minute. I mean, it's playable, but I think the fact that Haynes and Carvelos is on, or are on, I should say, is probably assisting a little, but it really is quite gloomy. And as Fletch was saying, the floodlights, the reflection of those are in the windows and the flats around the ground. It wouldn't take an awful lot, I don't think, for us to be off for bad light here. Still 32 overs to be bowled in the day. And I've got to say, I'm going to be very surprised if we get those in unless we get the weather clears away. Tom Haynes is going to get us start another over from the Cromwell Road in, bowls to Brooke Guest, who guides that nicely out into the covers, picks up a single where James Coles is fielding in front of the clock tower scoreboard, gets in the throw. Guest goes to 53. Derbyshire to 159 for 3 here on BBC Radio Derby in Sussex. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream or indeed listening around the ground, wherever you're listening. A very good afternoon, where we've been talking about the highest run scorers in the history of the game of cricket. That's runs in all formats of cricket, as in comes Haynes and bowls and let go outside the off stump by deploy, and there is no run. So that's all formats of cricket throughout time, really. And it was prompted by the fact that Kim Barnett, formerly of Derbyshire, is 25th on that list. And you think of all the cricketers that have played throughout the decades in all the various forms of cricket, Kim Barnett makes it onto that list, which is an extraordinary achievement. Tom Haynes is in bowls, and the play was just surprised slightly, a bit of extra bounce there from Tom Haynes. Haynes looks a little disappointed. I was out in the press room and I missed, I don't know if it was a chance, Ariana, that the ball went from deploy between both slips. Did you see that as a chance? Or
we think it was a chance, yes. Yeah. We weren't sure if it was bat and pad or what it came off, but it looked like it would have come off the bat. Yeah. It seemed to sort of completely bisect the two slips, Allsop and Clark, whether somebody should have gone for it. I'm not sure anyone quite got a hand on it. Haynes around the wicket into deploy, who covers up, plays to backward point, and there is no run, fielded there by by Hudson Prentice. And there is no run. 159. It seems to be getting gloomier by the minute to me, Ariana. And away to the right-hand side, those rather low-level flats at apartments, the lights are really shining brightly in the windows there. It's a very grey, overcast afternoon here in Hove. Away to the west, skies are a little brighter. But at the minute, the light is not good. Haynes around the wicket, bowls and deploy drives. Tom Haynes shouts and say, "Oh!" But that was along the floor. I don't think that was a chance. But it looked like a decent stop to me by Tom Clark. Tom Haynes always looks very aggrieved, doesn't he, when he finds the edge. But I'm pretty certain that wasn't a chance. I may be proved wrong. We only get one chance to see these things. It didn't look to me like a chance. Tom Allsop just claps his hands and says, "Come on, boys." The Sussex skipper in the last two matches, and in this match and at Yorkshire next week before Chetishwar Pujara returns. In comes Haynes, bowls, and forward comes deploy, plays on the onside. There is no run. Into Haynes is over. 6 overs, 1 maiden, and no wicket for 16 for Tom Haynes. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if the umpires don't have a little natter here about the light, Ariana. I think this is teetering on the brink, to be honest. You can see always a good guide here at Hove, at the groundsman's hut at the far end of the ground. You can see the fluorescent lights inside the garage, and that's always a good sign that the light is not great. And I would imagine that if Nathan McAndrew or Henry Shipley come back onto bowl, there may well be a discussion to be had. 159 for 3. So if you want to get in touch about your who you think is on this list of top 25 run scorers in all cricket, then please let us know. He's in bowls and it just wraps him on the pad there for no run.
Various means, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet at Fletch Sport or at BBC Sussex Sport. So that's the leading run scorers, the 25 leading run scorers in the history of cricket across all formats. And there's some great names of world cricket on there, so I'm sure you can guess some of them.
As Eric Carvelos continues even coming from the seaside end, and he bowls a short one, and that's slashed away there to the boundary. Short, a little bit of width, and Brooke Guest just got his hands through that, and it was punished for 4 more runs.
Super shot, wasn't it? Too much width for Mary Carvelos. And we were given the scores in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy for a little while. The game between Central Sparks and Western Storm was abandoned. Northern Diamonds convincingly beaten by the Thunder today by 6 wickets, reaching their target of 168 with just 4 wickets down, the Thunder.
As Carvelos is in bowls and it's defended a much better line of length just then for no run.
Good game between the South East Stars and the Sunrisers. Ariana, you'll be interested in this. South East Stars making 290 for 9. Sunrisers 190 for 1 after 36 overs. They need 92 to win in 12 overs. Duckworth Lewis coming into play there. It's obviously been a bit of weather around there. And another good game as well involving the Southern Vipers, who are playing over on the Isle of Wight this week. They made 259 for 7. The Blaze 222 for 4 in 41. So it looked like they could win that, the Blaze.
He's in bowls and it's driven and well fielded in the end there by mid-off coming round, and there's no run scored.
Talking of rain, it's now raining in the northeast of England. I thought it never rained up in Durham. I thought it was sunny. I thought it was wall-to-wall sunshine from April to the end of September.
Too far north to rain.
Yeah, we're being unkind to our friend up there in the northeast. Durham 280 for 4. Alex Lees 160 not out. Very much the forgotten man of English cricket, Alex Lees, but he's piling on the runs for Durham this season. He's 160 not out. Graham Clark not out 70. Derbyshire. Sorry, Durham really recovering there.
As Carvelos is in, and that's a very short one there. So much so that signalled no ball.
Yeah, ballooned over the head, didn't it? Still no play down at Cardiff between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. 2 days loafing around in a deserted Sophia Gardens. Doesn't sound like the most fun in the world. Down at New Road, Yorkshire 390 for 7. Finley Bean made 135. But almost 2 days gone there as well. They've had quite a few interruptions down at Worcester in that game.
As Carvelos is in bowls, and that's an inside edge for 4.
Yeah. Carter didn't even move, did he?
No, that was a very big deviation there.
It was. Harry Carvelos gets a pat on the back there from Henry Shipley. Not much you can do about that. Well, guess goes to 61, riding his luck there, but I think he's played a very solid innings as the Derbyshire number 3. No break in this cloud. It is a little brighter to the southwest, but it's by no means wall-to-wall sunshine or clear blue skies making their way over.
As Ari Carvelos is in bowls, and it's just defended off the back foot there for no run.
Yeah, I think they're very, very close to going off a bad light here. You can see the players' shadows clearly now on the outfield. I was saying about the groundsman's hut at the far end of the ground, the garage there where all the equipment is taken, and I thought the umpires were going to have a natter then. In fact, I think they're just looking at where Ari Carvelos is landing his on his follow through. So the umpires didn't have a glance at each other, but the light is, I think, on the cusp. Fletcher's back with us. I think we'll have a little swap around as we're doing the last hour. So we'll do Ariana to Fletch. That sounds like scrum half to fly half, doesn't it? As
I'm anything but a fly half.
You are anything but, yeah, I agree. In comes Haynes around the wicket bowls. Cut away by Deploy. That's going to be 4 runs. Too much width from Tom Haynes. And no chance for a tumbling Hudson Prentice at backward point. And it's 4 more to Deploy, who's raced to 16. Derbyshire 173 for 3. That's very unkind of me to say nothing like a scrum half, Fletch. No. But I think you would be more in the forwards. I think it's
potentially, yes. I think you might be right, Adrian. I think you might be right.
Yeah.
Although my ball handling skills. So second to none. Eat Ches Vegas on Twitter says, talking about classy left-handers, any thoughts on the young sensation keeper Rue down at Somerset? Yeah, he's had a good day today, hasn't he?
Yes. Haynes in bowls, Deploy 4 plays into the covers now. Yeah, double 100, I think.
221, 23 fours, 4 sixes as Somerset made 500. I haven't seen him, so I mean I've just read about him, and clearly he's a classy player. And Dave Jepson sent me a message about the top 25.
Yes.
But I'm not going to read them all out because he's scattergun names all over the show here.
Okay.
Come on, Jeppo, you're better than that. Can I just borrow the list a second, Adrian?
Yes, you can, of course.
Thank you very much.
As Haynes Kinton and Bowles, I was commentating deploy plays onto the onside, and there is no. And it's a list that's been written out fastidiously by Dave Griffin. I never know how to describe Griff. I don't mean physically, but how would I?
That would be very easy.
Because some of our listeners are probably saying, well, who the hell's this Dave Griffin
He's
guy?
the Derbyshire statistician, photographer, and he's the heritage officer as well.
Thank you. So thank you. So thank you very much.
He does plenty.
Haynes in Bowles deploys 4 players into the offside. There is no one. I think Dave was saying he hasn't missed a Derbyshire game for about 14 years.
Yes, it's madness, absolute madness. He turned up to one day in a very smart suit because he'd been to a wedding and just about made it, and saw some play on a day that was curtailed by the weather, so he was very lucky. But that was at Derby. Jeppo, I can tell you that you've got one of the top 3 there, not the top 3, which is what you put down, and I would imagine that most of the other names are on it as well. Yeah. So
Haynes in Bowles deploy covers up, plays into the offside. There is no run. He's got one of the top.
That's Dave Jepson. He's done a lot of commentary for BBC Radio Derby over the years. So
sure.
Good to hear from you.
So he's
Dave.
got. Well, let's give Dave the credit of one of the top 3. Who did he say?
You want the one who's in the top 3?
Yes.
I can't remember who's in the top 3. Hobbs,
Right,
who is third.
Hobbs, 61,760 runs.
Ridiculous.
Haynes in Lloyd lets that go outside the off stump. It is the end of the over. The umpires are going to have a natter here, I think, or I've said that last couple of overs.
No, we're all right.
I'm not so sure. There's a bit of debate going on out there. It is murky. I just wonder in this situation, Fletch, from a Derbyshire point of view, 173 for 3, these two looking largely untroubled. Do Derbyshire want to stay out there, or would they think to themselves, well, what you don't want to do in dodgy light, you suddenly find yourself sort of 191 for 5, that sort of thing.
Yes, I mean it's a tricky one, isn't it? As Finn Hudson-Prentice returns to the bowling attack, it's a tricky one because she can win this game if we lose any time. They're going to struggle to win it full stop. But they certainly won't win it if we lose what we've got left now, 29 overs today. I know we can add 8 on tomorrow, but we'd still lose 17 overs, and we'd already lost 6 today anyway. So you lose in the thick end of a session, aren't you?
Yes.
So that would make it tricky. I think once you're out there, you can sort of become accustomed to the light. And it wouldn't be much lighter than this in a T20. Well, it wouldn't be any lighter than this in a T20 match because the lights are on, and that's how we play it. Here's Hudson-Prentice, 10th over, in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Just tell people along with this list, if Dave had come in here and he'd have said, right, who are the top 25 run scorers in all formats of cricket across the seasons, and I wouldn't have thought of Kim Barnett, so we know he's number 25 on the list. I guess my immediate one would have probably been Geoffrey Boycott, who I know is on there, and he is 1, 2, 3, 4, he is 5th on the list, so that would have been my guess.
It was Hudson-Prentice again, defended once more by Guest. Up towards mid-on this time, where Harry Carveas does the fielding.
58,521 runs, Geoffrey Boycott in his career. However, that has to be said, he's nearly 9,000 runs behind the highest run scorer of all time. So 25 on the list. Just let us know over, today, tomorrow, whenever, and just who are your highest, who scored the most runs. In world cricket, this isn't confined to England, and it's not confined to the county championship or first-class cricket, although clearly some of those on the list wouldn't have played any limited overs cricket.
Hudson-Prentice bowls, that's defended again by Guest. Out into the onside, fielded on this occasion by Dan Ibrahim. I was very fortunate to see Geoffrey Boycott's 100th 100 in the Test match.
Oh, were you there?
Yeah, somebody had a ticket and said, do you fancy going? I said, yeah, why not? And I was standing just to the left of the old Players' Pavilion, which was a square.
Yes.
It was a horrible looking building. It's been replaced by the hotel now at Headingley, and I was standing near one of the bushes there. There were plenty of bushes around at Headingley in those days. As Hudson-Prentice bowls, it's defended back up towards a very straight mid-on this time. Carveas again does the fielding.
Remember at Headingley, I think it was the Kirkstall Lane end, and you used to watch on the telly and you'd see just people's heads.
Coconut shy.
Is that what they used to call it? Right, yeah.
Well, it was unusual, isn't it? Because you look at the Test grounds, and at Lord's, you can sit behind the bowler's arm. At Trent Bridge, you can sit behind the bowler's arm. There's a lot of places at top grounds where you can actually sit behind the bowler's arm as long as you keep still. I've some Prentice in bowls that was a little bit shorter and nice to get on his toes there. Does Brooke Guest to push it out into the offside, no run.
There was a few complaints actually. I was listening to the commentary one day over the weekend, and there were a lot of complaints about people moving behind the bowler's arm at
It was down in the new rugby stand, wasn't it? And there were a couple of doors that were just above the side screens, apparently. And
that's right.
People kept coming in and out of them.
Michael Vaughan heard him say, "Lock the door, just stop them coming in."
Yeah, throw away the key. It's a beautiful stand.
What a great day to be at Headingley, though, for Boycott's 100th 100.
Yeah, I didn't really realise the significance of it at the time, I'm sure. As this next one is a short delivery and he ducks underneath it.
That's interesting.
It's not going to help the umpires in their decision to stay on, is it? But
no.
He ducked underneath it nicely. It was a maiden over.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to the umpires here. There are other umpires on the circuit. We've got umpire Adnam and the other umpire, Fletch, is...
Surrey Shanmugam.
Thank you. They're doing. They were very quick to get the players out there after the shower, but this is pretty gloomy now. I've got to say that you can see the lights really reflecting in the windows of the apartments around the ground. It is very gloomy, and I suspect if McAndrew or Shipley come back on, I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see us go off.
This is interesting. Haynes is going to continue from the. So I suppose that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, around the wicket in bowls and deployed, looking to cut that one away through the offsided sides to let the ball go through to Ollie Carter. And there is no run. So, 25 names on here. We've identified Jack Hobbs is third, Geoffrey Boycott is fifth, and Kim Barnett is 25th. But lots of great names of cricket. Some pretty much in the modern era, to be honest, to try and guess. That was Haynes bowls outside the off stump, taken by Carter, no run. And I guess if no one gets in touch either today or tomorrow, it's not a very interesting question, but I thought it was quite interesting.
Yeah.
So we'll see what people say. We'll keep it open.
Griff was excited anyway. So
Griff was excited, and we're very grateful to Dave Griffin for giving us this. And he's written it out in his best handwriting as well.
Yeah.
I would imagine that Griff probably writes the Christmas cards in his house.
Yes, it is nice, isn't it?
Very nice handwriting.
See his notes.
Haynes around the wicket bowls, forward comes, deploy phase to mid-on, and there is no run. My handwriting is shocking.
Mine's not good. You know, I was saying earlier how far in front they've scored almost twice as many runs, haven't they?
Yes. Yes.
Sussex as Derbyshire at a certain point earlier on. Well, after what are we on now? 54 overs and 3 balls. Sussex were on 225 for 3.
Okay. So 50 runs ahead. In comes Haynes. Bowls to deploy, who just nurdles that one to backward point, and there is no run.
So a little bit further in front, but it's not as big a gap as it had been. It shows how Derbyshire's bowling certainly improved yesterday afternoon. Of course, they then had a lapse in the final session, which wasn't great, so we may see a disparity, unless, of course, Sussex have a lapse themselves if we get through to the end. Haynes
bowls and forward comes. Deploy plays into the offside, and there is no run. As I say, sorry to be a broken record about the light, but I can see Henry Shipley was warming up a couple of moments ago, and I'd be quite surprised if the umpires didn't at least have a natter if Shipley came on to bowl, because it's not the best. In comes Haynes. Bowls, deploy, defends down the offside. There is no. Was on a nagging line of length was Tom Haynes, and he's bowled a maiden over. 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 20 for Tom Haynes. The numbers on the scoreboard, the yellows and the whites, in fact, the yellows predominantly are really standing out on the scoreboard. The Derbyshire and the Sussex flags are fluttering away on the top of the clock tower scoreboard. We rather hope that the breeze would carry these rather murky clouds away, but I would be very surprised if we get anywhere near the 27 overs, which are still to be bowled.
I think you're right.
Tonight. The first of which is going to be bowled from Hudson Prentice. He bowls at a reasonable lick.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to face him in this light, if I'm entirely honest with you. 173 for 3.
Completely.
He bowls to Brooke Guest, who defends it out into the offside. The runs have completely dried up at the moment for Derbyshire. It's almost survival mode out there. 19 runs in the last 5 overs.
Yeah.
Successive maidens, I think. Certainly hasn't been a run. There hasn't been a run since the 4 off the first ball of the 53rd over. So we've gone 3 complete overs now without a run being scored. Hudson Prentice is in, and that's pulled. There we go. That's broken the drought. Nice shot, pulled in front of square out to the mid-wicket boundary by Brooke Guest, who moves on to 65, 157 for 3.
Been impressed by Brooke Guest. But just as I said, the light is bad. It's just noticeably improved in front of our eyes, actually. Some slightly brighter skies coming in, but it's still not great.
I think Brooke Guest would say, let's stay out here if he's going to get some more deliveries like that.
No, I would agree.
Hudson Prentice, that he can pull in front of square. They've just moved Dan Ibrahim a little bit closer at mid-wicket, catching as Hudson Prentice bowls, and it's turned to him by Brooke Guest. Some to redo his hair here, Finn Hudson Prentice.
He is, yeah.
He does it quite regularly, actually. Might be the product he uses makes it slippy and shiny.
If I had hair like that, I would be hopeless at putting it in a...
Well, he's had plenty of practice, hasn't he, in fairness?
He has.
I'd love hair like that.
Would you?
Oh, glorious. Absolutely glorious. Here he goes. Hudson Prentice is in, and that is driven out into the offside this time for 4 more runs, and Hudson Prentice is furious with himself. Another boundary for Brooke Guest, who moves to 69, 181 for 3. That's his 11th boundary in an innings of 12th boundary, I beg your pardon, in an innings of 69 from 166 balls. And Derbyshire move ever closer to that 253, which would be the moment of safety. They'd still be 149 runs behind, of course. The closer they get to Sussex, you wonder whether there would be a positive result in this game. As Guest waits and Hudson Prentice bowls, that's a better delivery on the off stump, pushed out into the offside by Guest, and it is a dot ball. The crowd has thinned out, unsurprisingly. It's around about this time, between 5 and 6, that a lot of people decide that they've had sufficient cricket for the day, and off they go. So a lot of them hopefully will be listening to us on various mobile devices, just keeping abreast of what's happening. 181 for 3, Derbyshire. Hudson Prentice bowls to Brooke Guest, who goes onto the back foot and forces it up to mid-off, where Tom Haynes does the fielding. That's the end of the over. 8 from it. Those 2 boundaries, 1 out to the mid-wicket area and 1 out to the covers. Guest on 69. Deploy has 16, and Derbyshire at 183 for 3 with 26 overs to go in the day.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex and Derby. Now, we have got Henry Shipley coming back into the attack, and I just wonder whether this may put the Mockers on carrying on for much longer, because I would certainly not want to face Henry Shipley. He's a tall man coming down the hill here at home, because the light is not the best. So we'll see what the outcome is, but it is going to be Shipley who's going to come into bowl to Louis Deploy. 16 not out.
I've got some more
more
potential answers.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got 3 in by 2 different people. Adam New says Sachin Tendulkar has to be in the top 25.
He does. 50,192 runs.
He says probably at the top, but he's not at the top.
No, he's not. I'll tell you where he is actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15. He's 16th
That
on the
shows
list.
you how good this list is.
Yeah. Boycott was 5 and Hobbs was 3. We've got those. And Barnett was 25.
I'll give you Isaac Thompson's 2 guesses in a moment. He's been in touch via Twitter at Flex Sport.
Henry Shipley, the New Zealander, down the hill, comes in a bowl to Deploy, who just rocks back and eases the ball through backward point for a single. He's clearly seeing it clearly enough. He goes to 17 and the total to 182 for 3.
The 2 guesses are Brian Lara. I don't think
what a great call that is. And
he's not there, is he?
He's not on the list.
Not there. I didn't think he was.
And I'm actually going to write that down as extraordinary that some of Lara's runs
hit the post with Brian Lara.
So Lara is not on the list.
Alistair Cook is his other...
And I'm afraid Alistair Cook is not on the list.
Oh, Isaac.
So there's, but 2 great calls, really good calls.
Yeah.
2 left-handers, but neither on the list.
Which is remarkable when you think of the
Absolutely
records.
remarkable.
Certainly Brian Lara and the longevity of Alistair Cook in the England side.
Yeah. Shipley bowls to Guest, pulls it away. That's 4 runs, too short from Henry Shipley. And thanks very much. And we were speculating on the line. Well, Brooke, in fact, he's pulled it away for 6. It's a very short boundary on that leg, so I completely lost track of the ball. I mean, it's that gloomy.
I think it's a no ball as well.
Is it?
I think so.
Yes, you're right. 2 no balls and a 6. So total goes to 190 for 3. Is that Fletch? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And Guest to 75. So
Useful.
Brooke Guest is clearly seeing it very clearly. Shipley again. Balls and forward comes Guest, clips it to mid-wicket. There is no run. I think sometimes, my dad always used to say when the light was bad that it was sometimes worse for the fielding side because at least when you're batting, you know where the ball's coming from. But when you're fielding, you've got no idea where the ball's going. It's a very good point. I think that might be Archie Lenham who's on as a 12th man. I'm only guessing in there at the covers.
He's tiny.
Yeah, I think that is Archie. Haven't seen.
Is he under 12s?
Yeah, we've barely seen him this season. In comes Shipley over the wicket. Bowls. Always beaten Guest outside the off stump. That's a good delivery for Henry Shipley. Bit of extra bounce and lift. Rattles through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. And there is no runs, which means somebody is off the field. I think that is Nathan McAndrew at mid-off. Harry Cavalos is down at fine leg. Tom Haynes has been on and off the field a little today, but he's at mid-on. Jack Carlson is at backward point, so someone's off the field. See if I can work out who it is in a moment. Shipley. In and bowls, pulled away by Guest. 4 more. Too short from Henry Shipley, and it's a relatively short leg side boundary, but take nothing away from Brooke Guest. If it's short, it's there, he's going to hit it. And it's another good shot. He goes to 79, Derbyshire to 194 for 3. This is a fine partnership between these two. In fact, that brings up the
Yes, it does.
100 partnership between the two.
50.
50, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about 100 partnership. These two coming together when the score was... I made a note that the last partnership was worth 81, but I didn't...
142 for 3.
Thank you very much, Fletch. As reliable as ever. In comes Shipley. Bowls and Guest plays this one forward into the onside. There is no 142 for 3 when Wayne Madsen was out.
I'm also going to say Finn Hudson-Prentice's shoes aren't out there.
Good spot. The light's got better, hasn't it?
Yeah. No, it's okay now.
It's just got... It's sort of drifting in and out. And that heavy cloud, you can see why it's got better all of a sudden, because the cloud that's now going across the ground is low and glowering and dark and...
Well, that's gone.
It has gone.
Excellent.
That has gone. There's some more horrible stuff coming up, but it's a little brighter momentarily. Shipley on his way. In and bowls. Guest drives into the cover. Good stop by, who I think that is Archie Lenham, who is in there. And there is... it is Archie Lenham. There is no run. End of the over. Expensive over from Henry Shipley. He went for 13. Derbyshire 194 for 3. Guest on 79, deploy 17.
When you go for 8 off one ball, though, it does damage your figures, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
No ball that was hit for 6. Thank you, Gary. I will ignore the letters in capitals. He says he can hear the gulls on the stream.
Lovely.
He's put the word "sea" at the front, of course, which is he knows and I know is entirely incorrect.
Chris Philby has been in touch. Hi, Chris. He says...
Umpires consulting. Sorry, Adrian.
Yes, they are, and I think they're going to take a meter reading here, and I'm not surprised. The light is no worse than it has been in the last 15 minutes, but it's certainly not good. Chris has got... he says, I guess these are probably in the top 25.
Ooh.
He goes for Herbert Sutcliffe.
Nice.
Who is on the list. 15. He's at number 13 on the list. We're staying out for the time being. 50,670 runs.
50,000.
Patsy Hendren, which is a great call. You know your cricket, Chris, because he is also on the list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6th on the list. 57,611 runs.
Between 1907 and 1937, as I looked up before. Was it me?
Yeah.
Hudson Prentice bowls. It was my fault. Bowls to deploy, who leaves alone. It goes through to the keeper.
One of my favourite cricketers of all time is number 17th in the list, and you've listed him as well, Chris, who is Tom Graveney. 48,940 runs. What a wonderful player. And a wonderful man Tom Graveney was. And your final guess is actually the man who's at the top of the list.
Oh, excellent.
Chris, so well done you.
Well, don't say his name because I think Gary's got it as well. Gary Charles was giving me a couple of names, as this next one is guided out towards the cover boundary off the back foot by Lewis Deploy for 4 runs. Beautiful shot off the back foot. He moves up to 21 and Derbyshire to 198 for 3, unless they've already put those runs on, which would be remarkable. I don't think they have. They haven't.
No.
That's good news. Yeah, Gary says WG, who clearly isn't there.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th on the list, yeah. WG.
And the one that the previous correspondent, I've already forgotten his name.
Yes, Chris.
Gooch.
And yes, Graham Gooch, leading run scorer of all time. Well done, Chris. Well done, Gary, was it?
Yeah. Left alone, this next delivery from Hudson Prentice by Lewis Deploy.
And just to say, Graham Gooch, 67,057 runs. That he is the all-time run scorer. So well done, Chris and Gary. But still plenty of others to
Isaac's got one that I'm sure isn't on the list because we had a discussion about this particular nation. Ricky Ponting.
Great shout, but not on there. In fact, interestingly, there's the list is there's not many Australians on this list.
No.
In fact,
they don't play a lot of domestic cricket though, do they? Hudson Prentice around the wicket, bowls to Deploy, who defends this one straight back to the bowler, plucks it out of the air with his left hand.
Just in terms of this game, Fletcher, we're sort of looking at various scenarios. Derbyshire now 4. Just a couple of 100 runs behind. If we were to get these final 24 overs in tonight, which it would seem doubtful, if Derbyshire were to score at 3 and over here, they're not going to be far off sort of 275, 300 at the close of play. 2 days to go.
They could declare twice and lose.
Well,
they can't because they're batting last.
There are still possibilities in the game.
Hudson Prentice bowls to Deploy. Didn't look convincing in that shot at all. Whether he didn't see it or what, I'm not entirely sure. He looked to be playing it into the offside, and it dribbled up to Nathan McAndrew, who's fielding it mid-on.
I think what we can expect from Sussex is, once they get to bat again, I think Sussex will be very positive. Paul Farbrace in the game down at Cardiff a couple of weeks ago, Sussex were very positive in their pursuit of runs to win the game. I know this is a different scenario, but I think you'll see Sussex trying to score quick runs because the feeling is you're going to have to win some of these last 6 games.
Absolutely.
It's no use just drawing games. You're going to need to take some risks. So it could be a good couple of days to come.
Hudson Prentice to complete his over, defended out into the offside by Lewis Deploy. There is no runners. It's fielded there by Dan Ibrahim. And I've got another update.
You have, which means that Ariana is on our way back into commentary.
1 minute warning.
Stephen at Derbyshire has said Rahul Dravid.
Another great call, but unfortunately not on the list. Also, what is extraordinary about this list of cricketers, the top 25 run scorers of all time, are the great players who are not on the list. So 4 great players have been nominated: Brian Lara, Sir Alistair Cook, Ricky Ponting, Rahul Dravid. So there we are, 4 great players not in the top 25 cricketers run scorers of all time. So we'll keep the list going through the rest of the day and into tomorrow, and when people get fed up, we'll read the full list. But thank you very much to Dave Griffin, who's compiled the list in his immaculate handwriting, I have to say. Most impressed by Griff. Henry Shipley, the light's improved. Running in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Guest, who defends down the onside. And there is no run. Fielder is then bowling by Henry Shipley. Good partnership, this, Ariana, and I did wonder, when the light was sort of fading in and out, whether Derbyshire might be quite keen to come off, but actually these two are batting really, really well, and actually the way the game is going now, I think they'll be quite keen to stay out there.
Yeah, I think after the rain delay, I think they just wanted to get out there and continue batting, even if it was at a slow rate. Being out there playing was better than nothing, so yeah.
In comes Shipley.
Let's get the latest on the progress of Sussex and Surrey in the county championship. Adrian Harms watching Sussex at home.
Yes, thank you, Danny. Very gloomy here, floodlights on, but we're still playing, and Sussex in need of a wicket because Derbyshire going along very nicely. They're 199 for 3. Brooke Guest, their wicket keeper, is on 80, and the skipper Louis Deploy is on 21. Earlier on, Sussex making 402, their final 3 wickets this morning, just adding 27. So the arrears now are just 202 and still 23 overs to be bowled tonight. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey not having things their own way, the leaders of the county championship, bowled out for 355 earlier today. Notts in reply, going along very nicely. They're 184 for 2.
And the ball-by-ball commentary continues on the BBC Sport website and app.
Shipley is in, ball to Deploy, and Deploy picks up another boundary. The ball played into the ground, bouncing over the head of James Coles in the gully. It's raced away for another boundary. 4 more to Deploy. He goes to 25, and the Derbyshire 200 is up, 203 for 3. And the arrears now down below 200. I don't think there was ever any question, even if Sussex had bowled Derbyshire out of enforcing follow-ons. But that's going to be something that's going to be taken completely out of the equation here. And we were just saying, if the light were to hold and Derbyshire could bat these remaining 23 overs, at this rate of knots, they're going to be around 270, 280. In comes Shipley. Bowls and Deploy edges into the slip cordon. He was going to turn that on the leg side. Always looked like a leading edge. The ball ended up in the slip cordon, fielded by Clark, and there is no run. Harry Carvalhos can't see us behind the glass. I waved to him, but he looked at me as if he didn't know me. But he probably couldn't see us. 2 slips. Alsop and Clark. Tom Alsop, the acting captain in the absence of Cheteshwar Pujara, who was hoping to be picked for India for the tour for the West Indies, but left out slightly controversially. In comes Shipley, bowls, deploys forward. Shipley fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. We understand Pujara due to return for the one-day cup that starts here in early August. 8 matches, 8 group matches before we go into the latter stages of the competition. 1 more county championship match before that starts for Sussex. They play at Yorkshire next week at Headingley, and then no championship cricket until September, when there are back-to-back weeks of championship cricket when an awful lot will be decided. Shipley in bowls, a lovely shot by Deploy. That's a class shot, isn't it? Henry Shipley's annoyed with himself, but it's a quality shot. It's over pitch from Henry Shipley, and Lewis Deploy's just far too good a player to bowl a delivery like that. He just eases the ball through extra cover for 4 runs. Beautifully played. Henry Shipley's actually, was he no balled again then? He's looking at the crease, and he looked annoyed. I didn't know if he'd lost. No, there were no balls. We need to look up, actually, Ariana, how many no balls Sussex have bowled, because it's quite a few. So that's 6 runs off that delivery, and Derbyshire racing along here, 209 for 3, and then run there, it was around 2.5 and over, is now up around 4 and over. We're not far short of 4 and over. Shipley in again, bowl short, pulled away by Deploy down through square leg. He picks up a single. The eager Carson comes in and fields, but not before Deploy goes through for another single. And the total goes up by 1 to 210 for 3. End of the over, and Derbyshire, the Sussex over 8 -2. Derbyshire just starting to back themselves here into a half decent position. Where you consider where this game was yesterday at lunch, when Sussex were 150 without loss, I think if you'd have said to Derbyshire, well, you'll be 210 for 3 with 20 overs to go, or 23 overs to go on the second day, and in arrears by less than 200, I think they'd have bitten your arm off, and probably the other one as well, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they should be happy with how they fought back and got this total to how it is right now. I mean, the Sussex bowlers started really well this morning, and it was tricky to come by runs as there was not many loose deliveries, but as the day's gone on, there has been a few more freebies, and most recently as they've just looked a bit more intent with the bat. As Finn Hudson-Prentice is bowling from the seaside end, he is in bowls and just defended there by Duploy.
I think 4 no balls. I thought it was more than that, actually, that Sussex had bowled, but
I think it's more the fact that they usually get hit for boundaries. I think that one was a 4 and the previous one was a 6, wasn't it? So
Yeah, that's very true. And it makes you wonder, actually, whether at this level the players are good enough maybe to know that it is a no ball, and they're quick enough to change the shot. Once the call is made, you've got to be good to do that. Nathan McAndrew is doing some warming up exercises.
As Finn had some predecessors in, bowls and driven, but to the fielder for no run.
I think Derbyshire will be very keen to stay out if they possibly can. When you're batting in this position, and Sussex looking, searching for a wicket here, and the Derbyshire lads, all the time that they're scoring runs at the rate they are, they're batting themselves into a good position.
Yeah, I think it definitely has gotten lighter, so I don't think that will be an issue for the boys.
Well, let's hope not. But if we do carry on, we are going to be here till gone 7, which doesn't matter to anybody, does it? But
As he's in bowls, and it's driven nicely this time, but to mid off. He fields it very well. Doesn't stay on his feet, but doesn't put in a dive either.
Right at the meat of the bat, he's seen it like a football, isn't he, Louis Deploy? Just looking at those games in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. The Blaze have beaten the Vipers. Surprise, Ariana?
No.
Vipers making 259 for 7 over on the Isle of Wight, and the Blaze getting home with 10 balls to spare, 260 for 6.
Boys.
I'll give my thoughts after this ball as he's in bowls and flicked off the legs there. This could be a chase, but it could also be 4. And I think that's very well fielded on the boundary there, and they will get a couple of runs. The crowd behind the fielders are clapping, so they must believe it was only 2. And yeah, I mean, 260 from Vipers isn't a huge total for them to be for another team to be chasing. The Blaze have gone, I think they've continued their form from the T20 competition, and they've just applied that into their 50-over campaign recently. So
Yeah, good win.
yeah.
We've already said earlier the Thunder beat the Northern Diamonds by 6 wickets.
As he's in bowls, and it's just defended into the offside for no run.
Elsewhere in the Championship, keeping everybody up to date. Raining down now in Taunton. Fletcher was talking about James Rue, who made a very good double 100 for Somerset today, and they've reduced Hampshire to 46 for 2 before the rain has arrived down in Taunton. Second Division, Durham 308 for 5. They're just trailing Gloucestershire now by 6 runs. Alex Lees goes on unabated, 176 he's made today.
As Finn had some Prentice in bowls and again defended. And that will be the end of the over. 2 added to the Derbyshire score of 212 for 3.
And elsewhere in the second division, just keeping you right up, they are playing in Cardiff. Wow! After 2 days of doing nothing, Glamorgan 18 for 1. David Lloyd, who's due to do Derbyshire next season, Fletcher said, was bowled for just 6. Glamorgan 18 for 1, but it's taken 2 days to get to that. All very frustrating down in the West Country. And down at New Road, Yorkshire bowled up for 407 by Worcester. Now, there's a bit of a debate going on. This is about the light. Tom Alsop is speaking to the 2 umpires, and I think we're going off, which is surprising because I don't think the light is any worse now than it's been for the last half an hour, to be perfectly honest. But clearly a reading has been made, and the players are going off. Is it substantially worse? I'm quite surprised, to be honest. I don't think this is any worse than it's been for the last hour, if I'm being perfectly honest. The Derbyshire players are walking off. Finn Hudson-Prentice chatting away to Louis Deploy. He clearly knows him very well from his time up at Derby. So off we go. And that might well be it for the day, unless we get a substantial improvement. I think 1 or 2 of the spectators around the ground have decided that's probably it. But we're going off for bad light here at Hove. And rather unhelpfully, the scoreboard has disappeared with all the details on, so we'll get those for you in a couple of moments' time. 212 for 3, I think, is the score. With Deploy on 32, Guest on 80. We've had 60 overs of this reply. The ground staff are ambling out to the middle. And it's sort of got the feeling of that is the end of it. The players sort of wandering off, everyone looks a bit bemused. Certainly away to our left where the weather is coming from, there's no real break in the weather, it's just this constant flow of heavy cloud going across the ground. So having said that, the Sussex lads are actually making their way up the steps. So I don't know whose call that was, but it caught me slightly on the hop because I didn't think, I don't know what you guys think, bringing Fletch just for a mow. I don't know, Fletch, whether you thought the light had really deteriorated to a great deal. I mean, it's not great, but it hasn't been great since, as Ariana was saying, actually, since the rain delay, to be honest.
No, it doesn't look any darker now. And clearly, they've got readings and that kind of thing, the umpires. Sorry, Shanmugam and Hassan Adnan out there talking to the ground staff, one or two members of the ground staff, just having a little feel of the pitch. And is that Paul Farbrace out there in the middle?
That is Paul Farbrace.
It was.
Yeah.
The Sussex coach. It's a battle of it's something we haven't really spoken about, but it's a couple of heavyweight coaches.
Which is?
With Paul Farbrace for Sussex and Mickey Arthur for Derbyshire. Mickey up on the balcony, though. He hasn't come out to the middle to have a look at the surface. There are still 22 overs to go, so I don't think they'll call it yet. Bad light's one of those things, isn't it? You can say, well, it might get lighter, so they'll keep them here, and therefore keep everybody else here. One or two spectators have clearly made their own minds up about future prospects and are starting to make their way towards the exits. And Derbyshire 190 behind. That was a really good session for them. Since tea, they went to tea at 129 for 2 and moved on to 212 for 3. So in 17 overs, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, they've put the foot down, haven't they? Really, I'd love to be able to do the maths for you, but that's way beyond me. 212 minus 129. You can do it yourselves at home.
It's sort of got the feeling here, Fletch, to me, or that might be it for the day. I might be wrong, the umpires are going off the ground.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.